Chapter 1 My wife is pregnant. Yi Yan, stop playing games. Lin Mo is about to give birth. Yi Yao's voice suddenly broke the silence in the room. At that time, Yi Yan was fully immersed in the fierce battle of King of Glory. When he heard his sister's call, his hands shook and he almost threw his phone away. He didn't care about the unfinished battle on the screen, quickly quit the game, and rushed out. The story of Yi Yan and Lin Mo started in college. Yi Yan had just graduated from college last year, but the fate between him and Lin Mo had been quietly planted as early as his freshman year. He fell in love with Lin Mo at first sight, and his heart was full of thoughts of getting close to her. But he was born with a bad tongue and couldn't even say a decent love word. In order to pursue Lin Mo, he did not hesitate to lower himself and humbly asked his roommate for various techniques to pick up girls. At first, Lin Mo had no good feelings for him and even rejected him many times. But Yi Yan was like a stubborn calf, and he would never give up once he made up his mind. As the days passed, Lin Mo himself didn't realize that his annoyance with Yi Yan slowly turned into dependence, and unknowingly, feelings quietly grew between the two. From watching movies and shopping together to watching TV together at home, every bit of their campus life left traces of their love. They walked into the palace of marriage hand in hand on the eve of graduation from college. Now, they have walked hand in hand for 3 years. I still remember that day. Lin Mo suddenly retched, and Yi Yan's heart slipped, and a strong premonition came to his mind. He accompanied Lin Mo to the hospital for a checkup, and sure enough, Lin Mo was pregnant. Do you want a boy or a girl? Lin Mo leaned in Yi Yan's arms and asked softly. Of course it's a girl. They say a daughter is a father's little cotton padded jacket. Yi Yan smiled, his eyes full of anticipation. He held Lin Mo's hand tightly and said seriously, Wife, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of you in the future. Also, could you play less Honor of Kings? You cheer when you win and curse at your phone when you lose. This is not good for prenatal education. Lin Mo said angrily. Yi Yan nodded quickly. Okay, I promise to play less in the future. After learning that Lin Mo was pregnant, Yi Yan immediately told his parents and sister the good news. Since then, the family has regarded Lin Mo as a key protected person. Ye's mother carefully made soup in the kitchen every day. Yi Yao would come to peel apples for Lin Mo whenever he was free, and Ye's father silently took on all the big and small affairs of the family. But Yi Yan couldn't control himself when he got addicted to games. That day, Ye's mother was busy in the kitchen, Yi Yao was accompanying Lin Mo in the living room, Ye's father was smoking on the balcony, and Yi Yan was holding his phone and playing a ranking match. In this game, he chose his favorite confrontation lane, Crazy Iron, and played smoothly in the early stage, killing the opponents several times. But his teammates seemed to be sleepwalking, making all kinds of mysterious operations and giving away kills. Yi Yan was so angry that his face turned red, and he yelled into the microphone of his mobile phone, Do you know how to play? If you can't win, just run away, don't keep giving away kills, okay? I will be able to reach Star Glory 4 soon, and you guys have ruined it all. Just as he was cursing, Yi Yao's voice suddenly came. It turned out that Lin Mo was sitting on the sofa chatting with Yi Yao, and suddenly her face turned pale, and she groaned in pain while holding her stomach. Yi Yao was a doctor, and when he saw this situation, he immediately realized that Lin Mo was about to give birth. Yi Ziyuan, stop smoking, get dressed quickly and go to the hospital. Ye's mother shouted at the top of her voice while taking off her apron in the kitchen. Father Yi calmly put out his cigarette, said, okay, and went into the house to change his clothes. Yi Yan did not dare to delay and hurriedly put on his shoes. Ye's mother was impatient, and Yi Yan was often scolded by her for dawdling when he was a child. However, it was also because of this that Yi Yan developed the habit of doing things in a swift and decisive manner. The family got in the car in a hurry, and Father Yi sat steadily in the driver's seat, started the car and drove to the hospital. Although Father Yi doesn't talk much, he is the backbone of the family. Whether it is the trivial matters at home or the company's accounts, he handles them in an orderly manner, which makes the family feel at ease. When he learned that he was going to be a grandfather, he still looked calm on the surface, but he was already very happy in his heart. More than 10 minutes later, the car stopped steadily at the entrance of the hospital. Lin Mo was quickly pushed into the delivery room. Yi Yan, Yi Yao, Ye's father, and Ye's mother were anxiously waiting outside the delivery room. Ye's mother paced back and forth in the corridor, muttering, Why is it not healed yet? It's been so long. Ye's father sat quietly in the chair, but his clenched fist still revealed his inner tension. Yi Yan took out his mobile phone, took a photo with a click, and sent it to his good brother Zhang Wei. Brother Wei, Lin Mo is about to give birth. Zhang Wei is Yi Yan's childhood friend. He is now a teacher and is taking a break on the weekend. After seeing the message, he immediately replied, "I'll be there right away." Not long after, Zhang Wei appeared in the hospital panting. When he saw Yi Yan, he asked anxiously, "How is it? Is everything okay?" "I don't know either. I just arrived not long ago." Yi Yan shook his head, his face full of worry. "Brother Wei, you are so kind. You rushed here as soon as you heard the news." Yi Yan said gratefully. "Why are you being so polite to me? We are not close friends. I just notified Qilong and Zhangyan. They are busy with work and can't come. However, they said they will definitely come when the baby's full-month banquet is held." Zhang Wei patted Yi Yan's shoulder. "Okay, let's have a good gathering when the baby is 1 month old." Yi Yan nodded. Alas, Zheng Biao went to Thailand and he probably won't be able to come back. Zhang Wei sighed. "He has his own plans, so it's no different if we tell him when he comes back," Yi Yan said. After Zhang Wei chatted with Yi Yan for a few words, he turned around and greeted Ye's father and mother. "Hello, uncle and aunt. Zhang Wei, you are here too. Aren't you going to work today?" Ye's mother asked with a smile. Yi Yan said Lin Mo was about to give birth, and I happened to be on weekend break, so I hurried over. Zhang Wei replied. "You have a bright future. It would be great to be a teacher." Yi Yan, this kid, only knows how to play games. Ye's mother joked with a smile. "Auntie, don't say that. Yi Yan is also very good," Zhang Wei said quickly. Ye's mother has always admired Zhang Wei. She thinks that although he is not as handsome as Yi Yan, he is a righteous man with great ambition. Yi Yan and Zhang Wei grew up together and their families are neighbors. Zhao Qilong, Zhang Yan and Zhang Biao mentioned by Zhang Wei are also their friends since childhood. Zhang Wei is also Zhang Yan's biological brother, 2 years older than Zhang Yan. Once, Yi Yan, Zhang Yan, Zhao Qilong and Zhang Biao were bullied by some seniors and were beaten up. Zhang Wei happened to go downstairs to the supermarket and saw his brother and friends being bullied. He was furious and rushed up to argue with those people. Although Zhang Wei was usually gentle and polite, he was decisive at the critical moment and scared those bullies away. Since then, Ye's mother has a new respect for Zhang Wei and has been thinking about bringing him up with her eldest daughter Yi Yao. At this time, Zhang Wei took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Ye's father and mother. "Uncle and aunt, this is a little gift from me, please accept it." No, kid, it's enough for you to just come and take a look. Why do you need to bring a red envelope? Ye's father and mother quickly declined. "Uncle and aunt, this is a little gift from me, you must accept it." Zhang Wei was firm in his attitude, and Ye's father and mother could not refuse, so they had to accept it. "Yi Yan, why don't you thank Brother Wei?" Ye's mother looked at Yi Yan and said. "Thank you, Brother Wei." Yi Yan hurriedly thanked him. "Why are you being so polite to me? We are just friends," Zhang Wei said with a smile. Ye's mother then remembered to ask Ye's father to prepare a red envelope and give it to Lin Ma Sheng after she finished taking care of the child. Ye's father nodded and turned around to drive out to buy a red envelope. Outside the delivery room, time seemed to have stopped, and every second seemed to be extremely long. Yi Yan stood in the corridor, feeling very nervous. Various possible outcomes kept appearing in his mind. What scared him the most was that the doctor would come out and ask him to save the older child or the younger one. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on his palms. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping that Lin Mo and the child would be safe. Chapter 2: Yi Yan's future. Yi Yan always felt empty in his heart, as if something important was missing. Suddenly, he remembered that Lin Mo's parents did not come. Mom, we didn't even tell Lin Mo's parents." There was a hint of anxiety in his voice. "Oh, if you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten about this matter. I'm such a fool. I'll call my mother-in-law right now." While blaming herself, Ye's mother quickly dialed Lin Mo's mother. "Hey, mother-in-law, Lin Mo is about to give birth, please come to the hospital quickly." There was joy and anticipation in Ye's mother's voice. "What? Okay, we'll be there right away." Lin's mother is also a teacher. Weekends are her rest time. She originally planned to go to Yi Yan and Lin Mo's home, but she was afraid of disturbing them, so she chose not to do anything. Lin's father is a truck driver who happened to be out of work these days. He was sitting in the living room watching TV. After hearing the news, the two of them immediately got dressed in a hurry and hurriedly took a taxi to the hospital. Not long after, they arrived in a hurry. When Lin's mother saw that Ye's father didn't come, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Mother-in-law, why didn't Yi Yan's father come? Her eyes were full of confusion. He went outside to smoke. Ye's mother lied casually. She knew that if she directly said that Ye's father went to prepare red envelopes, Lin's father and mother might refuse, so she chose this white lie. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ziyuan rushed to the hospital like lightning. As soon as he arrived, he greeted Lin's father and mother warmly. Mother Yi took the opportunity to pull Father Yi aside. How much is in this red envelope? Let me see it quickly. Her eyes flashed with curiosity and anticipation. At this time, Yi Yan was happily chatting with Lin's father and mother, while Ye's father and mother tacitly walked aside. Ye's father carefully took out the red envelope from his pocket and gently opened it, as if showing a precious treasure. Ye's mother couldn't wait to take the red envelope and counted the money inside. There were exactly 10 bills, which was 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan, Ye's mother's face suddenly became a little gloomy, and she was a little dissatisfied. However, at this moment, Ye's father took out a bank card from the red envelope like a magic trick. Ye's mother's eyes suddenly lit up, and a bright smile immediately bloomed on her face, like a blooming flower. She knew that the man she loved deeply understood her the best. Ye's father smiled at Ye's mother triumphantly, as if to say, "How about it, I still know you very well." "Hongying, how can I only give you 1,000 yuan? There must be a bank card hidden inside. Although my family is not rich, we can still afford hundreds of thousands of yuan." Yi Yan's mother is named Hongying. She is 55 years old and is like a bright pearl, emitting the light of years. She is a dentist with superb medical skills and is trusted by patients. When Lin Mo was pregnant, she resolutely announced that on her 55th birthday, she would officially bid farewell to the workplace and take care of Lin Mo wholeheartedly. Hongying was once a workplace elite, and it was not until she was 28 years old that she married Yi Ziyuan. Yi Ziyuan is 2 years younger than Hongying. He is like a shrewd fox, adept in accounting and excellent in financial management. Their marriage is a match made in heaven. Yi Ziyuan usually speaks eloquently, which makes people feel a little cute, but in fact he is as smart as a cunning rabbit. Hongying chose him because of his accounting career and because he is good at getting along with colleagues and leaders and has never caused any disputes. As an accountant, he can also enjoy the leisure time on weekends. Every weekend, Hongying will summon him to take care of Yi Yan and Lin Mo. The year after their marriage, they welcomed Yi Yao, and 3 years later, Yi Yan was born. Now, Yi Zheng is 26 years old, and Yi Yan is 23 years old. After listening to Yi Ziyuan's narration, Hongying's heart finally settled down. However, she couldn't help but worry when she thought of Yi Yan's decadent life now. As a man who is already a father, he should shoulder the responsibility of a father and support the family. After graduating from university, Yi Yan had been looking for a job for a while, but unfortunately, he did not find a suitable opportunity. Just when he was about to continue looking for a job, Lin Mo suddenly became pregnant. In view of this situation, Yi Yan could only temporarily put his plan to find a job on hold. Lin Mo's academic performance was not outstanding, and she was only admitted to an ordinary university. After graduation, she has been looking for a job. Although she has worked as a flyer distributor, restaurant waiter, and some temporary jobs since she became pregnant, Yi Yan's parents and Lin Mo's parents no longer let her go out to work and let her stay at home and wait for the baby to come. Although the two have obtained a marriage certificate, they have not yet held a wedding. Because the pregnancy came too suddenly, they have been taking care of the fetus. Both parents are worried about the future of their 2 children because neither of them has a good academic degree or even a stable job. This problem really troubles both parents. However, Yi Yan's family was relatively well off. Yi Ziyuan and Hongying had saved a lot for their children. Yi Yan had a crush on someone, and they hoped to help him buy a property, and even gave him a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan. Yi Yao has the same personality as her mother. She is competitive and self-reliant. Ever since she got a job, no matter how much money her parents gave her, she refused to take it. She wanted to leave all the money to her younger brother Yi Yan, so when she learned that her parents were going to buy a house for her brother, she acted very calm. When she learned that her brother's wife was pregnant, she took meticulous care of her. In the past, she had given all the welfare items such as wine, tea, and candy provided by the company to her brother's family. She and her brother had a very good relationship and they had never had any quarrels. Lin Mo's father is a driver who works on large vehicles. Sometimes he works hard, but when he has nothing to do, he stays at home quietly. He is gentle and rarely loses his temper. Although Lin Mo's grades are not outstanding, his father has never blamed him. At home, he plays the role of tolerance and understanding, and never demands too much from his daughter Yi-Yan. Although Yi-Yan's current life is a bit decadent, he always believes in Yi-Yan. However, the mother holds a different view, believing that her daughter's future life will not be bright if she marries a young man who lacks education. However, as she gets to know Yi-Yan more, the mother slowly discovers that Yi-Yan has more and more shining points. Although he is addicted to games, he always turns off his phone in time when something happens. For example, when Yi-Yan went to Lin Mo's house, he played games after dinner. Seeing that everyone had finished their meals, he turned off his phone, put away the dishes and other things, and washed them himself. He was particularly hard-working and capable, and all the housework such as mopping the floor, sweeping the floor, wiping the table and washing the dishes was contracted to Yi-Yan. Lin's mother felt relieved, and Yi-Yan was very polite and called Lin's mother auntie every time he saw her. With Yi-Yan's perfect performance, he successfully moved Lin's mother. Lin's mother approved of this son-in-law, and Yi-Yan also told her that after the child was born, Yi-Yan would immediately go find a job and would definitely not stay idle at home. Yi-Yan actually wanted to open a supermarket. He told his sister about it, but Yi-Yao rejected it outright, thinking that Yi-Yan was too hopeless. In fact, Yi-Yao gave Yi-Yan a suggestion, asking him to learn how to cook and open a restaurant in the future. She could invest in him then, but she thought that opening a supermarket was too hopeless. Yi-Yan was not idle during this period. He watched a lot of videos of chefs cooking on Kuaishou, and he also had the idea of becoming a chef. Ye's father was also thinking about Yi-Yan's future, so he called Yi-Yan aside. "Xiaoyan, you are going to be a father, you can't stay idle at home like this. Dad thinks you should find a job, at least to support the family. Although your father and your mother are rich, you have to rely on yourself. Don't you agree?" "Well, Dad, you are right. After a while. Once Lin Mo and the baby are settled, I will definitely find a job. See, Xiaoyan, you have to remember that men are the pillars of the family. They hold up the whole sky." He educated Yi-Yan in a very Buddhist, casual and free-range way, telling him that as long as he didn't steal or rob or do anything illegal or criminal, he could do whatever he wanted. After saying that, Yi Ziyuan patted him on the shoulder. He also hoped that his son could find a stable job and support his family. He also hopes that his daughter-in-law and grandson or granddaughter can be born safely. Chapter 3: Twin Daughters. Not long after, the doctor came out and everyone stood up. Each of them was extremely nervous. "Doctor, how is the situation? Is everything going well?" Yi-Yan, as a husband and the baby's father, was the first to ask, and he was indeed qualified. "It went very smoothly. It's born, it's a pair of twin sisters." Now, both parents, including Zhang Wei, were delighted. Today is really the happiest day for everyone. Look, today is March 3rd, which happens to be Sunday. This is the year in which the novel is set, which is this year. Yi-Yan was so happy. He finally got a daughter, twins at that. He felt so happy. "This is the elder sister, and this is the younger sister. My sister was born at 1639 and weighed 4.5 gene. My younger sister was born at 1640, weighing 4.62 pounds, 1 ounce heavier than her older sister, huh?" Everyone was talking and joking. Yi-Yan himself was not in a hurry to hold the children. It was just right for one child to be held by the mother and the other by the mother-in-law, so as not to offend either side. So Yi-Yan made the arrangements. "Old aunt, you hold this one. Second aunt, you hold that one." Both sides were satisfied with his arrangement. Yi-Yan's father and Lin Mo's father had no objection. After all, they both knew their position in the family. The two old people held the little baby in their arms. They loved it so much that they were reluctant to let go. Yi-Yan's father and Lin Mo's father were waiting anxiously by the side. "Hey, stop hugging us all the time, give us a hug too." After much persuasion from the two, Yi-Yan's mother and Lin Mo's mother finally let go. Yi-Yan's father and Lin Mo's father loved their granddaughter very much. They don't have the old idea of favoring boys over girls. The first child is a daughter, and they are so happy. They believed that the gender of the child did not affect their love for the child. Therefore, when they learned that the first child was a daughter, they did not feel disappointed. Instead, they welcomed the arrival of the new life with joy. They believe that gender equality is the most important thing, and they will give their daughter and future children the same education and care. In fact, they have already demonstrated their commitment to gender equality in educating their daughter, and they look forward to a future family full of wonderful possibilities and opportunities. Both fathers are very good to their daughters. I believe that after they become grandfathers, they will be very good to the baby. Yi Yan looked calm on the surface, but actually he was in turmoil inside. I'm only 23 years old, how come I'm already a father? Yi Yan, listen to me, play less King of Glory in the future, and use the time you spend playing games to take care of the baby. Yi Yan advised himself in his heart. Then Mr. and Mrs. Lin went to see their daughter, and Yi Yan and Mr. and Mrs. Yi also went together. Zhang Wei now felt that he was a little redundant, being a light bulb here. He wanted to leave, but it would be embarrassing if he didn't tell others. Everyone was busy looking after the baby, and he was like a transparent person. Finally he plucked up the courage, grabbed Yi Yao next to him and said, Well, Yi Yao, I have something to do. I'll leave first. I will come to see Yi Yan and Lin Mo again on that day. Okay, Zhang Wei, bye. Well, bye, Yi Yao. Lin's father and mother visited their daughter. Lin Mo looked at her parents affectionately. Lin Mo wanted to speak, but Lin's mother immediately covered her mouth. Daughter, don't talk. Take a good rest during this time. It's twins, 2 girls. Lin Mo smiled and didn't continue talking. Ye's mother was also very concerned about Lin Mo, so she asked about him. Mother-in-law, Lin Mo, is everything okay? Mother-in-law, everything is fine. The two looked at each other and smiled. Okay, let's go over there and leave the space for Xiaoye. Then the two of them went out, and so did Ye's father and Lin's father. They also went out. Only Yi Yan was left alone in the delivery room. He took a deep breath, feeling quite complicated. Dear, thank you for your hard work. Lin Mo wanted to say something, but then she remembered her mother's instructions, and she really didn't have much energy to speak. Lin Mo, Yi Yan, will look for a job in a while and will never stay idle at home again. I promise you that I will treat you and the 2 babies well in the future. Yi Yan said solemnly. After Lin Mo heard Yi Yan's words, tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't dare to look Yi Yan in the eye. She was silent, but cried, and then fell asleep. Wife, you can sleep peacefully here. Yi Yan walked aside. The 4 old people were also very sensible and soon calmed down. Yi Yan gently stroked Lin Mo's hair and vowed in his heart that he would love her well in the future. He turned and looked at the 2 babies. Twins, 2 cute little girls. The babies' faces are wrinkled and they don't look like chubby babies at all. Instead, their faces were red like 2 little monkeys, their eyes were red and swollen, and they looked super scary. Yi Yan looked at his 2 treasures and couldn't help feeling a little scared. But after all, he is my own flesh and blood, so I forced myself to calm down. As I watched it slowly, it wasn't that bad. After all, Yi Yan's appearance is also very good. You can say that he is not the most handsome, but he is definitely the most attractive. You will never get tired of looking at him no matter how many times you look at him. Not to mention Lin Mo, she was the most eye-catching one whether in college, high school or junior high school. There were always many people pursuing her, but she was very self-disciplined and had never had a boyfriend in high school or even junior high school. Lin Mo and Yi Yan are a handsome couple, so how could their baby not be good-looking? After Yi Yan thought about this, he turned around and put his worries aside. Yi Yan said nothing, just sat on the bed. He recalled the story of pursuing Lin Mo in the past. He was really grateful to himself at that time. If it weren't for his perseverance, his pursuit of Lin Mo, and his sincere devotion to her, he wouldn't be where he is today. If he had given up at that time, he would not be the father of these 2 babies. As soon as he saw the 2 little girls, he took photos and posted them on WeChat Moments, captioning the photos and writing, 2 little girls were born. Everything is fine. When he opened his moments, he found many comments, many of which wished him well. His 3 roommates in college all liked and wished him well, and also sent him private messages. Their dormitory head, Guan Yunfei, was the oldest among the 4, so the other 3 recommended him as the dormitory head. Yi Yan opened the chat box of the 4 people in the dormitory, and Guan Yunfei spoke immediately. Yi Yan, congratulations, you are the first among the 4 of us to become a father. Ha, brother Fei, the next one to be a father will probably be you. Ha, really? Couldn't it be Wang Tao or Ma Hongyu? Wang Tao also joined the chat. I would like to, but I don't even have a girlfriend right now, let alone being a father. Ma Hongyu replied immediately. I'm the same as Wang Tao. Brother Fei, don't you have a partner? Then it won't take long for you to have a child? Oh. She is busy preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam now. She studies very hard every day. Let her focus on the exam first. Guan Yunfei, Wang Tao, and Ma Hongyu were so envious and jealous when they saw Yi Yanfei's baby photos. We're all roommates, how come he's the only one who's become a father so soon? We're still single. That's not what Guan Yunfei thinks. Yi Yan chuckled and signed out of WeChat shortly. Not wanting to disturb Lin Mo, he switched his phone to Do Not Disturb mode, turned it off and put it aside. As for him, he should just stay with his sweetheart Lin Mo. Chapter 4 Good Roommates for 4 Years. He turned off his phone and looked at Lin Mo. The parents beside him and Lin Mo's parents also looked at the two little guys. Gradually, the two little ones stopped making noises and fell asleep one by one. Their little faces were filled with angelic smiles, and they were quiet and happy. Ye's father and mother, as well as Lin's father and mother, did not plan to stay here any longer. They said hello to Yi Yan and left. Yi Yan, remember to call me if you have anything. I'm leaving first. Yi Yan's sister Yi Yao also left, because she felt that her brother could take good care of his wife and two babies. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. Lin Mo and the two babies were still sleeping soundly. Yi Yan was not sleepy at all and wanted to play with his phone for a while. As a result, when he opened the desktop, many messages popped up on WeChat. It was the first time he saw so many messages on WeChat. He thought someone had added him to a group, but it turned out not to be the case. In the group of 4 people, there were many messages tagging him. Looking up, there were transfers from Guan Yunfei, Wang Tao, and Ma Hongyu. Each of them transferred 200 yuan to him. No need, brothers. You just graduated from college less than a year ago. Where did you get so much money? Keep it for yourself. Yi Yan sent this message and was about to return the transfer when Guan Yunfei spoke first. Yi Yan, you should accept it soon. If you don't, it means you don't consider us as brothers, and we don't need to contact each other anymore. That's right, Yi Yan, if you quit, I, Wang Tao, will immediately block your WeChat, phone, and QQ. Yi Yan, if you still want me to help you play King of Glory in the future, accept it from me right away. Ma Hongyu often takes Yi Yan to play in the King's League, and even once took Yi Yan to the Peak game. Yi Yan was very touched. He thought that they were good friends who had been classmates for 4 years. Well, he accepted all the transfers. I, Yi Yan, would like to thank you all here. Alas, Yi Yan, I already have a lover to accompany me, and I am also tied up with work, so it is really difficult for me to spare the time to visit you. When I have free time in the future, I will definitely go to visit you with Wang Tao and Ma Hongyu. You must be generous to me then. Ha, of course. I will definitely treat you warmly. Everyone, I will continue to look after the children, and you can chat freely. Yi Yan left the chat group and secretly sighed in his heart that although his 3 roommates in the dormitory lived in their own places after graduation, it did not affect their friendship at all. Meanwhile, Ye's father and mother did not return to Yi Yan and Lin Mo's home, but returned to the old building of only 60 to 70 square meters. Ye's father took off his coat, put his hands in his pockets, and suddenly realized that he had forgotten to give the red envelope to his son. Oh, look at my poor memory. I have to go to work tomorrow. Hongying, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip tomorrow. I really don't know what to say to you. The key is that my mother-in-law also needs to go to work tomorrow. If you give Shoma a red envelope, you have to let her know. Otherwise, her daughter is pregnant, but you don't give her a penny. Isn't it too rude? Mother Yi was a little annoyed. She never expected that Father Yi would forget such an important thing. It's okay. I'll go to the hospital after get off work tomorrow. But I'll leave this red envelope to you for safekeeping. You're retired now. If you have nothing else to do, you can go and look after the 2 children in Xioma tomorrow. Whatever. I really can't do anything with you. Hongying's anger gradually faded. She was always like this, harsh in words but kind-hearted in reality. When Yi Yan made a mistake, she would teach her son a lesson without mercy, but she would always regret it after beating him. Yi Ziyuan knew his wife very well. He knew that Hongying was always a person who spoke hard but was soft-hearted. Sometimes when he made mistakes, Hongying would stop talking after she said a few words to him. Yi Ziyuan wanted to change the subject, so he told his wife about Zhang Wei. Hongying, what do you think of Zhang Wei? Is he a good match for our Yao Yao? That's nonsense, isn't it? Zhang Wei is a junior high school Chinese teacher. What kind of job is the most popular now? Teachers will definitely occupy a seat. Yes, Zhang Wei is also good-looking. Although not as handsome as our son, he is good-looking. He was the top scorer in liberal arts here. The two began to discuss Yi Yao and Zhang Wei non-stop. They both had one idea in their minds, which was to let Yi Yao and Zhang Wei be together. After Zhang Wei finished washing up in the bathroom, he had already fallen asleep. Zhang Wei has developed a good habit of going to bed early and getting up early since he was a child. Moreover, he is very popular among his classmates at school. Whenever he teaches Chinese, the students are full of energy. Only a few students who don't study at all will sleep on the desk during his class. He would not care too much about his classmates sleeping, because he knew that even if they didn't sleep, they would not study, so there was no need to wake them up. As for Mr. and Mrs. Lin, since their mother has to go to work tomorrow, they can only go back home first. Xinghua, wait for me at school tomorrow after I finish my class, and then we'll go to the hospital to see Xiaoma. Give me another red envelope. Okay. Lin Xinghua replied briefly. At the hospital. The nurse suddenly came out and prepared to ask Yi Yan to pay the bill. Take this list and go to the payment window on the first floor. By the way, I recommend you go to the pharmacy outside to buy some medical pads. Okay, but what about my two babies? It's okay. I'll take care of the baby. Here's my nurse ID. My name is Du Xin. Don't you feel relieved? Okay, I'll go then. Yi Yan bought some medical pads at the pharmacy next door. Later, Yi Yan came back and fell asleep on the dry chair because he was too tired. During the day, Lin Mo woke up and saw Yi Yan sleeping beside her bed. She looked at Yi Yan, who was so tired. The two babies also woke up, and Lin Mo knew that it was time to feed them. However, Yi Yan was lying next to her, which was really inconvenient. There was no other way, although she didn't have the heart to wake Yi Yan up. Yi Yan, Yi Yan. A particularly clear voice sounded in Yi Yan's ears. This voice was particularly familiar. He remembered that it was his wife, Lin Mo. Yi Yan got up quickly. I'm so sorry, the children are awake too, they need milk, I really can't not wake you up. It's okay, I'm the child's father. This is what I should do. Do you have wet wipes? Yi Yan, I need to wipe first. Yes, I'll give it to you right away. Yi Yan handed Lin Mo a wet wipe, and Lin Mo gently wiped it with the tissue. After all, it was the baby's first time feeding, so it had to be wiped clean. Yi Yan first brought Debao up. Debao was very smart. He got the milk very quickly, and then stopped after eating for a while. Debao, you should be full. Let Erbao eat. So, Erbao was brought up, but she just stared at it blankly. She was not as fast as Debao at all, which stunned Yi Yan and Lin Mo. There was no other way, so Yi Yan had to help her so that she could eat milk. Then after she finished eating, he put her in the crib. Oh, this Erbao is so stupid. Yi Yan couldn't help but tease. Shut up and don't say that about my baby. Are you still his father? You're so quick to dislike her. Erbao, don't listen to your dad's nonsense. You are not stupid at all. You just need a period of adaptation. Yi Yan smiled at Lin Mo. It seemed that Lin Mo had recovered well, so he was relieved. Chapter 5 Red envelope again. Yi Yan and Lin Mo were chatting and laughing here when they suddenly heard a familiar voice like a yellow oriole singing in a valley. Yi Yan looked closely and saw that it was his mother, Hong Ying. She was carrying a thermos bottle and a bag, like a loving angel descending to the world. Hong Ying looked at her two granddaughters, and the smile on her face was as bright as a blooming spring flower. Mom, you're here. Aunt. Son, Xiaoma, this is the chicken soup I carefully prepared this morning. Xiaoma, drink it while it's hot. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Auntie, where's Uncle? He has to go to work. He's still several years away from retirement. Xiaomo, how do you feel today? You look like you've recovered really well. Drink this chicken soup while it's hot so that you can get well soon. Lin Mo was also very well behaved. He started to taste the chicken soup cooked by his aunt. Sure enough, he felt refreshed after drinking it. Today she fed the children. The eldest was like a clever little monkey, and drank up the milk in no time. But the second was as stupid as a little snail, and needed my help to drink the milk smoothly. Oh, it's just drinking milk, why are you bringing up the issue of whether she's smart or stupid? You, really, how can you deny my granddaughter so easily? I really admire you, everything has a process of adaptation. Auntie, yes, Yi Yan really made a fuss about nothing, just a feeding. He said the eldest child is smart and the second child is stupid. The more Ye's mother looked at her two granddaughters, the more she loved them. Mom, Dad, are you coming today? He will come after get off work today, and he will drive here. After a while, the second baby started crying. Hey, what's going on? Yi Yan was rather confused. Is she sad because I called her stupid? As a result, after a while, Debeo also started crying. Yi Yan smelled a very stinky odor. Yi Yan, the baby must have pooped, go change the diaper quickly, I have a lot of diapers in my pocket. Yi Yan changed the diapers and opened them to see that both babies had excreted dark green feces. It was the first time Yi Yan saw this and he was a little surprised. Hey, why is the feces green? What's going on? After Yi Yan finished speaking, Lin Mo also started to get anxious. After all, they were the parents of two children and didn't want the babies to have any unhealthy problems. But Ye's mother was very calm. After all, she used to be a doctor and was very knowledgeable about this kind of thing. Don't worry, it's nothing. It's normal for a newborn baby to have green poop. Just relax. Then, Ye's mother began to instruct Yi Yan. Yi Yan, if the baby has poop, it's best to wash it with warm water first, don't wipe it with a tissue. Go get a basin of warm water. Okay. Yi Yan nodded. After fetching water, Yi Yan patiently washed the two babies' butts with warm water. After changing the diaper and washing the baby, the second baby was put back in the crib and suddenly began to smile slightly. Yi Yan felt helpless. Good fellow, you're so ecstatic right after I tormented your father? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you when you grow up. Yi Yan said something to Bao jokingly. It's okay, you two don't have to be afraid. If your dad dares to punish you, just wait and see how grandma will punish him. Bao was still laughing, and seemed to be showing off to Yi Yan. After a while, Lin Mo was thirsty and her lips were dry, so she said, Yi Yan, I'm thirsty, give me some water. Okay, I'll be right there. Give Shoma some warm water to drink, Yi Yan. Okay, Mom. After Yi Yan finished fetching water, he touched the cup with his hand. It was neither cold nor hot, just the right temperature, so he gave it to Lin Mo to drink. How is it? The water temperature. It's appropriate. At 3:30, Lin Jinghua prepared to go to school. The weather was still a little cold in March. He wore a black down jacket, put a red envelope in his pocket, put on his shoes, and went to school. Lin's mother was also about to get off work. When she was walking downstairs to the teaching building, a classmate saw her. Lin's mother smiled and greeted. Lin Mo's mother was Liang Shuiyuan, a physics teacher in an ordinary high school, and she only taught 2 classes. Then, she walked out of the school gate, saw Lin Jinghua, and walked towards him. Have you prepared the red envelope? I prepared it. $2,000 in total. You just got your salary last month and you spent it all on Shoma buying nutritional supplements. There were only $200 or $300 left at home. I didn't touch it. I withdrew all the money from my bank card. Okay, let's go to the hospital. So, the two of them started taking a taxi to the hospital. Yi Ziyuan usually gets off work at 5 o'clock, so we have to wait for more than an hour for everyone to arrive. As for Yi Yao, she is a surgeon. Sometimes her work is easy and sometimes it is very busy. She was a little busy today, so she said hello to Yi Yan in advance in the morning and told him that she was a little busy today and would not go over. Yi Yan understood his sister very well and didn't complain at all about her not coming. Not long after, Lin's father and mother arrived. Lin Mo looked at his parents coming. Dad, Mom. Lin's father and mother were pleased to see that Lin Mo was in good condition. Lin Mo also told them that his baby had pooped after feeding today, but now both babies were fast asleep. At around 5 o'clock, Ye's father also came. Ye's mother finally waited for him to come. Unable to contain herself, her little hands took out a red envelope from her pocket. Everyone gathered together, and Yi Yao's absence did not seem to affect the joyful gathering. She held a red envelope lightly in her left hand. Xiaomo, you've worked hard. This red envelope carries the love and care of uncle and auntie, and is given to you and your baby. Please accept it. Before Lin Mo could calm down, on the other side, Lin's mother also handed over her red envelope. Red envelope again. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Daughter, this is the blessing that Mom and Dad have given to our 2 lovely granddaughters. Please accept it. Yi Yan was also stunned. It was another red envelope. The two of them didn't know what to do for a moment. However, since they were their parents after all, they could still accept it, and they both thanked them in unison. At around 7 o'clock, Ye's father and mother and Lin's father and mother returned home one after another, leaving only Yi Yan and Lin Mo. Yi Yan, I'm in bed, it's not convenient for me. Please open the red envelope and see how much money is inside. Yi Yan began to open the red envelopes. He opened the one given by his parents first. After counting, he found there were about 1,000 yuan in it, but there was also a bank card and a note inside. The content inside was, Xiaoyan, this bank card is given to you in Xioma, and the password is your birthday. Yi Yan was very touched when he saw the note. Although his parents always criticized him, they always supported him at critical moments. The house he and Lin Mo lived in was bought by his parents. He opened the red envelope given by Lin Mo's parents and counted it, a total of 2,000 yuan. All in all, I had $3,000 and a bank card. Xiao Mo, what are you going to do with this money? Deposit it first. When I'm discharged from the hospital, we'll check together to see how much money is in this bank card. Okay. At this time, the two babies woke up and started crying loudly. Oh. My two precious daughters, please stop crying. These two babies really made Yi Yan laugh and cry. Chapter 6: The Meaning of Names. Oh, Yi Yan. Lin Mo murmured, with a hint of sadness in his tone. What makes you so sad? Yi Yan turned around, his eyes revealing deep concern. Have you decided on names for our two children? Lin Mo gently stroked the sleeping baby in his arms, his eyes revealing endless tenderness, but he could not hide the anxiety in his heart. Well, indeed. We haven't had time to name the children yet. Yi Yan's eyes were full of love as he gazed at the adorable pair of babies, as if they were the most precious treasures in his life. Let's choose a name for the children today. Lin Mo suggested. She knew the importance of names to children and was eager to find a suitable name for them. Then, how should we name it? Yi Yan pondered for a moment, but still found it difficult to speak. Yi Mei, Yi Li, do you like it? Lin Mo tried to say. She felt that these two names were concise and easy to remember, and they also sounded quite charming. Too ordinary and lacks characteristics. Think about it again. Yi Yan shook his head slightly. He believed that the name should better highlight the uniqueness of the children. So, how about this name? Yi Yan pondered and finally came up with a name, but as soon as he finished speaking, he felt that it was not enough. During the discussion, Yi Yan and Lin Mo expressed their opinions, but they always felt that they were not satisfactory. Naming the baby turned out to be a difficult problem. It's not that the two of them lack academic qualifications, but that as parents they attach great importance to this matter. After all, the name will follow the child throughout his life, so how can they just treat it hastily? They have to be like Jia Dao Twikeo. As the night deepened, Yi Yan became anxious, not because of the difficulty in naming the babies, but because the babies kept making trouble, either with wet diapers or pooping. Not only should you wipe your babies but also wipe it with warm water to avoid hurting their delicate skin. Yi Yan was very careful, fearing that he might accidentally hurt the child. In the middle of the night, the little boy in the next bed was crying non-stop, but Yi Yan was exhausted and the noise had no effect on him. After yawning repeatedly, he fell into a deep sleep on the hard wooden chair. Lin Mo looked at Yi Yan's deep love for the children, and her heart was filled with pride. She looked forward to the future, a happy life of herself, Yi Yan and the children. Although she had no fixed job, under Yi Yan's care, she felt the responsibility and commitment of a husband and father. Although Yi Yan often said he was tired, she knew that he was willing. She waiting for the time when she was discharged from the hospital, and when the children could be independent, she would find a stable job, and she believed that Yi Yan would do the same. They were no longer young students, but new parents. In the afternoon, Ye's mother came to visit and also thought that the children should be named. The three of them sat together, but still couldn't decide. At this time, the nurse handed over a list. Please bring your ID card, marriage certificate, and household registration book to window number 6 on the first floor to apply for a birth certificate for your baby. Apply as soon as possible so that you can get vaccinated. Before anyone could come up with a name, Ye's mother had an idea and suggested, Yi Yan, why don't you ask Zhang Wei for help? He's a Chinese teacher and will definitely be able to come up with a good name. Yi Yan immediately contacted Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was sitting in a quiet corner of the office, with no classes to interrupt him, when the ringing of his cell phone gently broke the silence in the room. He moved very quietly, not wanting to disturb his colleague's rest, so he moved quietly to the door alone and picked up the string of jumping notes. Zhang Wei immediately agreed after hearing this. Let me think about it and I'll give you an answer later. Jiang Wei thought for a while and remembered that Yi Yan once said that his wife Lin Mo liked to eat apples and lemons, so he decided to name the eldest daughter Yi Chuping and the second daughter Yi Chuning. He immediately sent the second baby's name to Yi Yan via WeChat. When Yi Yan heard the news, he was overjoyed. The character, with a single person standing next to it, has a special meaning. It means that the child has noble character and good behavior. It's indeed a good name, which is both pleasant to the ear and contains cultural heritage. Ye's mother praised it highly. She felt that the name was not only nice to the ear, but also quite meaningful. Xiao and Mo, what do you think? If you are satisfied, we will decide on the name. Yi Yan looked at Lin Mo expectantly, hoping that she would also like these two names. Very satisfied, Jiang Wei really has good intentions. Lin Mo nodded with a smile. She felt that these two names were in line with her expectations for the children. From now on, the eldest daughter will be called Apple, and the second daughter will be called Lemon. Yi Yan's eyes were gentle, as if his daughters could also feel his love, and he opened his eyes slightly. There is no time to lose, Yi Yan, go and get the birth certificate. I will stay here to take care of Xiaoma. Ye's mother urged. She knew the importance of getting a birth certificate and hoped that Yi Yan could get it done as soon as possible. Yi Yan went away in response and came back soon. Lin Mo also began to caress the baby, Apple, Lemon, Apple, Lemon. She called the children's names softly with a happy smile on her face. Ye's mother peeled apples for Lin Mo, and the matter of naming the child was settled in laughter, and Yi Yan felt relieved. Yi Yan, I will repay you for this favor in the future. Lin Mo said gratefully. She knew that Jiang Wei had spent a lot of thought on naming the children. Of course, Brother Wei, I will host a banquet to honor you for your help. Yi Yan patted his chest, indicating that he would definitely thank Jiang Wei very much. This was Yi Yan's biggest concern. He had been thinking hard but couldn't come up with a perfect answer. Jiang Wei gave a perfect answer in just a moment. As night fell, the parents of the Yi family and the Lin family gathered together. Yi Yao also came to visit because of his easy work. Good names, really good. Lin's mother said happily. She felt that these two names were very creative and also fit the characteristics of the children. Ye's father and Lin's father also praised their granddaughter's name. They felt that Yi Yan and Lin Mo must have put a lot of thought into giving the children such good names. Ye's mother said to Yi Yao, Yi Yan asked Jiang Wei to name the two children. If you have a child in the future, let Jiang Wei name him as well. She felt that Jiang Wei was very good at naming and hoped that Yi Yao could ask him for help in the future. However, Ye's mother's implication was that she hoped Yi Yao could marry Jiang Wei. Let's talk about it later. I'm not a mediocre person. Although I'm not a teacher, I'm just as good a surgeon. Yi Yao smiled slightly. Although she was very grateful for her mother's kindness, she felt that she was also capable of giving her child a good name. Ye's mother asked with concern, Yao, why are you here after dinner? She knew that Yi Yao worked hard and was worried that she didn't eat well. That's right, malatang. Yi Yao replied. She felt that malatang was a good choice because it was convenient and delicious. Eat less spicy hot pot, it will make you fat. Ye's mother said with some concern. She hoped that Yi Yao could maintain a good figure. Mom, I know. If it was really harmful, why would I eat it? Yi Yao was extremely intelligent and everything she said was logical. She was always favored by her teachers and her family had never made her parents angry. The only regret is that there is no good match yet. Ye's mother is anxious and secretly plans to bring Yi Yao and Jiang Wei together, hoping that they can find their own happiness as soon as possible. Father Yi saw his mother's concern, smiled gently, and comforted her. Wife, fate will come naturally, don't be anxious. His words revealed a calmness and confidence. Chapter 7, Every family has its own problems. More than an hour later, Yi Yao prepared to return home. However, Ye's mother stopped her. Let your dad drive you back. Okay, Mom. Well, Yi Ziyuan, the weather is a bit cold, you go down and warm up the car first. Father Yi always listened to Mother Ye's words, and immediately went downstairs to warm up the car. After the car started, he felt the warmth inside the car, so he called Mother Yi and Yi Yao to come downstairs. Well, mother-in-law, father-in-law, Yao, and I will leave first. Okay, bye. After saying goodbye, Ye's mother and Yi Yao got into the car. In the car, Ye's mother began to talk to Yi Yao, while Ye's father remained silent and concentrated on driving. Yao, your brother has been promoted to a father, aren't you worried about your own affairs? Yi Yao was a little impatient after hearing this. She kept repeating the same thing every time her mother talked to her. It was no wonder that she was angry. Anyone who was repeated like this would be annoyed. "Oh, Mom, I understand your thoughts. But I also hope you won't interfere too much in my affairs. Marriage is not a joke, and love doesn't just come easily." "Well, but..." Yi Ziyuan, who was usually taciturn when driving, interrupted at this moment. "Okay, Hongying, there's no need to say more. The child has her own plans for marriage. Let's not put pressure on her." "Well, Dad, Mom, I'm leaving first. If I'm not busy tomorrow, I will also go to visit Yi Yan, Lin Mo, and my 2 nieces." "Well, bye, daughter." Dad got out of the car to talk to her. "Daughter, your mother has always been like this, you don't have to. Don't worry too much about marriage. Dad, believe in your daughter, she will definitely find true love." "Well, Dad, I will get married one day, and you will become a grandfather one day. Bye, daughter." At night, Ye's father had already gone to bed, but Ye's mother couldn't sleep. She knew her daughter's personality, she was competitive and very independent. Yi Yao's parents gave her living expenses for college every year, and she always got a lot of money every year. She never spent money lavishly. There were only a few clothes in her closet, a few skirts in the summer, and a few sweaters and down jackets in the winter. And the closet was very tidy. In her second year of work, she bought a house of over 70 square meters with full payment. Her salary was very high and her boss admired her very much. This is because she has been independent since she was a child. In her school class, she was the class monitor appointed by the head teacher. She managed the class while studying, and she did an excellent job. Most conflicts among students in other classes were handled by teachers, but when conflicts occurred among students in her class, she was the one who handled and mediated them. She was very popular in the class and received unanimous praise from everyone. After Yi Yao came out of the shower, he put on his new clothes and prepared to lie down on the bed to sleep. But she couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard she tried. Although she sometimes felt that her mother was annoying because she kept nagging her to get married. But, when she thought about it carefully, she realized that she was right. She was already 26 years old and should have a partner and children. After all, my conditions are not bad. I have a stable job, I am good looking, and I know how to live my life. She has many shining points. She recalled that today Ye's mother said that Zhang Wei had chosen the names of the 2 babies. In fact, Zhang Wei left a good impression on her. He was dignified and had a special temperament. He was definitely not a scumbag or a hypocrite. Although she has little contact with Zhang Wei, she still thinks Zhang Wei is a good person. On the other hand, Yi Yan saw that Father Lin seemed to be worried. Indeed, Father Lin had always been like this, unable to keep a straight face. Finally, Father Lin couldn't hold back any longer. "Xiao Yi, you and your aunt should go out for a while. Lin Mo and I have something to discuss." Yi Yan knew the situation very well and dodged immediately. Lin Xingwa saw that Yi Yan and Lin's mother had left and the 2 babies were asleep. He didn't dare to speak loudly, so he leaned over to Lin Mo's ear. "Xiao Mo, your husband knows that you gave birth to a child, but he didn't pay a cent. This guy really makes me angry. He is such a snob." "Dad, don't be angry, what's going on?" "Your uncle has always been a snob. He only associates with people who are useful to him. On the day you became pregnant and the child was born, I took a video and posted it in our family group. Many people congratulated me, but your uncle just turned a blind eye and turned a deaf ear. When others sent messages, he even replied. Hey, Dad, you know who my uncle is, so why should you be angry with him?" "Yes. But my resentment towards him has accumulated little by little. He has been a pushover since he was a child. Now I don't even consider him as my real brother. Xiao Mo, remember this, in the future, you should not go to his son's wedding or birth, nor give him your blessing, and you should not give him a penny." Not only did he not bless me, he also told others that I was pregnant before marriage. Others asked me if this was true. When I asked who told me that, he said your uncle Lin Jinshan. "Uncle, how can you be so cruel to make up a rumor that I was pregnant before marriage? I am not married, but Yi Yan and I are legally married. Your mother couldn't get over it, so she argued with your uncle. She called your uncle and scolded him. Well, my mother scolded my uncle just to vent my anger. Your uncle loves to feel superior to others. He thinks I am incompetent. I am a truck driver and he is a civil servant. When he sees me, he acts condescending and arrogant. He has never looked up to me as a person. Dad, Uncle has not treated our family as human beings these years, so there is no need for you to bother with him. If he doesn't want to give me a gift, then don't give me one. My third uncle and fourth uncle both gave me a red envelope of 200 yuan. I asked Yi Yan to show me the phone where I received it. Yes, your third uncle and fourth uncle treated you well, but among the four of us there was this scum, Lin Jinxiang. His son got into Tsinghua University, so he boasted about it and told everyone he met that his son got into Tsinghua University. Then he mocked you for your poor academic performance and said that his son was ugly, otherwise he wouldn't even have a girlfriend when he was almost 30. Although Lin Chang was very good at studying, I couldn't agree with his personality. When I went to his house as a child, he hid his toys everywhere. Moreover, he was arrogant and rude. No, I went to his house for dinner. Your aunt cooked very little, not even enough to fill my stomach. Since then, whenever your uncle organized a dinner, I would make all kinds of excuses to refuse. I was really afraid that they would disgust me. Well, anyway, I've never contacted Lin Chang. Not to mention his WeChat, I don't even know his phone number. Dad, I promise I won't contact him in the future. Yeah, me too. Even though your mom scolded your uncle, I think what your mom did was right. Because of your uncle's false accusation against you, your mom couldn't sleep all night last night. Oh, my uncle is really. Forget it, don't mention him. Dad, you and Mom should think about something happy. Dad, you are the first grandfather among the four brothers. After hearing this, Lin Jinghua burst into laughter. Dad, keep your voice down. Apple and Lemon are still sleeping. Don't wake them up. Lin Mo reminded. Okay, I'll keep my voice down. As the saying goes, every family has its own problems. The same is true for Yi Yan and Lin Mo's family. Chapter 8. Look, these two sisters. However, Yi Yan had other worries in his mind, and he and Lin's mother were waiting outside. Auntie, the doctor recommended that Apple and Lemon should be vaccinated. They have been born a few days ago, so it's time for them to be vaccinated. Let them get the injections, and let Lin Mo's father go with them. The two babies are indeed very tired, and Xiao Yi is also quite exhausted. The two babies woke up, but they had no idea what would happen to them after waking up. Lin's father happened to be with them. Dad, he needs to take the two babies to get vaccinated. You can come with him and help take care of them. Okay, I'll go call Yi Yan now. Lin's father called Yi Yan over, and Yi Yan took the two babies to get vaccinated, and Lin's mother also asked Lin's father to go with them. There were only a few people queuing up at night, and soon it was the turn of the two little girls, Apple and Lemon. The baby's birth certificate. Please show it. Excuse me, what kind of vaccine are we getting? Hepatitis B vaccine and BCG vaccine. Do we need 2 injections? Yi Yan frowned and looked at his precious daughters. His eyes were fixed, but his heart ached. The female doctor completed the registration on the computer. Pick up Yi Chuping and sit her on the chair. Yi Yan picked up Debeo, and she stared at the female doctor blankly. Seeing the needle, Yi Yan frowned. Hold on tight and don't move. It will be over soon. As soon as the words fell, the female doctor gently supported the baby's delicate arm and slowly inserted the needle. Lin Jinghua, as a grandfather, gently stroked her bow. Don't be afraid, little girl, this is something everyone has to go through. If you don't get the injection, you will easily catch a cold and get sick in the future, and you will need an injection then. The situation will be more serious than this, and you will have to inject your buttocks. Wow, the slight pain made Debeo's facial features twisted and he cried out. Don't cry, Debeo. Daddy and Grandpa are here with you. Debeo is really smart. The injection is just a passing cloud. The new father gently coaxed the daughter in his arms. Okay, press lightly on the injection site. The female doctor pressed the cotton swab lightly on the injection site. Just like after finishing an infusion after a cold, you need to use a cotton swab to stop the bleeding. Clear. Then, the female doctor lifted Debeo's other arm and inserted the needle again. Apple cried again. Hold here. Yi Chunning. Lemon was extremely strong. She just hummed softly during the injection and did not cry. Her little hand tightly grasped Yi Yan's hand. Wow, Erbo is awesome, even stronger than her sister. Erbo is not stupid at all, she is very smart. Daddy was wrong, he shouldn't have called you stupid. After the doctor completed the injection, he reminded Yi Yan that the second dose of vaccine should be given 28 days after the baby is born. Lin Jinghua observed that the two little ones reacted very differently to the injection. One cried, the other was strong. He recalled that when he was a father, Lin Mo did not cry when he was vaccinated. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years have passed. He has become a grandfather, and Lin Mo has become a mother. Lin Mo was overjoyed to see Yi Yan and his father returning with their two daughters, but he saw that Apple was still crying while Lemon seemed calm. Oh, how could the apple be so resistant? Look at the lemon, how strong it is. Ha, Lemon is almost as strong as you were when you got the vaccine. You managed not to cry the whole time. Ah, Dad, yes, I am as strong as a lemon. Of course, just hug Apple. Look at my granddaughter crying like a pear blossom after rain. It hurts me to see her. After saying that, Father Lin handed the apple to Lin Mo. Lin Mo gently stroked Apple's forehead, and soon Apple stopped crying. However, Lemon became jealous when she saw this. Seeing that her mother only hugged her sister and not her, she started crying loudly. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh, so he handed the apple to Yi Yan and began to stroke Lemon's forehead again. Yi Yan patted Apple's little butt and said, Apple, don't cry. Father Lin and Mother Lin wanted to leave some space for Lin Mo and Yi Yan to be alone. After Father Lin finished talking with Lin Mo, he prepared to leave. Well, Yi Yan, we'll take our leave first. Xiao Mo and the baby will be left to you. Don't worry, uncle and aunt. The apple had just calmed down for a moment, but the lemon started crying again, which really gave Yi Yan and Lin Mo a headache. When Lemon stopped crying, Lin Mo called Yi Yan. Yi Yan, it's time to feed the children. Okay, then feed Lemon first, she's in bed. Can. This time, Lemon was fed first, but Lemon still hadn't mastered the breastfeeding technique and was still groping with Yi Yan's help. Little Lemon, when will you learn to feed yourself and no longer rely on your father's help? Yi Yan couldn't help but sigh. The lemon was finally full, and now it was the apple's turn. Apple was like a clever elf and soon learned to drink milk. After eating and drinking, the two little babies slept quietly in their own little beds like little angels. Yi Yan took a short break, however, the two little devils Apple and Lemon didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Apple started crying again, and soon after, Lemon started crying too. The cries of the two people rose and fell, like a symphony, leaving Yi Yan and Lin Mo feeling helpless. However, Yi Yan already had experience. Wife, they probably pooped again. As soon as Yi Yan finished speaking, he began to change diapers for the two little ones. Like a professional nurse, Yi Yan carefully changed Apple's diaper. The smell was like a pungent storm that hit him, but he endured the stench like steel and finished changing Apple's diaper. After gently placing Apple back in the crib, he immediately started changing Lemon's diaper. The smell of lemon was like a poisonous fog, suffocating people, but Yi Yan still endured it firmly. After changing her, he put her back in bed with a sense of relief. Alas, the road to raising a child is harder than climbing to the sky. Yi Yan let out a long sigh, feeling that taking care of the baby was more difficult than wandering around in the Canyon of Kings. Hubby, you've worked hard during this period. Once I'm discharged from the hospital, you'll be able to relax. Hang in there. Okay, wife. Yeah, I love you, husband. I love you too, honey. The two began to show their love to the two little ones whose diapers had just been changed, while the two little ones looked helpless. However, Yi Yan has been very busy these days, and the two little treasures have made him exhausted. Every day, she has to bring water to Lin Mo, help feed the babies, change their diapers again and again, and coax the two little ones together with Lin Mo. Yi Yan felt that he was not like a father at this moment, but more like a confinement nanny. No, he should be called Mr. Confinement Nanny. He was so exhausted these days that he didn't even have time to pay attention to messages on his phone. He just joked with old friends occasionally, but he really wasn't in the mood for that now. The two little treasures were enough to give him a headache, so he had no time to care about others. Chapter 9 Seedlings from Tsinghua University and Peking University. Lin Mo saw that Yi Yan was very tired these 2 days, and she really wanted to help him. However, Yi Yan never asked her for help, and she really wanted to be discharged from the hospital, return home, and take care of her two daughters with Yi Yan. The pregnant women next to them couldn't help but praise Yi Yan for being a good husband and a good father. Oh, it would be great if my child's father was like your boyfriend. He is busy with social activities every day. He only came on the day I was about to give birth. Later, my mother and sister helped me. Your husband is earning money for the baby's milk powder, why don't you ask for help? Don't you think so? Yi Yan replied humorously, making the woman next to him laugh. At this time, the nurse suddenly informed the woman next to her that she could be discharged from the hospital. Really? That's great. I'd been waiting for this day for a long time. Son, you can go home with mom. But you should pay attention to your diet at this stage. The lighter the better. Oh, I have to go home and recuperate after giving birth. The woman sighed. The woman called her sister, and her sister came over and took the handsome boy away with her. I'm leaving, sister. I hope you can be discharged from the hospital soon. As Lin Mo witnessed others being discharged from the hospital, his heart that was eager to be discharged became more and more restless, as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Yi Yan also knew how eagerly Lin Mo wanted to be discharged from the hospital at this moment. So, he decided to ask the doctor on behalf of Lin Mo. Doctor, how long will it take for Lin Mo to be discharged from the hospital? The doctor replied, about 5 to 7 days, it depends on your physical condition. You need to stay in the hospital for at least 5 days to observe the healing of the incision. I see. Thanks, doctor. Xiao Mo, don't worry. You can be discharged from the hospital in 2 more days at most. By then, we can return to our warm home with our 2 lovely babies. Lin Mo accepted it with great joy. Although she had long been tired of this place, with Yi Yan accompanying her day and night, she no longer felt lonely. Even the woman in labor in the next bed was envious of her. Yi Yan, when we get home, we'll give the baby a bath, set up a crib, buy some milk powder, clothes, pants, socks, shoes, etc. We have to prepare everything. Okay, wife, just tell me what you want me to do. Lin Mo was successfully amused by Yi Yan, and Yi Yan planned to ask his mother to arrange these things. Ye's mother has also retired, and the reason why she has not been here recently is because she listened to Ye's father's advice. Ye's father said that this is a good opportunity for Yi Yan to train himself, and asked her not to interfere too much. She also felt that what Father Lin said was right, so she went there every 2 or 3 days. She couldn't help but go to see him because she really missed her granddaughter. The same goes for Lin's father. Although he always wants to visit his 2 granddaughters, he wants Yi Yan to understand the responsibilities of being a father during this time and hopes that he can become the pillar of the family. Yi Yan called his mother. Hello, Mom, the doctor said Xiaomo will be discharged from the hospital in 2 or 3 days. Please buy us 2 cribs now, and then we can let Apple and Lemon live in them when they get home. Okay, when Lin Mo comes back she will need to recuperate after giving birth, so I will take care of her and you can take care of my 2 granddaughters. I'm going to buy 2 cribs myself now. Well, Mom, you can buy clothes, pants, shoes, socks and other things for the 2 babies. I'll transfer the money to you. No, I'm spending money on my own granddaughter, what's wrong with that? That's it, hang up now. Although Yi Yan transferred money to his mother, she immediately returned the money after seeing it. He knew that he could not beat his mother, so he simply let his mother spend the money. Yi Yan looked at the 2 babies and said, You know, your grandma is so good to you. Don't forget to repay her when you grow up. The 2 babies were relatively quiet today, which gave Yi Yan some free time, but he was still worried. Oh, the baby is really quiet today, only crying a few times. It would be great if he could always be so obedient. It would make me, an old father, worry less. In the afternoon, Lin Mora fed the 2 babies as usual. This time, Apple still made Jixing worry-free and did not drag his feet. After eating, she went down obediently. In the past, when she saw her sister feeding, she had no emotions at all. Except for crying when getting injections, there was nothing for Yi Yan to worry about. When it came to Lemon's feeding, Yi Yan used a trick. Whenever her sister Apple was feeding, Yi Yan would pick her up from the crib and wait until her sister had finished feeding before she would feed. This formed a subconscious habit in her, making her learn to breastfeed like her sister. Look, the elder sister can now drink milk. Can our little Lemon give Mom and Dad a surprise? We know our little Lemon is the best. Come on. Little Lemon did not disappoint them. She learned to breastfeed and no longer needed Yi Yan to help her breastfeed. For Yi Yan, this was a cause for celebration. Now she is no slower than her sister in feeding, and sometimes even faster than Zhao Pinghua. Yi Yan, you see, little Lemon isn't that stupid. I feel like she eats faster than little Apple. Haha yes, I feel she has a bright future. The disciple surpasses the master. But little Apple just stared at the 2 of them, as if she knew her parents were praising her sister. Our little Apple is even better. She acts like a big sister. I think my little apple will be a potential student at Tsinghua University or Peking University in the future. After saying that, Yi Yan picked up little apple's hand and clapped it, congratulating his baby for his future success. But Lin Mo was not satisfied. She felt that Yi Yan's teaching method was wrong. He couldn't praise this one and ignore that one. Then ignore this one and praise that one. It seems that both babies have been offended. When it comes to educating twin daughters, you should treat them equally. Lin Mo wanted to speak for Erbao. Our little lemon has a strong learning ability. If her sister can get into Tsinghua University or Peking University, our little lemon will definitely be able to do it in the future. In fact, as parents, they never aim too high and are not the kind of parents who want their daughter to become a successful person. The best thing to do is to educate their children well first. Just like Lin Changyi, he is good at studying, but his arrogant attitude is disgusting. One time, Lin Mo and Lin Chang appeared at a dinner party. Lin Mo didn't want to repeat her father's mistakes. She didn't want to make things too awkward with Lin Chang, so she took the initiative to greet him. However, Lin Chang was too disdainful to pay attention to her and remained silent, like a mute. Afterwards, when Lin Mo came back from the bathroom, someone asked Lin Chang why he ignored Lin Mo. Lin Chang said, "My dad said Lin Mo has no future, so don't say anything to her and just leave her aside." Lin Mo was very sad after that incident. Although her uncle treated her badly, she felt that he was her uncle and Lin Chang was Lin Chang. However, she came to her senses after this incident. And she hated her uncle Lin Jinxiang. She remembered a saying, "If a son is not taught well, it is the fault of the father." Lin Jinxiang did not educate his children well. She now has her own children and does not want her children to be as arrogant and condescending as Lin Chang. She doesn't expect her two daughters to have excellent academic performance, but she insists that they learn to be good people. Chapter 10: A False Alarm. Lin Mo thought of her hideous cousin and became upset. But he saw Yi Yan teasing two babies over there, and the babies did not resist. It could be said that Yi Yan and the babies were having a lot of fun. When Lin Mo saw Yi Yan and the babies having a great time, she immediately stopped thinking about her cousin. Seeing Yi Yan and the two babies having fun, she also wanted to join in, but she was afraid that the strenuous exercise would cause the wound to split, so she restrained herself. Just stay here and rest. If something goes wrong, she doesn't want to be unable to be discharged from the hospital in a week. First, conserve your energy and then play with the baby like Yi Yan did. Lin Mo saw that it was almost time and planned to coax the child to sleep. "Yi Yan, the children should go to bed. Please coax them to sleep." Yi Yan made an okay gesture. He held an apple in his left hand and a lemon in his right hand, and the two little darlings were reluctant to let go. The two of them fell asleep on their own without Yi Yan's coaxing them to sleep, but if they continued like this on Yi Yan's arms, Yi Yan would feel uncomfortable. There was no choice, but Yi Yan could only carefully put the apple and lemon back into the crib. "Is the baby asleep?" Lin Mo asked Yi Yan in a soft voice. Yi Yan nodded, and the two of them felt relieved. Apple and lemon were particularly obedient today, and Yi Yan felt a lot more relaxed. The two babies woke up and continued to be obedient throughout the day without crying or making a fuss. However, throughout the day, they only burped and did not poop. Yi Yan opened the diapers of the two babies and found that they were very clean. Apart from the peeing, there was no smell of feces in the diapers at all. They usually poop every day, but they didn't today, which made Yi Yan and Lin Mo feel something was wrong. "Honey, the baby hasn't pooped all day, that's a bit abnormal." "Yeah, they usually poop a lot, do you know what happened today? Could it be that they are constipated?" "Don't worry, honey. It'll only take a day. Let's wait and see what happens." These days, when the babies wake up in the morning, Yi Yan will change the diapers of his two daughters by himself. Basically, every morning when he opens the diapers, he hears his two daughters pooping and spitting. This smell often made Yi Yan lose his appetite. Because he always had to change the baby's diapers, Yi Yan had a poor appetite. Yi Yan himself even felt that his face was a little haggard. However, Yi Yan would still take the trouble to change diapers for his two daughters and wash their buttocks. Although the smell was very bad, they were his daughters after all. How could Yi Yan dislike his own babies? But today he didn't smell that stinky smell. Yi Yan was not used to it. In order to make Lin Mo less worried, he joked with Lin Mo. "Wife, I'm a little uncomfortable with my two daughters not pooping today." "Haha, really? When the babies go to kindergarten, I will also go and change their diapers." Lin Mo was anxious, and she also knew that Yi Yan was anxious. But she didn't want Yi Yan to worry too much, so she made a few jokes to ease his nervous mood. As the day went by, Apple and Lemon were surprisingly well behaved, but that was also largely due to the fact that they didn't poop today, saving Yi Yan a lot of trouble. Yi Yan and Lin Mo both comforted themselves and said, "It's okay, it's just that the baby didn't poop today, he will definitely poop tomorrow morning." The next morning, Yi Yan and Lin Mo woke up very early. After waking up, they kept waiting for their two babies to wake up. Finally, the two babies slowly opened their eyes. Seeing the babies wake up, Yi Yan went straight to the point and opened the diapers of the two babies one by one. "Well, did they poop?" "No. No, I don't feel right. I'm going to find a doctor. You wait here and take care of the baby." Yi Yan is a new dad, and he would consult the doctor for many things he doesn't understand. Doctor, my two babies haven't had a bowel movement in a day. Is this normal?" It's normal for a baby to not have a bowel movement for a day, but you need to be alert to abnormal situations. Babies mainly feed on milk, so the amount of food residue is relatively small and the stool volume is relatively small, so they may not have a bowel movement for a day. This is mostly normal and does not require special treatment. If a baby does not defecate for a day and has difficulty defecating, vomiting, abdominal distension, and intermittent crying, you need to consider the possibility that something is wrong. The most common cause is constipation, which is mainly related to the stool being too dry and hard. It is recommended to massage the abdomen appropriately to help with defecation. If defecation is obviously difficult, it is recommended to use appropriate medication for symptomatic treatment, such as enema or lactulose. Some infants do not defecate for a day and vomit obviously. It is also necessary to be alert to the possibility of intestinal obstruction and intussusception, and abdominal ultrasound and imaging examinations are needed to clarify. When the condition is mild, it is recommended to stop eating and give intravenous fluids to maintain a stable internal environment. Most patients have a good prognosis. However, when the condition is severe, surgical treatment is required as soon as possible. "Okay, thank you, doctor." "Well, you haven't fed your baby today." "Yes, I haven't breastfed yet." "Watch it after feeding. Don't be in a hurry, young man." The doctor saw that Yi Yan was very anxious, and at the same time he also felt that Yi Yan was a competent father. Yi Yan is also an old acquaintance. During Lin Mo's hospitalization, Yi Yan ran around, asking him questions about this and that, and was particularly concerned about his two babies. When Lin Mo saw Yi Yan coming back, he hurriedly wanted to ask him what the doctor said. Yi Yan repeated to Lin Mo what the doctor had said to him, and told Lin Mo not to worry and to feed the two babies first. Lin Mo also calmed down. Yi Yan held the two babies up, and Apple and Lemon began to feed one after another. Later, Yi Yan heard the sound of the two babies crying, and smelled that familiar stench again. He felt that both babies had most likely defecated, so he changed their diapers and saw that they were covered in baby feces. Although the smell was very bad, Yi Yan was smiling and cheering because his baby was fine. He also let Lin Mo smell it, and Lin Mo pinched Yi Yan's arm angrily. "Oh! You are so disgusting and stinky. What are you trying to smell? You are crazy. Our baby is fine, it was just a false alarm, huh?" Yi Yan did not feel any pain and was still very happy. His smile and happiness infected Lin Mo, who was standing next to him. Lin Mo was happy to know that his baby was fine. "Mom knows that our baby is fine." Baby and mom are waiting to be discharged from the hospital together. She really wanted to kiss these two little cuties, but Yi Yan repeatedly warned her that kissing newborns would cause infection risks. She still focuses on her own and her baby's health. Yi Yan also realized from this incident that one should not panic when encountering things and should remain calm. He only wants to protect his wife and baby for the rest of his life. Even if the sky falls, he will hold it up. Yi Yan thought to himself, "No matter how chaotic the world is, I will give them a stable home. No one can hurt my family. I will do my best to protect them. Even if the road ahead is difficult, I will give them happiness. This is my lifelong responsibility." Yi Yan. Chapter 11 Countdown to Discharge. Father Lin was really bored staying at home today and wanted to go play a game of chess with his in-laws, but Father Yi had work to do. Lin's father is a loyal football fan. He has been watching football since the late 1990s, and his favorite team was the Galacticos of that era. At that time, Real Madrid was full of stars, and Zidane, Ronaldo, Figo, Beckham and Carlos were all his favorite players. He occasionally turns on the TV to watch football games, but the feeling has changed. He is no longer as obsessed as he was in the past. Father Lin and Mother Lin haven't visited each other very often during this period, and only visit occasionally. The two people had the same idea, which was to cultivate their son-in-law's ability to take care of the baby and their daughter. In the morning, Lin's father showed up. He had not taken any work during this period. Firstly, he had no way to find a job, and secondly, once he was busy, he would not be able to see his lovely granddaughter for several days. However, even though Father Lin was idle at home, he was by no means an idle person. He usually took care of all the household chores. At this moment, Lin's mother was teaching at school, and he stayed at home alone, tidying up the whole house. The house seemed like a spotless fairyland. Lin's father was very fond of cleanliness, and so was Lin's mother. Therefore, they taught Lin Mo from a young age that he must not place things randomly, but must keep them tidy and orderly. Therefore, on campus, although Lin Mo's academic performance was mediocre, her little world was extremely clean, which was a world of difference compared to some sloppy little girls. Influenced by the family atmosphere, Lin Mo always adheres to the principle of keeping herself clean and self-disciplined, and is able to get rid of arrogance. Apart from poor academic performance, she has no other flaws. When Yi Yan saw Lin's father, he immediately greeted him warmly, but he was secretly counting on his fingers. Lin Mo was about to be discharged from the hospital. She had stayed in the hospital for 5 days. There was no news from the doctor today, so it must be in the next 2 days. Father Lin loves his granddaughters very much and gently caresses their 2 little hands. The 2 babies are also particularly quiet at this moment. After all, their dad has changed their diapers, fed them, and made them pee and poop, so the 2 babies are as quiet as sleeping angels. My 2 granddaughters are as quiet as 2 pearls. They don't make any noise at all. Lin Mo and the other 2 are much more well-behaved than you were back then. Ha, Dad, was Lin Mo very naughty when he was a child? Hey, stop it. Naughty is used to describe boys, how can you describe a girl like me like that? How annoying. Yi Yan always liked to tease his wife, and Lin Mo often had verbal battles with him. Father Lin was watching with great joy. He did not think that Yi Yan was trying to make Lin Strange angry. Instead, he felt that this was a manifestation of their affection. Father Lin looked at the 2 little darlings and saw some movement. The 2 babies would occasionally make sucking movements with their mouths, which looked so adorable. Father Lin couldn't help but sigh, these are 2 really cute little babies. He quickly picked up his phone to record a video. Dad, Lin Mo will be discharged from the hospital soon. It will only take a day or 2. When my dad and aunt are done with their work, let's go to our house for a meal together. Okay, remember to call me when Lin Mo is discharged from the hospital. I'll go to the hospital with you to see her off. Well, I will definitely tell you the first day Lin Mo is discharged from the hospital. Father Lin had been here for the whole morning, and not wanting to disturb the young people's sweet time too much, he prepared to get up and leave. That Lin Mo Yi Yan, I'm going home first. Okay, goodbye uncle. I won't see you off. I still have to take care of Lin Mo and my 2 precious daughters. Then, Father Lin went home happily. Ye's mother hadn't come these days because she was busy buying things for Yi Yan and Lin Mo's little nest. Someone had installed the crib, and the baby's clothes, pants, shoes, and socks were all ready. What's more, Ye's mother took photos of all these things and sent them to Yi Yan, who was very satisfied. He trusted his mother's judgment so much that he felt at ease leaving these matters to her. Lin Mo was about to be discharged from the hospital, so he quickly called his mother to tell her the news. Hey, Mom, Lin Mo is about to be discharged from the hospital. We are getting ready to go home, so I called you to let you know. Okay, don't forget to call me when the time comes. Mother Yi was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. She couldn't wait to hug her 2 little granddaughters at home. She had been buying all kinds of nutritional supplements these days, waiting for Lin Mo to come home to recuperate after giving birth. The next day, the doctor didn't show up. But Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry at all. It was just a matter of 2 days, so why should he be in a hurry? As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Yi Yan was the same. He didn't take the initiative to find a doctor. He and Lin Mo just waited quietly to be discharged from the hospital. Lin's father and Ye's mother also knew it clearly. If Yi Yan didn't say today that Lin Mo was discharged from the hospital, he would definitely be discharged tomorrow. Yi Yan and Lin Mo didn't want to take a taxi back home. That was Yi Yan's plan. His father has a car, but Lin's father doesn't. Tomorrow, Ye's mother and Lin's father will come together, and there will be a family of 4 plus 2 babies. It will be a bit crowded if we take a taxi, as Lin Mo just gave birth and is still very weak. So he called his father. Hey, Dad, I think Lin Mo will be able to be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. The doctor also said that tomorrow will be the latest. That's great. However, although Daddy doesn't have to go to work tomorrow, he has to go on a business trip tonight. Daddy won't be able to see the two little babies tomorrow. Ah, Dad, do you need to drive when you go on business trips? What are you talking about, kid? What car do you drive on a business trip? I understand what you mean. You need my car, right? Wait for me. I'll go to the hospital and see you later. Look at my two granddaughters. Then Ye's father first went to his mother-in-law's house, handed his car keys to his father-in-law, and then went to the hospital to take a few looks at his two granddaughters before leaving. He was going home to pack his bags and go on a business trip for a few days. This was a sign of trust from his leader, and he would not refuse. After all, on her granddaughter's side, there was Ye's mother, Lin's father and mother, and Lin Yao's daughter. Moreover, Yi Yan had taken meticulous care of the baby and Lin's mother for nearly a week. Lin's father couldn't help but praise him, so he naturally felt relieved. Even though he was reluctant to leave his granddaughter, there was a high probability that he would get a salary increase after this business trip, so he had to go on this business trip no matter what. After a cup of tea, he packed his luggage and waited for his boss to pick him up at the airport. Ye's mother didn't care about him. These days, Ye's mother was busy buying things for the baby. Yi Yan and Lin Mo were not at home. Ye's mother took care of everything in their home. Ye's mother not only cleaned the house very well, but also placed the items neatly and orderly. However, she had to take care of both her and Yi Ziyuan's homes, and she did not complain. Although she was strong, she never complained, because the strong never complained about the environment. Yi Yan also told Yi Yao today that Lin Mo would be discharged from the hospital soon, but after careful calculation, Yi Yao realized that there was no room for her to sit down, so she found an excuse to delay, saying that a colleague wanted to invite her to dinner and she would go to his house to see the baby later. Yi Yan saw through Yi Yao's lies, but he didn't say anything. He understood his sister's thoughts. Babies who are 1 week old sleep about 18 to 20 hours a day. So, at night, the babies are very quiet. Lin Mo feeds them and Yi Yan changes their diapers after they poop. As night fell, the babies fell asleep quietly. Lin Mo and Yi Yan whispered to each other and then fell asleep. Lin Mo looked forward to the arrival of tomorrow, because she was about to say goodbye to the hospital and return to her warm home. Chapter 12 Homecoming March. When he woke up in the morning, Yi Yan was full of energy and spirit, without any trace of the haggardness he had before. After Yi Yan got up, Lin Mo also got up quickly. As usual, Yi Yan made Lin Mo a cup of warm water. Wife, now we are just waiting for the doctor to announce your discharge. Aren't you very happy and excited? Lin Mo smiled slightly. She was very excited and was about to leave here and return to her and Yi Yan's home. Looking at the two sleeping babies, Yi Yan couldn't help but pinch their faces. However, when Yi Yan's devil claws just stretched out, a pair of slender hands hit Yi Yan's hands fiercely. Yi Yan looked and saw that his hands were swollen from Lin Mo's beating. What's the big deal? Don't you just want to touch the two babies? My two daughters are sleeping now, I won't allow anyone to disturb them. This is the power of a mother. This is the first time Lin Mo protects her baby. She exerts amazing strength. But the target was her husband, Yi Yan, the father of their two babies. Just as Yi Yan was covering the hand that was hit and starting to scream, the female nurse appeared. It has been Lin Mo's 7th day in the hospital. The baby is 7 days old. At this time, Ye's mother and Lin's father and mother also came to the hospital. The doctor said that he would give Lin Mo a full body check before leaving. Yi Yan gently supported Lin Mo as he went through a series of physical examinations. The baby can be left in the care of the 3 elders with peace of mind. The ultrasound, vaginal ultrasound, and the like. After the examination, Wang Xinyue looked through the list and reminded, your physical condition has recovered well. Whether you go to the confinement center or stay at home, you must pay attention to your diet. If you don't take good care of yourself during the confinement period, it will easily cause the root of the disease. You can go through the discharge procedures at any time now. Lin Mo was finally able to be discharged from the hospital, and he was very excited. Lin Mo smiled, Dr. Wang, thank you, and thank you to all the beautiful nurses who stayed up all night to keep watch. With you here, I never worried about losing the baby. It happened that Wang Xinyue was sitting in the nurses' station, surrounded by nurses, so Lin Mo thanked the nurses as well. Wang Xinyue said, I added your husband's WeChat. If you feel uncomfortable or don't understand anything, you can ask me directly. Yi Yan also smiled, yes, thank you so much, Dr. Wang. Wang Xinyue called Dr. Li Zhihui over, and Yi Yan kept asking questions about the baby, and Dr. Li Zhihui answered them all patiently. If Yi Yan wanted to thank someone, he should thank Dr. Li Zhihui. When Yi Yan saw Li Zhihui, he was very friendly and immediately shook his hand. Doctor, I have always wanted to ask you a question. May I ask your name? Li Zhihui. Li Zhihui said in a sonorous and powerful voice. Brother Li, please add me on WeChat. I will definitely treat you to a meal when I am free. After saying that, Yi Yan sent the QR code of his WeChat to Li Zhihui. Li Zhihui didn't want to add him at first, but he was afraid that Yi Yan would nag in his ear, so he had to add his WeChat. Brother Li, you are such a kind-hearted doctor. Lin Mo couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he started to urge Yi Yan, saying to him, okay, Yi Yan, stop wasting time on Dr. Li, and go back to my bed quickly, pack up your things and go home, my dad, mom, aunt, and baby are all waiting there. Okay, wife. The three elders were very happy to see Yi Yan and Lin Mo come back. They asked about the situation, and when they learned that Lin Mo could be discharged from the hospital, they cheered, but they woke up the two sleeping babies. The two babies started crying non-stop. This was indeed everyone's negligence. Everyone was cheering for Lin Mo's discharge from the hospital, but they forgot about the second baby who was sleeping soundly. My dear babies, I'm sorry for waking you up. Please forgive your mother for once. We are so happy. We will take you home soon. Yi Yan handled the discharge procedures for Lin Mo's parents, and mother packed up Lin Mo's things and prepared to leave. Lin Mo held his two babies in his arms. They each did their job and came out soon. Father Lin took the car keys and started the car first. Yi Yan took all of Lin Mo's things, and Lin Mo just had to take care of the two babies. Open the trunk and put some things in it. Then Yi Yan was driven to the co-pilot seat, and Ye's mother and Lin's mother asked Lin Mo to go in first, with Ye's mother holding an apple and Lin's mother holding a lemon. After Lin Mo got into the car safely, Ye's mother and Lin's mother also got in with their babies. The two babies were crying loudly in the car, but no one was upset because they woke the babies up together. To be honest, they all felt a little guilty. My dear babies, I'm sorry for waking you up. Mom will make it up to you later. Lin Mo gently stroked his two daughters' foreheads. Soon, they were home. Lin Mo couldn't suppress a smile as he walked from the living room to the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. When Lin Mo returned home, she wanted to eat an apple first, but the two babies were still crying and the sound never stopped. Lin Mo, please comfort them first. They have been crying since they woke up. Liang Shuayuan gave orders to Lin Mo. As her mother, Liang Shuayuan was qualified to do so. The two babies were on the sofa. She put them in the cribs first and tried to find a way to stop them from crying. She had an idea and took two small blankets from the bedroom. It was a good idea to use a soft, thin, slightly elastic blanket or shawl to wrap the baby comfortably. So Lin Mo used two blankets to wrap the apple and lemon comfortably respectively. Be good, babies, don't cry. Lin Mo comforted them softly. This method is very effective. The baby stopped crying immediately and fell asleep soon after. Seeing the babies fall asleep quickly, Yi Yan couldn't help but praise Lin Mo, my wife is so smart. She stopped the two babies from crying in no time and put them back to sleep. I really admire you. Yes, he is much better than your father. As he said that, Lin Mo walked out of the bedroom and closed the door. The room was well soundproofed, so there was no need to worry about disturbing the babies. The two babies could sleep peacefully, which made Yi Yan and Lin Mo feel at ease. Lin Mo and Yi Yan were both sitting on the sofa. Father Lin brought the fruit plate over and said, "Daughter, eat the fruit quickly. Dad just washed them." In the warm living room, two kinds of fruits are quietly placed on the fruit plate. One is a large apple with a rosy color and an attractive shiny skin. The other is a bright yellow lemon, which can make people think of its sour taste just by looking at it. Yi Yan has always been considerate and caring. He noticed that Lin Mo's eyes were fixed on the apple, so he quickly fetched a sharp peeling knife from the kitchen and stood aside to peel the apple for Lin Mo with skillful movements. His fingers flexibly turned the apple, and with each movement of the knife, the apple skin was completely peeled off and rolled into a long spiral. Lin Mo took the peeled apple, took a bite, the juice overflowed, a satisfied smile bloomed on his face, and his eyes narrowed into crescents. But when her hand reached out for the lemon, Yi Yan was quick to stop her, his brows slightly furrowed, his eyes full of concern. Yi Yan, what are you doing? Do you want to be strangled again? Lin Mo pretended to be angry and said with a pout, but there was a bit of playfulness on his face. Can you eat lemon now? Yi Yan ignored her joke and asked seriously, with worry in his tone. Just when the two were in a stalemate, Ye's mother poked her head out from the kitchen, looked at the scene, and couldn't help but interrupt. Lin Mo can eat lemons, but you have to be careful to control the amount you intake. It's okay if you let her eat less. Ye's mother's tone was calm but with unquestionable authority. When Yi Yan heard this, although he was still a little worried, he did not dare to disobey his mother's words. He could only shrug helplessly and let go of her hand, muttering, "Then you must not eat too much." So, Lin Mo ate a lemon as she wished. As soon as she took a bite, the sourness made her face frown, but she still ate it with relish. At this time, Father Lin was wiping the table carefully with a rag, not leaving out any corner. After wiping, he picked up the mop and mopped the floor rhythmically. After finishing all this, he sat down on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. Ye's mother was in the kitchen, cleaning up the dishes in an orderly manner and wiping the stove spotlessly clean. Lin's mother was in the bathroom, carefully wiping the tiles and sanitary ware, not leaving out any stains. After Lin Mo finished eating the fruit, he suddenly felt a little urgent, so he hurried to the bathroom. When he got to the door, he saw his mother busy inside. Mom, come out first, I need to go to the bathroom," she said while knocking on the door. "Okay, daughter, go ahead," Lin's mother responded with a smile. After a while, she opened the door and walked out, putting the cleaning tools aside. In this lively scene full of life, everyone is busy with their own things, while Apple and Lemon are lying quietly in the crib. They are sleeping soundly with sweet smiles on their faces. No one disturbs them and they are immersed in their sweet dreams. Chapter 13 Loving Child. Ye's mother had already prepared the ingredients and bought lobster, ribs, chicken, garlic chives, sausages, and several pounds of pork, all of which were lean meat. Today, she wants to show everyone her superb cooking skills. She announced, "Everyone, today I will cook a few dishes for you to congratulate Xioma for being discharged from the hospital. I hope you will eat and drink well. Okay, I really want to taste the food that my mother-in-law cooks. How about it? Do we even need to taste it? It must be delicious. We're in for a treat today." Mother Lin directly praised Mother Yi. After hearing what Mother Lin said, Mother Yi smiled so happily that she couldn't stop smiling. "Mother-in-law, you have such a sweet mouth, just like honey." No, I'm just telling the truth. Ye's mother and Lin's mother have always gotten along well, partly because Lin's mother is good at talking and has never offended Ye's mother. Ye's mother was busy in the kitchen. Others wanted to help, but Ye's mother said that she didn't need anyone's help and that she could do it all by herself without anyone's help. Without washing the ribs, pour cornstarch into them and mix them evenly to absorb the impurities on the ribs. Mix them several times. Then pour in clean water and soak for 15 minutes, then rinse it clean. At this time, the blood in the ribs has been washed away, greatly reducing the fishy smell. Ye's mother said, "It is best to process the ribs before blanching them, such as soaking and scrubbing them to clean out the blood inside, and then blanch them. This way the meat will have no fishy smell and will be extremely tender." Then Yimu puts water in a pot, adds onion, ginger and cooking wine, puts the ribs into the pot with cold water, turns to high heat to boil the water, steams off the foam, and cooks for another 2 minutes. When the time is up, take it out and rinse it with warm water. Do not use cold water, as the meat will shrink when it is cold, and the texture will be dry and not tender when it is out of the pot. Wash it, take it out and drain the water for later use. Heat oil in a pan, add a handful of rock sugar, and cook over low heat until it melts. Then pour in the spare ribs and stir-fry until evenly colored. Pour in the onion, ginger, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and dried chili peppers and stir-fry until fragrant. Finally, pour in soy sauce and cooking wine and stir-fry until fragrant. Pour enough water to cover the ingredients, add soy sauce, turn the water to a boil and simmer on low heat for 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, take out the seasonings and cook over high heat until the sauce thickens. When the juice becomes thick, add salt and chicken essence and serve. These are the steps that Ye's mother follows to make spare ribs. Yi Yan is also very interested in cooking, after all, he plans to become a chef. He paid special attention to watching Ye's mother cook spare ribs, and wanted to cook spare ribs for his 2 daughters when they grew up. Then Ye's mother turned around and cooked lobster. She first processed the lobsters, cleaned the live lobsters with a brush, cut the middle of the lobster head, removed the dirt inside the lobster head, cut off the claws, patted the large claws with the back of a knife to make them easier to taste, then cut the lobster body along the grain, removed the shrimp thread, put the cut lobsters in a basin, washed them again, added ginger, poured in a little soy sauce, pepper, and rice wine, mixed well, marinated for 20 minutes, and set aside. Keep the chopped green onion, ginger, and garlic for later use. Beat the eggs, add a little salt, pepper and salt powder, starch, mix well and set aside. Heat the oil in the pan until it is 70% hot, then turn to low heat, coat the lobster meat with egg paste, fry it in the pan, turn it over frequently during the frying process, and it can be served after frying for about 5 minutes. Ye's mother is very capable. She has already made stir-fried meat with garlic chives and sausages. The only thing left is chicken. Yi Yan, call your sister first, oh yes. And Zhang Wei, call Zhang Wei to have dinner with us. Yi Yan made an okay gesture and called Yi Yao and Zhang Wei one after another. Sister, come to my house. Mom is cooking. Okay, I'll be there right away. Yi Yao agreed readily. Without further ado, he put on his clothes, looked in the mirror in the bathroom, combed his hair, and then took a taxi to Yi Yan's house. Brother Wei, do you have any free time now? Yes, what's the matter, Yi Yan? Lin Mo was discharged from the hospital today. My mother is cooking a delicious meal and invites you to taste it together. I wonder if you have had dinner, Brother Wei? Aye. Zhang Wei was extremely conflicted at the moment, not knowing whether he should go. He was alone at home and didn't know what to eat today, but he was too embarrassed to directly say that he wanted to go for a free meal. Seeing Zhang Wei's hesitation, Yi Yan thought that Zhang Wei had not yet eaten. If he had finished dinner, he would not be so hesitant, which proved that Zhang Wei was hesitant and uncertain. Oh. Brother Wei, I know you haven't eaten yet. Zhang Wei was a little dull at this time, completely lacking his usual agility, but he did not hesitate and agreed to go to Yi Yan's house for dinner. Indecision and hesitation were definitely not his nature. Yi Yan took a taxi, and Zhang Wei also took a taxi. Both of them do not have their own cars now, but with their financial strength, owning a car is only a matter of time. He has enough money, but he is single now, so he plans to buy a slightly more expensive car after he gets married. Yi Yan arrived at the community, and coincidentally, Zhang Wei also arrived at the community. The two looked at each other, both wanting to say something but stopping themselves. Neither of them wanted to continue this awkward atmosphere, so they said in unison, "Let's go upstairs first." Yi Yan and Lin Mo live on the 17th floor, which is a high-rise building, so they need to press the elevator button. Zhang Wei showed his gentlemanly manners and let Yi Yan press the elevator button first. Yi Yao thought to himself that Zhang Wei's upbringing was really excellent. Such an elegant man was exactly Yi Yao's ideal type. Yi Yao and Zhang Wei reached the 17th floor. Zhang Wei still gave way to Yi Yao and stood behind him, allowing Yi Yao to knock on the door. It was Yi Yan who opened the door. When he saw Yi Yao, he asked, "Sister, you are here. Have you seen Zhang Wei? I also invited him here. He should be here soon." Yi Yao blushed for some reason and said, he is behind me. But Yi Yan saw that his sister blushed, which was a very rare thing. Since he could remember, he had rarely seen his sister blush. However, he did not say anything because it would embarrass his sister. "Brother Wei, you're here too. Sit on the sofa for a while. My 2 daughters are asleep. Otherwise, I'd let you take a look at them." Zhang Wei said knowledgeably, "It's okay. Your 2 daughters are only 1 week old now. Basically, babies at this age spend most of their time sleeping." Yi Yao changed his shoes and Lin Mo greeted Yi Yao. Zhang Wei also changed his shoes and sat in a corner, looking down at his phone. "Lin Mo, it looks like you've recovered very well." "Well, I feel full of energy today." Yi Yan interrupted, "That's right, after all, she's been discharged from the hospital. She's very excited now." "You're so annoying. I want to pinch you again." "Then come on. Come and pinch me." Yi Yan and Lin Mo were having a lot of fun. Yi Yao couldn't help but smile. She also envied Lin Mo for having such a funny and humorous husband. Lin's father and mother were also very happy watching the couple playing and thinking how loving the 2 children were. Chapter 14: A Rich Family Dinner. Mother Yi's masterpiece is about to come out. In just 20 or 30 minutes, all the dishes will be ready. Even though Zhang Wei was sitting in the corner, he could still smell the fragrance of the food Ye's mother was cooking. After all, Ye's mother's cooking skills were amazing. Mother Yi began to instruct Yi Yan. Yi Yan, don't sit on the sofa, the food is almost ready, hurry up and serve everyone. Okay, I'll serve everyone some food. Including Zhang Wei, there were 7 people in total. Yi Yan held 7 bowls, each of which was full of rice. However, seeing Yi Xingxing finish his meal, Zhang Wei was very considerate. He put his phone aside and helped him carry the meal to the large round table. Then, Yi Yao's father and mother also helped to bring the cooked dishes to the table. Lin Mo wanted to get up and help, but everyone unanimously refused, saying that he had just been discharged from the hospital and just needed to take good care of himself at home. After Ye's mother finished cooking these dishes, she took a video with satisfaction, and then everyone started eating. The dishes cooked by Ye's mother were delicious. Everyone was silent and started eating. Next to it was a large bottle of orange juice. It had always been like this in Yi Yan's family. Carbonated drinks and alcohol almost never appeared on the table. Yi Yao drinks occasionally, and Yi Yan drinks, but he doesn't know when he last drank. Ye's mother said that drinking can easily damage the liver and stomach. Even Ye's father rarely drinks, he just smokes on the balcony and has no bad habits. Yi Yao and Yi Yan drank before, but they avoided their mother, including Ye's father, because if their mother knew, she would be angry with them. They couldn't afford to offend their mother. Yi Yan, don't just take care of yourself, add more dishes to Xiaomo. Seeing Yi Yan wolfing down his food, completely ignoring his wife, Ye's mother spoke up for Lin Mo. Yi Yan, don't just think about yourself, take care of your wife too, and peel some prawns for her first. She can't eat anything else, but she can still eat prawns in moderation. Although Lin Mo couldn't eat greasy food like pork ribs because she was pregnant, she could still eat some sausages and prawns. No one took extra prawns and sausages, leaving them for Lin Mo. Yi Yan obeyed his mother's words and put down his chopsticks to peel shrimp for Lin Mo. Lin's father also took good care of his wife and picked up ribs and chicken for Lin's mother. Yi Yao sat with Zhang Wei. They were both very embarrassed, so they ate less. Yi Yao was thirsty and poured water to drink. She accidentally spilled it on the sleeve of Zhang Wei's clothes, and her face turned red again. Ye's mother reacted quickly. She didn't go to eat, she took the toilet paper from the coffee table and wiped Zhang Wei's sleeves. Yi Yao apologized several times. Zhang Wei was not petty, he also quickly said it was okay. Zhang Wei, how about the food Auntie cooked? Is it delicious? Mother Yi wanted to divert Zhang Wei's attention. Delicious, delicious, Auntie makes delicious food. Well, Zhang Wei, if you like the food that Auntie cooks, come here more often and Auntie will cook for you. Ye's mother made no secret of her love for Zhang Wei, and she also noticed that Yi Yao was not in a good mood today. Besides, she had never seen him make mistakes when pouring water or eating, but Yi Yao not only made such a low-level mistake, but she also saw that Yi Yao's face was as red as a ripe persimmon. After this little episode, Yi Yao became more and more shy. She was not used to Zhang Wei eating next to her. It was not that she was against Zhang Wei, but she just felt uncomfortable and became more and more nervous. Yi Yao, how could you be like this? Why are you so afraid of Zhang Wei? He didn't do anything to you. Calm down quickly. You are a woman who is not afraid of anything. Although Yi Yao comforted himself in his heart, he still couldn't help but end up. Mom, I'm done eating. I'm going home first. Okay, go back. Ye's mother was quite relaxed towards Yi Yao. Apart from nagging her, she never forced Yi Yao to do anything. To her, Yi Yao was less of a worry than Yi Yan. Yi Yao took a taxi home. After arriving home, she went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. She saw that her face looked like a ripe persimmon. She was shocked by the scene. After finishing his meal, Zhang Wei had no intention of staying here. Uncles and aunts, I'm leaving first. Zhang Wei, won't you stay a little longer? No, Auntie, I'm leaving now, no need to see me off. Well, when Yi Chuping and Yi Chunning wake up that day, Zhang Wei, you come and see the baby. Okay, no problem, I'm leaving. Zhang Wei also took a taxi, but he was sitting in the car with all sorts of thoughts in his mind, thinking about what happened between him and Yi Yao today. First, the two of them looked at each other without saying a word, and then the sleeves of his clothes on the dining table were wet by Lin Mo. He was not the petty-minded person who would just let it go, but the feeling that Yi Yao gave him was unprecedented. When they go home, they miss each other. No matter what they do, they can't get rid of each other's thoughts. In fact, their relationship has always been average, and they don't even have a WeChat account. At Yi Yan's house, everyone was almost done with dinner. Although everyone wanted to see the babies, they were afraid of repeating the mistake of this morning, so they all refused to look at the babies and no one opened the door of the room. Father Lin was a hard-working man. He started to clear the table by himself, put all the dishes on the sink, and started to wash them himself. Yi Yan wanted to help, but was rejected by Lin's father. No need, Yi Yan, just take good care of Lin Mo. I'm used to washing dishes after so many years. Okay, uncle, if you need help, be sure to find me. Lin's mother sat on the sofa and peeled an apple for her daughter. She knew that Lin Mo particularly liked apples and lemons, especially apples. After taking a video, Ye's mother posted it on WeChat Moments. When Lin's father, who was on a business trip, saw it, he was really envious. He even drooled at the sight. He really wanted the food cooked by Ye's mother. After dinner, Ye's mother went to another bedroom, closed the door and made a video call to Lin's father. Father Lin spoke first. How about it, eat and drink well? Father Lin said this with a smile, but he was actually crying in his heart. It was such a delicious family dinner and everyone was present, but he was delayed due to a business trip. That's right. You know better than anyone what my cooking tastes like over the years. Zhang Wei is here too. Today's Yao Yao state is completely different from the past. Really? What does your daughter look like? Tell me about it. During the meal, I deliberately arranged for Zhang Wei and her to sit together. However, after the two young people sat together, they ate very slowly and ate very little. Yi Yao even made a mistake in pouring water and spilled it all over Zhang Wei's sleeves. Is Zhang Wei angry? No, I don't think he is the kind of person who holds grudges. After the incident, they went home one after another. Olji, I think Yi Yao and Zhang Wei have a chance. I think they look like a good couple. That's true. According to what you said, Yi Yao and Zhang Wei are both very nervous and shy of each other. Well, Zhang Wei is a good kid. We have watched him grow up since he was a child. His father is very good at doing things, and he is also a good person. When Ye's father talked about Zhang Wei, Ye's mother also talked about Zhang Wei, and they talked non-stop, so Ye's father couldn't get a word in at all. Okay, Hongying, don't talk about it for now. Let's take a shower and go to bed. I heard they said it would take 3 to 5 days. When I return triumphantly, I will buy something for each of you. Okay, don't forget to buy things for your 2 granddaughters. Well, don't worry, I won't forget it. After saying that, Ye's father hung up the phone. Chapter 15, Sleepless Night. After washing the dishes, Mr. Lin stayed for a while and then invited Mrs. Lin to leave with him. Later, Lin's mother said to her baby daughter, "Daughter, Mom and Dad are gone." When Yi Yan heard his mother mention leaving, he handed his father's car keys to Lin's father and said, "Uncle, you might as well drive back now. My father will be back from a business trip in a few days, and I'm at home taking care of Xiaomo, so I don't need the car at all." Lin Mo also continued, "Yes, Mom and Dad, it's getting late. We have to take a taxi even if we go home. Why not save some money? Uncle has already filled up the tank before leaving, so you don't have to worry about the fuel at all." Seeing that their daughter actually asked them to drive home by themselves, Lin's father and mother had no choice but to do so. My son-in-law is considerate and thoughtful, not clumsy at all, and is a smart and hard-working young man. When Lin's parents drove home, they gave Yi Yan a thumbs up. They had full trust in Yi Yan, believed that he would become an excellent husband and father, and were full of expectations for his future. You have to be good at speaking. You can speak human words to human beings and devil words to devils. You have to speak official words to officials and business words to businessmen. You have to be well-rounded and thoughtful to be qualified for this position. Yi Yan is just like this. He is very impressive in the way he deals with people. At night, the two of them went back to the bedroom to sleep. Their master bedroom was large enough to accommodate 2 cribs. The most difficult thing about letting the baby sleep alone in the nursery is the psychological uneasiness, because if the baby has any problems, it is easier to observe them by their side. In addition, it is impossible for babies to sleep through the night every time. They will inevitably hum and groan while half asleep and half awake at night. At this time, if there is someone nearby who pats them gently a few times to comfort them, they will fall asleep again quickly and will not wake up completely and cry. When they grow up a little and can leave their mother and no longer rely on her, put them in the second bedroom. However, this is Yi Yan's plan, but he has to design the baby's rooms in the future. Now that Yi Yan thinks about it, it is really a headache. Honey, when our daughters grow up, what will we do if they still live in the same room like they do now? Will they be like 2 little fighting cocks, fighting all the time? I have to renovate that room, preferably with bunk beds, so that they can have their own little world. Well, let's talk about the future later. Let's take care of the present first. Oh, no, Yi Yan, I'm as sleepy as a koala. Don't talk to me for now. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he fell asleep like a koala. Yi Yan looked at Lin Mo's exhausted appearance and felt very uncomfortable. In the past week, these two little babies alone had made him exhausted. He urgently needed a good sleep to replenish his energy. As for Ye's mother, she found out that Ye's father was on a business trip after returning home, and it was boring for her to stay at home alone. Yi Yan asked his mother to stay and let her sleep in the second bedroom. Ye's mother readily agreed to stay. She thought that if the baby cried at night, she could help out and share some of the pressure on Yi Yan so that he could sleep peacefully. However, Ye's mother did not agree to sleep in the second bedroom, but insisted on resting on the sofa in the living room. Yi Yan did not strongly object. After all, the sofa bed he bought was spacious enough to accommodate two people. After putting it away during the day, the living room was still neat and tidy. And so, Ye's mother spent the night on the sofa. At night, the baby, who had slept for 15 or 16 hours, started crying like an alarm clock. The crying sounded like a devil's sound, echoing in the ears of Lin Mo and Yi Yan. This voice was very familiar to Yi Yan. It was like the alarm he set on his mobile phone. As soon as the baby cried, he would wake up immediately like a conditioned reflex. Ye's mother was also awakened from her sleep by the sound. She was not in the least bit grumpy about getting up, but walked straight to the master bedroom like a gust of wind. But she knew etiquette and would knock on the door even when it came to her son's room. She knocked gently on Yi Yan's door, and Yi Yan had been awakened by the crying of two babies. The babies kept crying, and Yi Yan was now at a loss. Although Lin Mo was very sleepy, she woke up because the babies kept crying. Lin Mo gently stroked the two babies' hands without any complaint. She heard a knock on the door. Yi Yan, it should be Auntie, go down and open the door for her. But Yi Yan didn't wear any clothes. Well, Mom, wait a minute, wait for me to put on some clothes. I'll open the door for you right away. Okay, then hurry up. Ye's mother was a little helpless. Why should her son be shy? To be honest, Ye's mother herself was actually tired of seeing it. In fact, it was normal for the two babies to wake up and cry. Now all Lin Mo needed to do was feed her two daughters. Seeing that it was nothing serious, Ye's mother decided not to stay in the master bedroom any longer and went back to the sofa. After the two babies finished feeding, they started to poop and pee, so Yi Yan started to change their diapers. Then, she carried her two daughters to the bathroom and washed their butts while they were still awake. Yi Yan was very conscious and only washed the two babies' bottoms. He didn't even look at the places he shouldn't have looked at. Lin Mo watched Yi Yan wash his bottoms and bring the two babies back, then fell asleep again. However, Yi Yan couldn't fall asleep. He thought that his two daughters finally woke up. If he didn't play with them and went to bed, he would regret it. Ye's mother was the same. Although she slept a few hours less, she retired early and didn't have to work during the day, so she had a lot of free time. Yi Yan wanted to take the baby to the second bedroom to play, in order not to wake up the sleeping Lin Mo, even though the sound of his walking was very low. Ye's mother heard it. Yi Yan, where are you going? Ye's mother asked Yi Yan in a low voice. Yi Yan first put the two babies on the sofa. Yi Yan replied, Mom, my two precious daughters finally woke up. I want to play with them for a while, but I'm afraid of disturbing Lin Mo, so I plan to bring the two children to the second bedroom to play. Don't bring the children to the second bedroom. Bring them here. As their grandmother, I also want to cherish my two granddaughters. So, Yi Yan used all kinds of exaggerated and funny expressions on the sofa to make them laugh, such as staring, sticking out tongue, frowning, puffing cheeks, etc., to make them think he is very interesting. Mother Yi couldn't help but complain, Yi Yan, you really look like a clown now, can you be more normal? Mom, you don't understand this. I searched it on Baidu and Baidu said this can make a 1-week-old baby laugh. To make them happy, he would sing songs such as Two Tigers, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, Good Little Rabbit, etc. He would sing the melody and rhythm of the songs in a relaxed and cheerful voice, and let his daughters shake their heads along with him. However, Yi Yan was particularly afraid of waking up his wife, not because he was afraid that Lin Mo would get up and yell at him or pinch his arm, but mainly because he hoped that Lin Mo could sleep peacefully. In the hospital, could she enjoy the sweet sleep she had at home? Yi Yan did not sleep all night until the two babies fell asleep, then he put them back in their cribs and went back to his bedroom. But he could not fall asleep. This was a sleepless night for him. Chapter 16 Growing Up With You. Lin Mo got up in the morning and looked out the window. The sun was shining brightly, and the weather was fine, but she was filled with mixed feelings. Although she had returned home, she still needed to recuperate after the baby was born. Even the shortest period could last up to 21 days. When I thought about her having to stay in confinement after childbirth, I felt a little overwhelmed. Because there are so many taboos during confinement. It is forbidden to go out during the confinement period because your immunity is weaker and you are prone to catching colds. You should try not to go out. It is forbidden to eat raw and cold food. The gastrointestinal function has not fully recovered during the confinement period, so eating raw and cold food should be avoided. It is taboo to touch cold water. During the confinement period, you should pay attention to keeping warm and avoid contact with cold water to prevent the joints from getting cold. The key is that she cannot play with the phone for too long. When Ye's mother comes home, she only plays with the phone for a few seconds before her mother takes it away for safekeeping. She can only play with it for half an hour every day. When she thought about it, this period of time was really torment. Seeing Yi Yan and his two baby daughters sleeping peacefully, he couldn't bear to disturb them and walked out of the room. She went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Although she had given birth to a child, Lin Mo did not become ugly. She was still as beautiful as ever. If she were to walk on the street now, many boys would still turn their heads to look at her. Her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall fluttered in the wind, like a beautiful scenery in Yi Yan's heart. However, she sometimes tied her silky long hair into a ponytail, which was playful and cute. During her hospitalization, her image became a little sloppy, and her hair was not washed often. After brushing her teeth, washing her face, washing her hair, etc., Lin Mo emerged from the bathroom like a fresh flower. She gently stretched her muscles and did a few chest expansion exercises, as if to show the world her vitality. But suddenly, she stopped moving as if under a spell, because the doctor's instructions rang in her ears like a warning bell, reminding her to avoid strenuous exercise. After a while, Ye's mother woke up slowly and her eyes fell on Lin Mo. She was on the other side of the sofa with her chin hanging down, staring blankly, as if immersed in a world that only she could understand. Xiao Mo, you're awake. Wait for me, I'll wash up and make you egg custard right after I'm done. Mother Yi did not delay at all. After washing up, she went to the kitchen to make egg custard for Lin Mo. After it was done, he brought the bowl to Lin Mo on the coffee table and handed him chopsticks. Xiao Mo, it's a little hot, let it cool down before eating. Lin Mo touched the bowl and felt that it was not that hot, so he blew on it with his mouth, and then Ye's mother gave him a bag of pure milk to drink. Drink it. Xiaoma, pure milk is a calcium supplement. Drinking it will be very helpful to your body. After saying that, Ye's mother used tweezers to cut a small hole in the pure milk, and then squeezed the pure milk from bottom to top into a small bowl. Lin Mo felt that Ye's mother was very considerate and took care of him like her own mother. Auntie, thank you so much. Today you made me egg custard and poured me milk. You've worked so hard. Why thank you. We are all family, so let's not talk nonsense. Yi Yan didn't sleep much last night, so he was sleepy until afternoon. During this time, Ye's mother knew that Lin Mo was very bored, so she handed her some books on baby knowledge. Xiao Mo, I know you're bored during the confinement period. I went through the same thing. Take a look at these baby knowledge books. They will be of great help to you. Lin Mo started reading some books about infants and young children. These books can be said to be very beneficial to mothers, and they contain a wide range of knowledge, such as health knowledge about pregnancy and childbirth, knowledge about infant care, healthcare knowledge during pregnancy and confinement, and some experience sharing on raising children. Reading these types of books can help mothers take better care of their babies and also help them pass the time in a fulfilling way. Yi Yan slowly woke up, but he looked extremely embarrassed. His hair seemed to have been struck by lightning, and stood up like wild grass. He hurried to the bathroom, picked up a wooden comb and combed it, but the result was still a mess. However, after he washed his hair finally looked like a tamed wild horse, much more docile. After Yi Yan finished washing up, he walked out. Seeing Lin Mo immersed in the world of books intently, he couldn't bear to disturb her. But his stomach started to growl, so he turned to his mother and gave her an order. Mom, I'm starving, please fry me some delicious eggs. His mother obeyed Yi Yan's wishes and started to fry eggs for him. She knew that during this period, Yi Yan had been conscientiously playing the role of a qualified father in taking good care of his baby and wife, which made her feel that her son might become an excellent confinement nanny in the future. In short, she is very satisfied with her son now, and he doesn't have to worry about anything about him. She will also help Lin Mo during his confinement period so that Yi Yan won't be so tired. Lin Mo was reading quietly and forgot that Yi Yan had woken up. However, Yi Yan would not argue with his wife. His father taught him that a man should have a mind as broad as the sea, embracing everything in the world and making people feel endless strength and warmth. All of Lin Mo's knowledge about baby care was imprinted in her mind, as well as some of her experience in raising children, which she also took into her mind. She cares very much about her baby and she firmly believes that she will become a good mother. After finishing his meal, Yi Yan checked Douyin and saw many parents showing off their babies. He also wanted to show off his own baby, as he had done before on WeChat Moments. Many friends wished him well, which made his single brothers jealous. He has videos of babies being born on his phone, so he just needs to edit them and add some music to them. The song he dubbed is called Growing Up With You. The song Growing Up With You was written, composed, and sung by Deepan. It was a song Deepan wrote for his 4-year-old son's birthday in 2018. His favorite part of the song is the chorus. I hope you grow up quickly. Happy growing up every day. Go see the prosperity of this world. Small hands, big power. You will have your own light in the future. I hope you don't grow up too fast. Grow up slowly. Spend more time with me. Small wings, big dreams. Now you are as pure as a fairy tale. Grow up with you. This passage deeply touched Yi Yan's heart. He now, like Deepan who wrote the song, just wanted to accompany these two little guys as they grow up. Only half an hour after Yi Yan posted the post, it received many views and likes from netizens. Some even commented that they envied Yi Yan for having twin daughters, which is something many people would never wish for. Seeing Yi Yan grinning foolishly by himself, Yi's mother said, Yi Yan, what's wrong with you? You are grinning foolishly by yourself. Tell me what's funny, and let me laugh with you. Yi Yan quickly restrained himself and stopped giggling. He said to his mother, It's nothing, Mom. I just listened to a song and thought about accompanying these two babies to grow up happily in the future. I was very happy and even honored. After saying that, Yi Yan played this song for his mother. After listening to the song, Lin Mo, who was reading a book nearby, felt that the song expressed her feelings. She also wants to accompany the babies as they grow up slowly, and she doesn't want to miss a single moment of the little things after they are born. Yi Yan and Lin Mo reached a consensus in their hearts that they just wanted to accompany their two babies as they grow up slowly. Chapter 17 Lemon, the leaky little cotton jacket. But today Yi Yao's condition was not as good as before, and he looked a little listless. She just couldn't concentrate. She felt very sleepy the whole day in the hospital and yawned frequently. Her colleagues felt that she was not in a good state today but were too embarrassed to point it out. It was all because she didn't sleep well last night. Last night was also a sleepless night for her. She lay in bed, trying to fall asleep, but found herself tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. It was not until 1 or 2 in the morning that she finally fell asleep. She had to get up early to go to work. She was really sleepy today. She took a taxi to work, but she felt drowsy in the car. Thanks to the driver's reminder, she finally arrived at the office. At noon, 2 colleagues went to the bathroom and then started discussing Yi Yao. Hey, what's wrong with Yi Yao today? She looks listless. This is the first time I've seen her work in this state. I feel a little scared. Is she sick? Don't worry about it. She is not in good condition, but it is not as serious as you say. Maybe she just didn't sleep well last night. Don't worry. You don't know Dr. Yi Yao's physical condition yet. Besides, her resistance has always been very strong. It is almost impossible for her to be sick. Today, after get off work, Yi Yao returned home. She could no longer hold on, so she changed out of her pajamas and fell asleep before eating. After sleeping for about 3 or 4 hours, Yi Yao got up. She didn't plan to cook because it was too late, so she wanted to order takeout. She opened the takeout app on her phone and looked left and right, not knowing what to order. The several stores she had previously chosen were all closed. Yi Yao woke up, her stomach growling with hunger. Her refrigerator was completely empty, with no leftovers. Now she only had 2 cucumbers at home, and she was still very hungry after eating them. Yi Yao had no choice but to call his mother. Yi's mother answered the call quickly. Hello, daughter, what's wrong? Yi Yao hesitated. Mom, you haven't slept yet? Mother Yi replied, well, Lin Mo was in confinement after giving birth. During this time, I will live in Yi Xing's house to help take care of Lin Mo and the 2 granddaughters. Yi Yao said, Mom, I'm hungry. Do you have any leftovers? I'll just have 1 bite. In the past 2 days, Yi Yao's behavior has changed significantly, which surprised Ye's mother. In the past, Yi Yao was like a proud peacock and never took the initiative to go to Yi Yan's house for dinner. However, this time, he was out of character, like a different person, and took the initiative to step into Yi Yan's house, and even willing to eat their leftovers. Although Yi Yao had already arrived at Yi Yan's house, how could Ye's mother bear to let Yi Yao really eat those leftovers? The few pounds of pork she bought before were still piled up like a mountain. She said to Yi Yan, "Your sister is hungry and came here specially. How about I make her a pork feast?" Yi Yan responded generously, "That's great, even if you use all the remaining pork to cook for her, I will never complain. After all, I didn't pay a penny for the pork." However, even if Yi Yan bought the pork himself, he would definitely give it to his sister without hesitation. In everyone's mind, Yi Yao is like an iceberg that is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She is not good at speaking, and people who are not familiar with her may think she is cold as ice. However, Yi Yao is also an out-and-out brother-supporting demon. As early as when Yi Yan announced that Lin Mo was pregnant, she generously donated money and said that she would no longer give money in the future, and just regard it as an advance payment to her brother. Yi Yan had always mistakenly believed that his parents had paid for the house, but he didn't know that Yi Yao had also contributed greatly to the purchase. She still needed to take out a loan for her own house and had to bear a heavy mortgage payment every month, but even so, she still resolutely took out 40,000 or 50,000 yuan to buy a house for her brother. Yi Yao didn't want her brother to know that she was very wealthy while her brother hadn't found a job and had just married. As the elder sister, Yi Yao also helped her financially, but she didn't want her younger brother to know. She bought rice, eggs, fish and meat. During the Chinese New Year this year, she brought some delicacies to Yi Yan. Yi Yan and Lin Mo were very grateful to her sister for her kindness. During Lin Mo's pregnancy, she helped a lot. Yi Yao came home very quickly. She was so hungry that she asked her mother to cook for her. Yi Yan quickly got slippers for Yi Yao. Seeing his sister's expression, Yi Yan knew that she must be starving. Yi Yan gave his sister a sausage to eat. "Sister, I see you are starving, so I'll give you a sausage to eat." "Okay, thanks brother." Yi Yao did not refuse her brother's kindness because she was so hungry that she even ate in an ugly manner and finished a sausage in an instant. "Yi Yan, peel another apple for me," Lin Mo ordered Yi Yan. Yi Yan quickly peeled the apple and handed it to his sister. Ye's mother quickly cooked the dishes. Yi Yan took chopsticks to help Yi Yao serve rice, and Ye's mother brought the dishes to the coffee table. Yi Yao ate the food in big mouthfuls. Lin Mo poured juice for Yi Yao to drink. The three of them watched Yi Yao eat quietly beside him. The three of them just sat there, but the two babies woke up and started crying. Lin Mo said, "Auntie, Yi Yan, I'm going to go and comfort the baby first." After saying that, Lin Mo quickly stood up and hugged the two of them to comfort them. Parents can gently pick up their baby and soothe and comfort their crying. This is the knowledge Lin Mo gained from reading baby books, which proves the old saying books are the golden house. Soon, the two babies stopped crying and calmed down. They were not crying for anything else, but simply crying. The two little babies were almost inseparable from their mother during this week in one day. Maybe they were crying just now because their mother was not with them. The little babies are very innocent and just want their mothers to be by their side all the time. Lin Mo asked Yi Yan to come into the room as well. Lin Mo held his elder sister Apple and Yi Yan held his younger sister Lemon and carried them to the sofa. Yi Yan also held up Lemon's hand, pretending to be a baby, and greeted Ye's mother Yi Yao one by one. "Hello grandma." "Hello aunt." Fortunately, Yi Yao had just finished his meal, otherwise, he might have laughed so hard that he would spit out the food he had just eaten. She is now smiling from ear to ear. Yi Yan is really good at making things happen. She admires her brother for this. Ye's mother was the same, and her laughter was genuine, without a trace of mockery. Yi Yan's behavior made everyone, including Lin Mo, laugh. However, Lemon suddenly twisted a piece of flesh on his neck playfully, causing Yi Yan to gasp and cry out in pain. "Ouch, it hurts. How come your hands are stronger than your elders?" Yi Yan said jokingly while rubbing his neck. "Lemon, you are really the warm sunshine in the wind. You look thin but you bring warmth." Yi Yan couldn't help but continue to complain. Lin Mo, Ye's mother, and Yi Yao burst into laughter when they heard this. Lin Mo teased, "It's what you deserve. Who told you not to let her sit on the sofa and tease her? Look at Apple, why didn't she do anything to me? This is what you deserve." Most babies have the habit of pinching others during infancy, which is a sign of their immature neurological development. Lemon had no ill intentions, she just pinched her father's neck gently out of an innocent and playful heart. However, that little bit of strength was not enough for Yi Yan. He gently put the lemon aside and looked at the red skin in the mirror. This was the first time that Yi Yan had encountered such treatment. Although he felt a little unhappy, how could he be so petty with a baby who had just been in this world for a week? However, he secretly noted down Lemon's little action today in the little notebook in his heart, planning to find a suitable opportunity in the future to settle accounts with this little guy. Chapter 18, Keep It Fair. Apple just sat quietly on the side, which made Yi Yao feel very proud. Yi Yao picked up Apple and gently touched her little hands and short legs. She really loved Apple. Yi Yan had learned his lesson from the loss he suffered from Lemon, and he stopped paying attention to Lemon. However, Lemon held his arm tightly, and Yi Yan felt a little uneasy, as he was afraid that Lemon would tickle his arm again. However, his own daughter must be spoiled. He can ignore pinching his neck and scratching his arm, but if she treats her mother, aunt, and grandmother like this in the future, even if they agree, Yi Yan must educate her well. He will not spoil his daughter. Spoiling a child is like killing a child. He will never let them do evil in the future. Yi Yan sat on the sofa, and Lemon snuggled in his arms. Lemon clung to Yi Yan, and in her opinion, she might like her father more than her mother. Yi Yan felt relieved when he saw Lemon clinging to him, and felt that Lemon would become her father's sweetheart in the future. Yi Yao looked at Yi Yan's two precious daughters, and to be honest, she was a little jealous. But for her, marriage was no joke. She had been clean and chaste for 26 years, and she didn't have any bad habits or bad habits. She also hoped that her future husband would be clean and chaste, love his wife and children, and make her worry-free. Apple kept staring at Yi Yan, watching her sister snuggle in his arms, but Yi Yan didn't care about her at all. Although her mother, grandmother, and aunt loved her very much, she still couldn't be happy. Yi Yan also noticed that Apple was a little jealous, and he wanted to get rid of Lemon, but Lemon was particularly attached to him and hugged Yi Yan tightly. Yi Yan is really in a dilemma now. He can't treat this matter fairly, and his clever brain can't think of any good solution. However, Apple started to cry, and this time it was louder than usual. It seemed that Apple was very sad. Yi Yan couldn't stand Apple crying, so he had to forcefully get rid of Lemon and go to comfort Apple. Although she was the elder sister, Apple was very fragile inside. Last time when she got vaccinated, Apple started to cry loudly, but Lemon tried hard not to cry, and her father encouraged her for being a strong woman. Yi Yan quickly ran to Apple, and Apple also snuggled up to Yi Yan. When her younger sister Lemon saw that her father had left her alone to comfort her sister, she felt very upset and started to cry like her sister. Linemo tried to comfort Lemon this time, patting her little butt gently. "Good girl, Lemon, Daddy is not biased, Daddy hugged you first and then hugged your sister. Daddy is very fair." Apple just stopped crying, but Lemon started crying again, which really gave Yi Yan and Linemo a headache. However, this is how it is to raise two children. Babies who are only a week old are already competing for favor. The two of them really don't dare to think about what will happen in the future. Yi Yao looked at her phone. It was already late. She had to go because she had classes tomorrow. Yi Yao said to her mother, "Mom, I'm going home. You don't have to see me off. My brother and Xiaomo are still looking after the kids. You can take care of them too." Mother Yi nodded. It was true that she couldn't leave. She would sometimes comfort the babies when they cried and made a fuss. Yi Yao did not take a taxi today, but chose to walk home, which can also provide better exercise for the body. Yi Yao returned home and saw that her younger brother had two children. She felt a little jealous. Her younger brother, who was 3 years younger than her, had a child before her. Was God urging her to get married and have children as soon as possible? To be honest, her standards for choosing a partner are very high, but she herself is not bad either. She is a surgeon with a good salary. She thinks marriage is all about being well matched. She has never been afraid of marriage, but she has not found someone she really likes. From childhood to adulthood, countless people like her. In the eyes of others, she is a hot commodity. She has good looks, a good figure, and brains. And her job is a stable job, so it is not difficult for her to find a partner. Ye's mother also found that Yi Yao likes babies very much. Today, she kept touching Apple's little hand. Ye's mother didn't know why she felt confident that Yi Yao would be single this year. This was a woman's sixth sense. Then Yi Yao would get pregnant again next year, and Ye's mother would become a grandmother again. These two little guys were really hard to coax. Yi Yan and Lin Mo were busy for a long time, and finally they calmed down. Yi Yan was sweating all over his head. After all, the two babies were fighting for his jealousy. However, this also shows that he is a very charming father. Yi Yan comforted himself. Yi Yan wanted to take a hot bath and then go back to sleep. Wife, Mom, are you guys using the bathroom now? If not, I'll take a bath in there first. I'm so tired, and I'm sweaty all over after being tossed around by these two babies. Okay, you go ahead and take a bath. I'll give the two babies a bath later. Don't bathe them, or they'll get jealous and we'll have to coax them. Okay, honey, I'll go in then. I'll be back soon. Yi Yan took off his clothes, revealing his perfect body. He was also a man with 8-pack abs and was very self-disciplined. He used to do push-ups every night. After Yi Yan took a few showers, he applied shower gel all over his body and then rinsed himself off. Lin Mo still had to bathe his two daughters, so he didn't dare to delay and came out immediately. Then Lin Mo went in and bathed the two babies one by one. Before giving the baby a bath, Lin Mo first prepares everything, such as preparing the baby's clothes, large towels, diapers, talcum powder, etc. Among them, adjusting the temperature of the bath water is the most important. The water temperature for a baby's bath should be controlled at 3840. She uses her elbow or wrist to test the water temperature. Lin Mo needs to wash her hands first before giving the baby a bath. Lin Mo bathed the babies one by one. If there were two, she would be in a rush. She asked Yi Yan to watch the other baby. As long as the baby snuggled up to Yi Yan, he would not cry non-stop. First, clean the baby's face, ears, and nostrils. Use a soft towel to gently clean the baby's eyes, gently clean from the inside of the eye corner to the outside, then clean the face, then clean the ears, and finally clean the nostrils. Be careful to only clean the visible areas, not the inside, and finally the outside of the nostrils. When bathing your baby, you should start from the head, wash the face first, then the head, and then the whole body. When bathing, hold the baby's body with your left arm and support the baby's head to make the baby feel safe and comfortable. Use your index finger and thumb to gently cover the baby's ears inward to prevent water from flowing into the baby's ears. The two babies were very obedient this time and there was no excessive delay. After Lin Mo finished bathing the two babies, he also took a bath himself. Then, the family of four went back to the bedroom to sleep. Ye's mother, who was sleeping on the sofa, also felt that Yi Yao longed to have a child. Chapter 19 Father Yi returns. In the bedroom, the two babies fell asleep first. The eldest, Apple, lay quietly in the crib, her face slightly flushed, breathing evenly and softly. The second, Lemon, clenched her fists tightly, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she was smiling happily in her dreams. Yi Yan lay on the bed, looking at the two children gently, his eyes full of pampering and tenderness. The eldest child, Apple, is smarter and more honest than the second child, Lemon, so she is more favored by Yi Yan. Yi Yan said softly, "Wife, I feel that Apple will definitely be a quiet girl like her mother when she grows up." Lin Mo chuckled and responded, "What about Lemon?" Yi Yan shook his head helplessly. Wait until she learns not to pinch Daddy's neck." Thinking of the scene when Lemon pinched his neck this afternoon, Yi Yan was still frightened. Although the little hand was soft, it was very strong, and it pinched his neck so hard that it turned red. Lin Mo couldn't help laughing out loud. "Don't keep talking about this. Ever since she pinched you today, you've been talking about it. When I was bathing Apple, I heard you nagging outside, asking her to stop pinching you. She didn't get tired of it, but I did." After listening to Lin Mo's words, Yi Yan also smiled. To be honest, he was more afraid of Lemon now. He remembered a saying, "Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. However, looking at the quiet appearance of the two children, he felt that these little episodes were just small setbacks in their growth. After waking up, it was a brand new day. During this period, Ye's mother made different kinds of soup for Lin Mo to drink during the confinement period. There is no best soup for confinement period. As long as it contains protein, fat, vitamins, etc., it is good and nutritious. On the first day, Ye's mother made fish soup. Fish soup is rich in protein and amino acids, multiple unsaturated fatty acids, as well as minerals and trace elements such as potassium, magnesium, iron, and B vitamins. These ingredients can increase the intake of protein and amino acids, improve the immunity of the mother, and increase the secretion of milk. The next day, Ye's mother made chicken soup. Chicken soup has high nutritional value and is rich in protein and amino acids. Adding appropriate amounts of red dates, wolfberries, angelica, and other medicinal materials to the stewed chicken soup can also replenish qi and blood. Lin Mo drank the hot chicken soup with a happy smile on his face. On the third day, Ye's mother made mutton soup. Mutton soup is rich in protein, and with astragalus, it has the effect of nourishing blood and promoting blood circulation, which helps lactating mothers to replenish qi and blood, dispel wind and cold, and is conducive to postpartum recovery. During the confinement period, a comprehensive and rich nutrition is the key. In addition to drinking soup, Ye's mother also reminded Lin Mo to eat more vegetables and fruits to moisturize the intestines and promote bowel movements. Lin Mo's body recovered quickly, which was inseparable from Ye's mother's careful care. The relationship between Lin Mo and Ye's mother has been very harmonious in the past few days. When Lin Mo and Yi Yan were bickering, Ye's mother spoke up for Lin Mo without hesitation. Yi Yan often joked, "The older ones don't help him, and the younger ones bully him." Yi Yan's family status is really high. However, Yi Yan also enjoyed it, and such a family atmosphere made him feel extremely warm. This morning, Yi Yan and Lin Mo were still making a bet when they heard a knock on the door. "I guess it's my dad," Lin Mo said. "I guess it's my auntie," Yi Yan said. "Do you think they are all here?" Ye's mother said with a smile. "Yi Yan, go open the door," Ye's mother ordered him. Yi Yan quickly got up to open the door, but he didn't expect it to be his father, Yi Ziyuan. Yi Ziyuan was carrying a lot of bags. He brought a lot of things back from his business trip. Yi Yan shouted in surprise, "Dad, you're back." Yi Ziyuan quickly took out 2 Peppa Pig dolls, handed them to Yi Yan, and said, "This is the plush toys I bought for my 2 granddaughters. You can give them to them when they grow up." Yi Yan took the toys that their grandfather bought for the babies and placed them in the second bedroom. He would take out the toys for them to play with when the babies grew up a little. Father Yi is very thoughtful. He knows that babies nowadays like to watch the cartoon Peppa Pig, so he bought 2 identical Peppa dolls. This way, the 2 granddaughters will never have conflicts over toys. Father Yi also bought Mother Yi a fashionable windbreaker. Although Mother Yi is already 55 years old, in Father Yi's heart, she is always young and in her prime. Mother Yi was very touched. Every time Father Yi came back from a business trip, he would buy her this and that, thinking of her as his wife. However, Mother Yi pretended to be calm. "Oh, why did you buy me a windbreaker? I will be 60 in a few years. If you have that money, you can buy some toys for your granddaughter." Ye's mother was just being tough, but Yi Ziyuan had lived with her for more than 20 years and had long been accustomed to her temper. If Ye's mother suddenly became gentle, he might not be used to it. Ye's father bought Yi Yan a new razor. Yi Yan had wanted to buy this brand for a while, but he was out of work and short of money, so he couldn't afford it. Ye's mother once said that it was unnecessary for him to buy this, but Yi Ziyuan saw through Yi Yan's thoughts. The razor in his house was very old and had been used for many years. After returning from the business trip, Ye's father bought it for his son without saying a word. This is fatherly love, silent but deep. Yi Yan was also very moved. He secretly vowed that he would find a job and work hard to make money in the future, so that his wife and babies could live a life without worries about food and clothing. Father Yi naturally bought a gift for Lin Mo, a white bear breast pump. He said solemnly, "Lin Mo, as a new mother, it is very scary for you to have milk swelling and blockage at night. The quality of sleep is not high when you are with your baby. If you are still troubled by this problem, you really can't rest well. So I bought you this white bear breast pump." The white bear breast pump is very good, with an air pressure pulse motor, painless milk pumping, intelligent design, and 9 lactation and milk pumping modes to choose from. It can also be intelligently timed, and the sound is low, so it will not affect the baby's sleep. Father Yi also bought Lin Mo a handheld blender. When the baby reaches the stage of adding complementary food, this cooking stick can be used. It has a variety of usage scenarios and is used frequently. It is very practical and also very suitable for gifts. The hand grip of the host is made of rubber, which has a good anti-slip effect and can be held with one hand without pressure. The stepless speed knob is very flexible, and the gear shift can be easily operated with one finger. The mud paste made by the cooking stick is very delicate, and a small amount can be made into mud. The power is large enough, and it is also very fast to chop and mince meat for daily dumplings, which greatly improves cooking efficiency. It is very convenient to clean. There are no gaps in the blade of the cooking stick, and there are no dead corners for cleaning. It can be cleaned with water. Lin Mo quickly thanked him, "Uncle, I am very grateful for the gift you gave me." This thought makes me feel warm and grateful. Father Yi smiled and said, "You're welcome, Lin Mo. Just remember, from the day you and Yi Yan got your marriage certificate, you are a family in our hearts." During this time, Lin Mo felt the warmth of Yi Yan's family. Everyone here was very kind to her, and the family atmosphere was also very good, and she quickly integrated into it. After changing his shoes, Ye's father asked, "Where are my two granddaughters? I haven't seen them for several days." He felt empty inside because he couldn't see his two granddaughters during the days and nights he was on a business trip. "Apple and Lemon are asleep, don't disturb them for now," Lin Mo said softly. After Ye's father bought Ye's mother a windbreaker, Ye's mother became very gentle and soft-spoken. Yi Yan thought of what Lemon did to him yesterday, and he wanted to complain to his father, "Dad, please take care of your granddaughter Lemon. She has started to hit her own father. Look how she pinched my neck," Yi Yan said as he approached Ye's father and showed him the red spot on his neck. "Oh, don't worry, your wound will heal in a day or two," Father Yi said perfunctorily, and then tried to change the subject. He didn't take it seriously at all. In his opinion, it was just a small episode in the child's growth. Tonight, Ye's father wanted to ask Ye's mother to go home, but Ye's mother refused to go home and insisted on staying here to see her granddaughter. Ye's father knew Ye's mother's tenacity very well. If he went home alone, no one would cook for him. After Yi Yan and Lin Mo's repeated persuasion, Ye's father also chose to stay for one night. Chapter 20: The Taste of Home. Yi Ziyuan, Ye's father, had just returned from a business trip. As soon as he entered the door, he straightened his back and said with a smile, "Hongying, please cook me some delicious food. Last time you all had dinner, I was delayed because of a business trip. Please make it up to me today." After saying that, his face was full of anticipation. Without saying anything, Ye's mother Hongying quickly opened the freezer and took out a piece of lean meat. Ye's father asked curiously, "What kind of fried meat?" Ye's mother replied briefly, "Fried meat with leeks." Ye's father nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Yi Yan was browsing his phone at the side. When he heard his father's order, he immediately put down his phone, walked to the kitchen, squatted down, and started to pick vegetables. He said while picking vegetables, "Yes, sir." Ye's mother also felt sorry that Ye's father didn't come last time. At the last family dinner, everyone had a partner, but she was alone. She didn't want to experience that feeling again in her life. "I'll add a few more dishes. Pickled cabbage stewed with vermicelli, scrambled eggs with sausage, potato shreds rolls, and stir-fried meat with peppers. What do you think?" Ye's mother said in a louder voice. Everyone raised their hands in approval. The dishes made by Ye's mother were really delicious and people praised them endlessly. As for choosing fried leek with meat, Ye's mother had considered it carefully. Leek contains special ingredients such as volatile essential oils and sulfides, which emit a unique spicy aroma, which helps to regulate liver qi, increase appetite, and enhance digestion. The spicy smell of leeks can dissipate blood stasis, promote blood circulation, and relieve stagnation. It is suitable for traumatic injuries, nausea, enteritis, vomiting blood, chest pain, etc. Leeks contain a lot of vitamins and crude fiber, which can promote gastrointestinal motility, treat constipation, and prevent colon cancer. Leeks not only promote blood circulation, but also moisturize the intestines and relieve constipation. Therefore, Ye's mother chose to make this dish of fried leeks with meat today. Ye's father was not idle either. He made a cup of tea and drank it slowly while sitting on the sofa. He suddenly remembered something and said to Yi Yan, "Can Yi Yao come later? Son, call your sister and ask her if she wants to come to our place for dinner." Ye's father also bought Yi Yao a brand lipstick, which cost him several $100s. Yi Yan called Yi Yao, who had just gotten off work and was walking out. She heard her brother's voice and asked hurriedly, "Hey, Yi Yan, what's the matter? Is there something wrong with Lin Mo?" Yi Yan smiled and said, "No, sister, our dad is back from a business trip. He missed you so much that he wanted you to come here and have a meal. Sister, Dad also bought you something good this time. I'm waiting for you to open it." Yi Yan's words aroused Yi Yao's curiosity, and she decided not to take a taxi but to walk home directly. Yi Yao came to Yi Yan's house. Ye's father, who was smoking on the balcony, heard the noise, quickly put out his cigarette and sat back on the sofa. He took out a brand-name lipstick from his pocket and handed it to Yi Yao. After seeing it, Yi Yao's hands trembled a little. She was not short of money, but she never spent money lavishly. She was not good at spending money, but she was better at saving money. However, Yi Yao also wanted to buy lipsticks and bags, but she gave up as soon as she saw the price. Instead of spending hundreds of dollars on brand name bags and lipsticks, it was better to save the money. She accepted the gift her father gave her with a smile. "Dad, you are like the warm sun in winter, bringing me endless warmth. Thank you for buying me lipstick. You are the first man who bought me lipstick," Yi Yao said gratefully. It's just a piece of cake, not worth mentioning. For a father to buy things for his daughter is as natural as a bee collecting nectar. Ye's father responded with a smile on his face. Yi Yao treated the gift her father gave her as a treasure, just like holding a rare pearl, fearing that it would be damaged in the slightest. She did not unpack the box immediately, but decided to open it carefully after returning home and appreciate it slowly. All the dishes were prepared and everyone picked up their chopsticks and went to the table. The protagonist this time was Ye's father, Yi Ziyuan. He welcomed them with a smile as if in the spring breeze. This sumptuous meal was like a delicacy to him, and he ate it with relish. Seeing Yi Ziyuan eating so sweetly, Ye's mother was also very happy, as if she had made up for the regret that Ye's father had not been able to taste it at the last family dinner. Yi Yan, Lin Imo, Yi Yao, and Ye's mother had all left the table one after another. Only Yi Ziyuan was still sitting at the table. He had been away on business these days and had missed Ye's mother's cooking, so he naturally wanted to feast on her now to make up for the longing he had for her. Only when he saw that there was very little left on each plate did Yi Ziyuan leave the table contentedly. As usual, Yi Yan went to wash the dishes. Afterwards, he served tea and water to Ye's father. After Yi Yao had eaten her fill, she returned home with the brand lipstick her father gave her. When she got home, she was very excited and quickly opened the box to see that it was a genuine lipstick. Yi Yao looked at herself in the mirror in the bathroom and put some lipstick on her lips. She had a good foundation to begin with, and with the lipstick, she looked even more charming. The two babies woke up again, and Lin Mo returned to the bedroom to feed them. The process went smoothly, and the little white bear breast pump given by Ye's father was not needed for the time being. The two babies woke up and cried for a while, but after they finished feeding, they calmed down and stopped crying soon. Lin Mo called Yi Yan over, and they each held one in each hand. With the lesson learned a few days ago, Yi Yan still chose to hold Debao apple. Although Lemon was very attached to him yesterday, he was still afraid that Lemon would hurt him, so he took precautions and held Debao apple. Father Yi had been away on a business trip for several days and hadn't seen his two granddaughters. He missed them very much. He also wanted to hold the babies, but the babies had only seen Father Yi a few times. To them, Father Yi was a stranger. So when Father Yi forcibly held his granddaughters in his arms, they acted very unnatural and wanted to break free from Father Yi's arms. Father Yi sighed and said, "Oh. It seems that the granddaughters are not close to me as a grandfather." Yi Yan hurriedly explained, "Dad, you have only met them a few times. It's normal for babies to be shy." Father Yi watched Yi Yan making Apple and Lemon laugh, and he also wanted to join in, but he knew that a forced melon is not sweet, so he didn't bother them. Father Yi secretly made up his mind that he would treat his granddaughters as treasures in the future. If he could get along with them, the atmosphere at home would definitely be completely changed. However, Ye's father still had to go to work tomorrow, so he had to stay here for a while. Whether Ye's mother returned home or not, he had no intention of staying here for long. Yi Yan persuaded the two elders with all his heart and finally convinced them to go to the second bedroom to rest. To be honest, Lin Mo also admired Yi Yan's eloquence. Although he had average education, he could often speak a lot of great truths, giving people a sense of profound knowledge. After the babies finished pooping, Yi Yan changed their diapers and they calmed down, not crying or making a fuss. These two babies made Yi Yan less worried, and they are now very healthy without any diseases. This is the best gift from God to Yi Yan. Chapter 21 Encounter at the Gym. Zhang Wei's day today was particularly pleasant. It was even sweeter than eating honey. He had several classes in the morning and only one in the afternoon, which was like pie in the sky. As soon as the class was over, he clocked out and went straight to the gym. You know, this was his rare free time, so he had to make good use of it. Zhang Wei is a big shot in the gym. He applied for a super membership card and enjoys free privileges for life. This treatment is even better than that of an emperor. The gym has as many fitness equipment as the goods on supermarket shelves. In the afternoon, there were very few people, so he just picked the equipment as if he was in his own living room. He first picked a treadmill, which is like a transformer that can perform flat running, uphill running, and variable speed running. For friends with a heavy base weight, climbing on a treadmill is simply a magic weapon for weight loss. The slope can be adjusted to 10-15 degrees, which can make people tired like a dog. While running, Zhang Wei thought, if this treadmill can be adjusted to 20 degrees, wouldn't that be like climbing a mountain? However, he was just thinking about it. After all, he hadn't reached that level yet. After running, he switched to a big windmill, a spinning bike. This thing consumes an astonishing amount of oxygen, and can burn away all the heat like a burning flame. Moreover, it puts less pressure on the ankles than a treadmill, and is as safe as a bank safe. Zhang Wei rode on it and pedaled very fast, as if he were a Tour de France rider, riding at lightning speed. Then, he turned to the elliptical machine, which is like a multifunctional Swiss Army knife that combines walking, climbing stairs, cycling and skiing, and can train the coordination of upper and lower limbs as precise as a Swiss watch. For beginners using the elliptical machine, it is recommended to start at gear 1-2 and warm up for 10 minutes. If you want to lose fat, you have to stick to it for more than 30 minutes, otherwise it will be like scratching an itch and have no effect. The rowing machine is also Zhang Wei's old friend. It can exercise the hands, feet, and the whole body, and is suitable as a warm-up for exercise. However, Zhang Wei reminded himself, don't adjust the resistance too high, otherwise I will row myself into a muscle man, which is not good looking. He carefully adjusted the resistance and began to row, his movements as graceful as a fisherman rowing on the lake. Strength training is Zhang Wei's highlight. He picked up the dumbbells skillfully and started strength training and muscle compound movement exercises. Dumbbells are smaller than barbells, and they are as easy to control as playing with building blocks, and they are surprisingly safe. He can also do dumbbell bench presses on the bench press rack, and lifting 30 kilograms with one hand is as easy for him as picking up a bottle of mineral water. Now, he can even easily complete a 60-kilogram dumbbell bench press, just like a strongman. While exercising, Zhang Wei thought, this dumbbell bench press is amazing. It's safe, the dumbbell bar is short, it's easy to control, and it can improve the training effect. He felt like an artist in the fitness world, sculpting perfect muscle lines with dumbbells. The free squat rack is also his favorite, as it can strengthen the body's balance and improve the stability of many muscles. Zhang Wei stood in front of the squat rack, took a deep breath, and began to squat. His movements were as standard as the illustrations in the textbook, and each one was as steady as a rock. When working out in the gym, Zhang Wei's cadence is always very fast, which is the result of his long-term training on the treadmill. After running on the treadmill for more than 10 minutes, he sat down to rest, and then switched to dumbbells for arm strength training. The reason why his body is so strong is because of his long-term persistence in fitness. However, just as he was concentrating on his exercise, he suddenly saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure, Yi Yao. Yi Yao sometimes comes to the gym to stretch her legs, but she prefers to practice yoga at home, wearing tight yoga pants on her legs to outline her perfect body curves. There were few people in the gym this afternoon, so Yi Yao came directly wearing yoga pants. Zhang Wei was moved when he saw Yi Yao's figure, but he tried to stay calm and didn't dare to look at her anymore. Yi Yao also noticed Zhang Wei's presence, and her heart was also beating fast. The two of them didn't look at each other, and the scene was very awkward, just like two wooden men. Especially the last time when Yi Yao was having dinner with Zhang Wei, she was like a reckless elf and accidentally spilled orange juice on his sleeve. She still feels guilty about it. From childhood to adulthood, Yi Yao was like a proud peacock, never afraid of anyone, but now he was a little afraid of Zhang Wei. Neither of them broke the deadlock, like two silent sculptures. But Yi Yao couldn't help himself in the end, and like a brave little deer, he walked straight towards Zhang Wei. She said sincerely, "I'm really sorry about what happened last time. I didn't pour the water properly and got your sleeves wet." Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief, and the huge stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. It turned out that he came here for this matter. He responded with an open mind, "It's okay, it's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. I once read a word wrong in Chinese class. I was like a lost lamb." After hearing this, Yi Yao felt that Zhang Wei's character was like a shining pearl in her heart. He did not hold grudges and took the initiative to share his past mistakes. Zhang Wei continued, "My students were like a group of naughty little monkeys. They corrected me and laughed at me, but I didn't hold it against them and apologized to them sincerely." After hearing this, Yi Yao couldn't help but sigh, "Then you must be a teacher that is very popular with students." Zhang Wei smiled, his smile was like a flower blooming in spring, and said, I guess so. Anyway, my class is very quiet and no one makes trouble. I am very satisfied when the class is quiet, just like a thirsty person who gets a glass of spring water. People should learn to be content with what they have." Yi Yao then asked, "Yes, I heard from Yi Yan that you have a younger brother. Is what he said true?" Zhang Wei nodded and said, "Yes, but my parents are very worried about him. He is like a wild goose that has strayed from the flock. He is cynical and dropped out of school in junior high school. Now he works in a restaurant as a waiter, serving dishes to others. It's hard work every day. After hearing this, Yi Yao sighed and said, "My brother didn't study hard since he was young, so he has to suffer in life." Zhang Wei also sighed helplessly. He was very worried about his brother's future. The two then talked about their younger brothers and found that they had one thing in common: they would try their best to help their younger brothers. Yi Yao mustered up his courage and said, "Oh, by the way, Zhang Wei, let's add each other on WeChat." Zhang Wei readily agreed, "Okay, scan me." Yi Yao scanned Zhang Wei's WeChat QR code, and Zhang Wei quickly accepted the friend request. Yi Yao didn't know why he took the initiative to talk to Zhang Wei today. Zhang Wei was also surprised, but since Yi Yao took the initiative to talk to him, he would definitely respond politely. Zhang Wei said, "Yi Yao, I'm leaving first. It's time for dinner." Yi Yao responded, "Okay, bye. When you are free someday, I will treat you to a meal to make up for the mistake I made last time when I spilled my sleeves." Zhang Wei smiled and said, "Okay, I'll wait and see." When the two chatted, they no longer had the immaturity they had before. They both had relatively mature personalities, but they were blank in terms of emotions and had never had an improper relationship with the opposite sex. Zhang Wei is very popular with the opposite sex, and if he wants to pursue someone, it is easy for him to get her. The girls in his class like him very much, and they pay full attention to his class. If a student talks, they will help maintain discipline. The head teacher sometimes asked him to help watch the class. Zhang Wei's effect was surprisingly good. The classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. This quiet atmosphere made people feel peaceful and tranquil. This encounter in the gym has brought Zhang Wei and Yi Yao closer. Perhaps this is just the beginning, and in the future, they will continue to fight side by side on the road of fitness. Chapter 22. Zhang Wei is drunk. Zhang Wei's heart was filled with anticipation, like a cat's claws scratching his heart, wishing that Yi Yao would invite him to dinner. He was eager to know Yi Yao's past stories, and this desire burned more and more in his heart, even warmer than a stove in winter. Who did he want to ask? Of course, it was Yi Yao's brother Yi Yan. Yi Yan must know a lot about Yi Yao. Besides, he and Yi Yan had a close relationship like brothers. If he asked Yi Yan about Yi Yao, Yi Yan would tell him everything without saying anything. So, Zhang Wei made a video call to Yi Yan without saying anything. "Yi Yan, are you free now? I'd like to treat you to a meal, do you want to come?" Zhang Wei looked expectant. "Wait a minute." Yi Yan glanced at Lin Mo, who nodded slightly. Yi Yan understood that Lin Mo agreed to let him go out for dinner. After all, the babies were sleeping soundly now, and Lin Mo was not in confinement. Yi Yan went out for dinner, and Lin Mo felt relieved. Ye's mother knew that Yi Yan was going out to eat with Zhang Wei, and she was particularly relieved. However, the weather was as cold as an ice cellar, and Ye's mother couldn't help nagging, "Yenner, wear more clothes, wear a mask, and don't catch a cold." Yi Yan hurriedly wrapped himself up tightly, put on a mask, a cotton coat, and several pairs of pants, looking like a walking polar bear. Zhang Wei had already arrived at the restaurant. The waiter came over and asked, "Sir, what would you like to order?" "Wait a moment, I'll order after my friends come." Zhang Wei waved his hand. "Okay." The waiter walked away tactfully. Zhang Wei had already shared a seat with Yi Yan. Yi Yan couldn't stand the biting cold weather, so he simply took a taxi. When he arrived at the restaurant, Yi Yan sent a WeChat message to Zhang Wei, "Brother Wei, I'm at the door." Zhang Wei hurried out to greet him. "Yi Yan, it's really not easy for you in such a cold day." "Brother Wei, the weather is really cold these days. You need to wear more clothes." Yi Yan shuddered. "Well, winter is only a few days away, and spring will come in a few days. But we have to pay more attention to keeping warm during these days." Zhang Wei nodded. Zhang Wei asked Yi Yan to order the dishes, but Yi Yan waved his hand. "Brother Wei, you order. I'll eat whatever you say." Seeing that he couldn't persuade Yi Yan, Zhang Wei had to say, "Okay. Then I'll order a few dishes and we'll eat together." He ordered shredded pork with fish flavor, stir-fried lamb with green onions, and sweet and sour pork. "Yi Yan, come and drink with me. I really want to drink today." Zhang Wei's eyes were full of anticipation. "Brother Wei, my mother strictly forbids me to drink. Now she lives in our house. If she knew that I drank, she would either beat me up or scold me for half the night." Yi Yan quickly found an excuse. Zhang Wei smiled and said, "If you don't drink, I won't make it difficult for you. I'll order you a bottle of Hongbei Alai." but I really want to drink a bottle today. The last time I drank was when I became a teacher. Yi Yan's eyes lit up. It seems that Brother Wei has something important to do today, tell me quickly. Jiang Wei said mysteriously, I'll tell you after I finish my drink. Let's keep it a secret for now. Yi Yan smiled helplessly. Okay, Brother Wei, let's talk after you finish drinking. Anyway, the baby is asleep, and Lin Mo is being taken care of by my mother, so I'm relieved. Waiter, give me another bottle of beer and a bottle of Honbeilai. Jiang Wei shouted loudly. The waiter brought it over quickly and also gave the two of them a screwdriver. Soon, the 3 dishes were brought up by the waiter. Jiang Wei opened the tableware for Yi Yan. Yi Yan, the dishes are here, eat them while they are hot. So, the two of them started to eat the food with big mouthfuls. Jiang Wei drank beer and Yi Yan drank Honbeilai. However, Jiang Wei's alcohol tolerance was horrible. He was drunk like a puddle of mud after drinking half a bottle. He began to stagger and said, Yi Yan, I saw your sister when I went to the gym to work out today. She took the initiative to talk to me, apologized to me for what happened last time, and added me on WeChat. Yi Yan blinked his eyes. That's good, my sister has started to take the initiative, I guess she is interested in you. Jiang Wei nodded, that's not the point. She also goes to the gym to work out. I took a few glances at her and she has a great figure. I remembered something, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Yi Yan didn't mind at all. Go ahead, Brother Wei, just say what you want to say. We are brothers, why should we be polite to each other? Okay, Yi Yan, let me be frank. I remembered the sentence in the Chinese textbook, a beautiful lady is the ideal match for a gentleman. I seem to have fallen in love with your sister. Moreover, I feel that she is interested in me too, otherwise why would she take the initiative to add me on WeChat? Jiang Wei spoke very logically. Yi Yan nodded, Brother Wei, your logical thinking is quite impressive. Even when you are drunk, you can still make sense. Jiang Wei suddenly stood up and said shakily, Yi Yan, I have to muster up my courage today. As the saying goes, alcohol makes cowards brave. Today I will use the alcohol to confess my love to your sister. As her brother, whether you agree or not, just give me a straightforward answer. Yi Yan had long felt that Jiang Wei and Yi Yao were a good match, but the matter was too delicate for him to directly match them up. However, since Jiang Wei had already said that he liked Yi Yao, he didn't want to hide it anymore. Okay, Brother Wei, I support you. Don't you have her WeChat? My sister should be free now, you can send her a video. Yi Yan pushed Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up, good idea. Let's not delay any longer. I'll call right away. Yi Yan was secretly delighted. This was a good opportunity to bring the two of them together. If Ye's mother knew about this, she would definitely praise him. Jiang Wei quickly opened Yi Yao's chat box and made a video call. Yi Yao, who was eating, suddenly saw Jiang Wei's video call. She couldn't hold back her food and spat it out. She pinched her cheeks to make sure it wasn't a dream. However, she was confused. When did Jiang Wei become so unrestrained? Yi Yao hesitated for a few seconds, but finally answered the call. She looked at Jiang Wei's camera, and Jiang Wei's face turned red, shaking from side to side. Seeing Yi Yao pick up the phone, Jiang Wei mustered up the courage to say, Yi Yao, I like you. You are beautiful, generous, and charming. Especially when I saw you in the gym today, I was in high spirits. Just tell me if you agree or not. Jiang Wei's action confused Yi Yao, and she didn't know how to respond. Yi Yao could only use a delaying tactic to hang up the video, and then quickly blocked Jiang Wei to calm herself down. Jiang Wei watched Yi Yao hang up the video and wanted to send a WeChat message to explain, but a line of text popped up on his phone, the message you sent has been rejected by the other party. Jiang Wei was not discouraged at all. He kept chattering to Yi Yan about his true love for Yi Yao, while packing up the leftovers. Seeing Jiang Wei like this, Yi Yan really didn't want to waste any more time, so he lied. Brother Wei, Lin Mo just told me that the two babies have woken up and asked me to go home quickly. How about this, I'll pay for it. Even though Jiang Wei was drunk, he was quite reasonable and quickly said, no, I'll pay the bill. As he spoke, he stuffed all the leftovers to Yi Yan. Yi Yan hurriedly prepared to call his father. Dad, please come and pick us up, we are in the restaurant. Jiang Wei was still nagging, Yi Yao must like me too, I can feel it. Chapter 23 Everything is ready except Yi Yao. Ye's father drove to pick up Yi Yan and Jiang Wei. If this scene was made into a movie, it would definitely be selected as the best family comedy of the year. Yi Yan did not sit in the front passenger seat, but squeezed in the back seat with Jiang Wei to take care of the future brother-in-law who was drunk as mud. Jiang Wei's face was as red as a monkey's butt. I guess even monkeys would feel ashamed when they saw him. Yi Yan, how much did Jiang Wei drink? He was staggering as if he stepped on a landmine when he walked. Father Yi couldn't help but complain while driving. Actually, he didn't drink much, just half a bottle of wine. But after drinking this half bottle, he directly lost his memory, and even called Yi Yao on video, saying a bunch of nonsense like, "Today is different than before." Yi Yan shook his head helplessly. This buddy's fighting power after being drunk is even stronger than when he is sober. When Ye's father heard Jiang Wei's confession to Yi Yao, his eyes lit up and his gossipy heart burned. "What's going on? Tell me quickly, the more I listen, the more curious I am." Yi Yan explained the whole story in detail, and his father laughed out loud. "This is great. Jiang Wei has finally taken this step. Son, I feel that in 2 or 3 days, they will be able to succeed." Yi Yan also thought it was quite interesting, but he was still a little worried. "Dad, I don't know where Jiang Wei's home is. If I just leave him there, I won't feel at ease. If he really becomes my brother-in-law, I don't want him to get into trouble on the first day." Father Yi thought for a moment and slapped his thigh. "Take Jiang Wei back home. Let your mother live in the second bedroom and he can sleep on the sofa. In his current state, who will take care of him when he gets home?" Ye's father had already informed Ye's mother. Although Ye's mother usually disliked men drinking, she changed her mind and thought, if Jiang Wei didn't drink that half bottle of wine, how could he have the courage to confess his love to Yi Yao? So she didn't say much. After Ye's father sent Yi Yan and Jiang Wei home, he went back alone. Yi Yan supported Jiang Wei as he walked in. Jiang Wei's muscular body made Yi Yan exhausted after just a few steps. Lin Mo happened to be at home, and when she saw the drunk Jiang Wei, she didn't react much. Yi Yan had already shown her the video of Jiang Wei being drunk, so she was prepared. When Jiang Wei saw Ye's mother, his eyes lit up instantly, as if he had discovered a new world. "Aunt, I really like Yi Yao. I hope you and uncle can agree to our marriage. I can give a betrothal gift of 150,000 yuan. I have a house of 70 or 80 square meters. I have a good family background and a high level of education. I am fully qualified to marry Yi Yao." When Ye's mother heard this, she was overjoyed. She had always wanted to bring these two people together, and now Jiang Wei took the initiative to speak. All that was missing was Yi Yao's nod. Yi Yan quickly helped Jiang Wei sit on the sofa, and Jiang Wei told her about what happened yesterday again, and even added fuel to the fire. "It was Yi Yao who took the initiative to ask for my WeChat. The two babies just woke up, and Lin Mo hurried to feed them." Jiang Wei watched Yi Yan and Lin Mo busying around, and suddenly a thought popped up in his mind. "Auntie, Jiang Wei, have been." Yi Yan was quick to act and covered Jiang Wei's mouth with his hand. "All right, stop talking. The two babies are still breastfeeding. If they hear your drunken words, they will be scared to tears." But Jiang Wei was drunk and didn't care about all that. Yi Yan couldn't cover his mouth at all. Ye's mother frowned at the smell of alcohol on Jiang Wei, and quickly asked Yi Yan to take off Jiang Wei's clothes and put on Yi Yan's clothes. Yi Yan had no choice but to do as he was told. Ye's mother looked at Jiang Wei's muscular figure and his thick biceps, and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. This figure would make anyone excited. Even Ye's mother, a middle-aged woman, couldn't help but take a few more glances. How could Ji Ziyuan's figure when he was young compare to Jiang Wei's? Jiang Wei soon fell asleep on the sofa without even a blanket. Ye's mother was afraid that he would catch a cold, so she covered him with a blanket. Yi Yao, on the other hand, did not sleep well that night, and her mind was full of Jiang Wei. She muttered, "This damn Jiang Wei, he made me sleepless again." But she couldn't help thinking about him in her heart. The next morning, Yi Yao was still listless. She kept thinking about Jiang Wei and couldn't do her work well. She kept muttering, "I really hate him." Jiang Wei woke up immediately when his cell phone alarm rang. But he found himself sleeping on the sofa and was stunned. "Why did I sleep on the sofa? What happened?" But he didn't think much about it because he still had classes to go to today. He went to the bathroom and found that even the toothpaste and toothbrush were not his, and his head hurt even more. Yi Yan came out and saw Jiang Wei woke up. He smiled and said, "Brother Wei, you woke up quite early." When Jiang Wei saw Yi Yan, he suddenly remembered what happened yesterday and frowned. "Yi Yan, am I at your house?" Yi Yan nodded. Jiang Wei was in a hurry to go to work, so he asked if he could use Yi Yan's toiletries. Yi Yan agreed without hesitation. Although Jiang Wei wanted to find out what happened yesterday, he had to go to work, so he had to put it aside for the time being. Yi Yan used Jiang Wei's toiletries without showing any disdain. When Ye's mother woke up, the first thing she said was, "Where's Zhang Wei? Where did he go?" Brother Wei went to work. He was very confused when he woke up and didn't mention Yi Yao today. Yi Yan replied. Mother Yi nodded and turned to go to the kitchen to cook for Yi Yan and Lin Mo. Zhang Wei's hair was a mess like a chicken coop when he was in class today. His colleagues in the office looked at him strangely, but no one dared to speak. Zhang Wei also felt something was wrong, so he went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, only to find that his hair was messy as if it had been blown by the wind. He suddenly realized, it turns out that it's because my hair is too messy, no wonder everyone looks at me like that. After get off work, Zhang Wei couldn't wait to find out what happened last night, so he bought a few pounds of apples and prepared to visit Yi Yan's house. Ye's mother heard the knock on the door and asked Yi Yan to open it. Yi Yan was in the toilet and had to shout, "Mom, I can't open the door for now, I'm taking a shit in the toilet." Lin Mo heard this and hurried to open the door. Seeing Zhang Wei holding a bag of apples, her eyes lit up. "Wow, Zhang Wei, are these apples you brought for me? How thoughtful." Yi Yan asked curiously in the bathroom, "Wife, who's here?" "Zhang Wei is here." Lin Mo replied. Yi Yan hurried out of the toilet and ran to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei asked anxiously, "What happened yesterday?" Yi Yan told Zhang Wei everything from the time Zhang Wei invited him to dinner to the time Zhang Wei passed out drunk at his home. After listening, Zhang Wei quickly opened the chat history with Yi Yao and found that what Yi Yan said was exactly the same as the chat history. "Didn't your sister come to your house today?" Zhang Wei asked. "No, my sister works in the hospital." Yi Yan replied. Zhang Wei frowned. What happened last night really made him laugh and cry. However, he knew in his heart that he really liked Yi Yao. As for when it started, he couldn't tell. Anyway, he just liked her, so there was no need to hide it. "Aunt, I do like Yi Yao. I want to start a family with her and live with her forever," Zhang Wei said seriously. Ye's mother was very pleased to hear this. Although this boy can't drink much, he has good character. Moreover, he was so drunk last night, but he took the initiative to ask for clarification today, which shows that he knows what's going on. Ye's mother felt that everything was ready for Yi Yao and Zhang Wei's marriage, except for Yi Yao's nod. Chapter 24: Zhang Wei's Road to Love. In this fast-paced era, love and marriage are often given too much meaning and expectations. For Zhang Wei, this time he was determined to marry Yi Yao home. He knew that marriage was not just a matter between two people, but also the integration of two families. Therefore, he decided to start with Yi Yao's family and win their recognition and support. That day, Zhang Wei came to Yi Yao's home with full sincerity, and said to Yi's mother solemnly, "Auntie, I really love Yi Yao. Just tell me, do you approve of me being your son-in-law in the future?" Zhang Wei's eyes were firm and sincere, as if at this moment, he poured all his feelings into this sentence. Mother Yi smiled slightly, having already accepted Zhang Wei as her son-in-law. She knew that Yi Yao's happiness was the most important thing, and Zhang Wei was undoubtedly the one who could make Yi Yao happy. However, she also understood that marriage was Yi Yao's own business, and she could not interfere. So, Ye's mother said gently, "Xiao Wei, of course Auntie approves of you. But I can't make the decision on Yao Yao's affairs. You have to get Auntie's approval while also getting Yi Yao's approval. Marriage is a matter between the two of you, Auntie can't decide for her." Zhang Wei nodded, knowing that what Ye's mother said made sense. He turned and asked, "Auntie, what does Yi Yao like to do?" Ye's mother thought for a moment and said with a smile, "She likes to listen to a song called Confession Balloon." Yi Yan answered first, "Confession Balloon." Zhang Wei's mind lit up, and he immediately understood Yi Yao's preference. From that day on, he often played Confession Balloon on his phone, and he wanted to use this song to impress Yi Yao. In order to better understand Yi Yao, Zhang Wei humbly consulted Yi's father, who told him to make Yi Yao feel warm and happy, and let her feel the atmosphere of home when she is with Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei agreed with this. He picked up a pen and carefully wrote down Yi's father's advice. He knew that among three people, there must be one who can be my teacher. I will choose the good ones and follow them, and change the bad ones. The advice of Yi Yan and Ye's father was undoubtedly a precious treasure for him. In the process of getting along with Yi Yao, Zhang Wei found that Yi Yao's personality was very similar to Ye's mother, gentle and introverted. Yi Yao was very cautious about her feelings, which made Zhang Wei encounter many difficulties in the process of pursuing her. However, Zhang Wei did not give up. He firmly believed that as long as he put his heart into it, he would be able to impress Yi Yao. One day, the two babies of Yi Yan's family woke up. Zhang Wei looked at the two little cuties and his heart was filled with tenderness. He made up his mind to become the uncle of the two little guys. Yi Yan was very pleased to see Zhang Wei's love for the two babies. He knew that Zhang Wei was a person worthy of trust. After Zhang Wei asked Yi Yan about Yi Yao's work address, he decided to wait for her at the hospital entrance after get off work. He was not a person who liked to get something for nothing. In order to express his sincerity, he bought a cup of taro paste bobo milk tea for Yi Yao. The clerk told him that this was the favorite of girls. Zhang Wei thought that if Yi Yao liked to drink it, he would buy more for her in the future. Yi Yao was very surprised to see Zhang Wei appear at the hospital gate. She wondered how he knew the address of her workplace. Then she thought, it must be Yi Yan's silly brother who told her off. Although Yi Yao was a little nervous, she still pretended to be calm and wanted to take a detour. However, Zhang Wei took the initiative to call her. Yi Yao said to Zhang Wei angrily, "What do you mean? Are you pestering me? Did I say that we are not suitable for each other?" Zhang Wei smiled and said, "Did you say that? I don't remember." Yi Yao was stunned. She did not say that they were not suitable for each other. A few days ago, when Zhang Wei confessed his love, she did not make a choice, but chose to remain silent. Zhang Wei handed the taro bobo milk tea in his hand to Yi Yao and said, "The clerk said that girls like to drink this flavor, so I bought one for you. We'll talk about other things later. Now I just want to sincerely treat you to a cup of milk tea. I hope you can drink a few sips of it." Although Yi Yao was a little reluctant, he didn't want to make a fuss, so he took the milk tea, inserted a straw and started drinking. "How does it taste?" Zhang Wei asked with concern. Yi Yao frowned slightly and said, "It's good. So can you leave now?" Zhang Wei nodded and said, "Okay, I'm leaving." He felt a little relieved when he saw Yi Yao finish the milk tea. He knew that feelings need to be cultivated slowly and one should not be impatient. After Yi Yao returned to Yi Yan's house, she looked at Yi Yan with anger on her face and kept glaring at him. Yi Yan asked a little aggrievely, "What's wrong? Sister, why are you glaring at me? I didn't provoke you." Yi Yao said angrily, "Didn't you give me the address of my unit? Who else could it be but you? Yi Yan, I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Yi Yao picked up the pillow very stiffly and kept hitting Yi Yan's belly. Ye's mother laughed at the sight and did not go up to dissuade him. Yi Yan dodged and begged for mercy, Sister, I was wrong. Please don't hit me, I won't dare to do it next time." Yi Yao snorted and said, "Humph, I'll forgive you this time, but if you do it again, I will beat you until you become paralyzed." In fact, Yi Yao was not particularly angry with Yi Yan. She knew that Yi Yan wanted to help Zhang Wei pursue her. It was just that she was under too much pressure recently, so she took it out on Yi Yan. Yi Yao's life was very anxious recently, and she found that she was suffering from fear of marriage. After searching on the internet, she found that she met all the symptoms of fear of marriage. The taro paste bobo milk tea that Zhang Wei bought for her today made her feel mixed emotions after drinking it. She knew that Zhang Wei was a good man and had always admired him. However, she was increasingly reluctant to see him because of her fear of marriage. Yi Yao did not go home at night. When Yi Yan and his mother returned to the bedroom to coax the baby to sleep, Yi Yao called his mother and confided in her. She said, "Mom, I actually like Zhang Wei too, but I am afraid of marriage. He confessed to me under the influence of alcohol, and I wanted to agree, but I hesitated at that moment. Later, I didn't want to see him anymore." After listening to Yi Yao's words, Ye's mother understood her thoughts. She knew that Yi Yao had liked Zhang Wei for a long time, but she was afraid of marriage at the critical moment. Ye's mother said patiently, Yao, fear of marriage is also called premarital syndrome or premarital phobia, which refers to a series of psychological and behavioral reactions from the decision to get married to the marriage. Marriage is one of the major events in life. New people living in cities will have a series of abnormal emotions and behaviors due to excessive excitement or tension, such as upset, worrying, suspicious, listless, crying or irritable, etc., and even have the idea and action of running away at the last minute. Ye's mother went on to say, in fact, these contents are all personalized. Expert Wu and the consultant communicated a point of view: marriage is a good way of life, with both responsibilities and rewards. Our fear of marriage often comes from ignorance of it. We don't know what our married life will be like, and whether we can face the challenges it brings. Living in the present is the most important thing. When you meet someone you like, slowly integrate your life together, and can go to the end, you get married. Ye's mother paused and continued, the reason for fear of marriage is that many people cannot feel the good emotional value in marriage. In fact, emotional value is given by oneself, rather than relying on others to give oneself happiness and good feelings. Expert Wu suggested that we learn effective communication skills, improve the quality of married life, make marriage and family a safe haven, and let more people feel good in marriage. After hearing what her mother said, Yi Yao suddenly became enlightened. Seeing that she had understood something, her mother said, "How about this? Yao Yao, when you two are not working on the weekend, I will invite you two to have dinner with us. Then you two can have some private contact. You can slowly get to know him. He will give you an open mind, and soon you will no longer be afraid of marriage." Yi Yao nodded, feeling grateful. Ye's mother said, "Yi Yan, go contact Zhang Wei. He is your good brother after all, and your words are more effective than ours." Yi Yan came out of the bedroom and said with a smile, "Really? Then Yi Yao's words are more effective than mine." Yi Yan started to talk nonsense again. Ye's mother pressed Yi Yan on the sofa and beat him with a pillow. Yi Yao also joined in beating Yi Yan, and she felt relieved. Yi Yan frowned and said, "Oh, my elder sister, you beat me twice a day." Yi Yao laughed and said, "I can't help it, because you are my younger brother." Afterwards, Yi Yao planned to go home. Lin Mo and Yi Yan held the two babies' hands and said goodbye to their aunt on their behalf. Yi Yao smiled and waved, saying, "Goodbye, my little babies." Yi Yao walked on the road, his heart filled with warmth. The weather was no longer so bitterly cold, but rather sunny and springy. Because it was already spring, her heart was full of hope and expectation. She knew that as long as she felt it with her heart, love and marriage would be beautiful. And Zhang Wei was the one who could bring her happiness. Chapter 25 Weekend Surprise. This weekend, Yi Yan's home was filled with a special atmosphere. Ye's mother started preparing a sumptuous dinner early, including lobster, ribs, chicken, pork elbow, mutton offal. These ingredients were carefully selected by her and filled the kitchen counter. While she was busy, she did not forget to remind Ye's father, "You must come to your son's house for dinner on weekends. This is a family rule." Although Ye's father was a little helpless, he could only smile and nod in agreement when he saw his wife busy. Yi Yan's home was destined to be extraordinary today. Zhang Wei received a notice from Yi Yan early in the morning, inviting him to dinner at home. For Zhang Wei, this was not just an ordinary dinner, but a great opportunity. He secretly planned in his heart that he must seize this opportunity to confess his love to Yi Yao and win her heart in one fell swoop. Ye's mother also had plans in place. She hoped that Yi Yao could find her own happiness on the weekend, and Zhang Wei was undoubtedly the right person in her mind. So, she not only prepared dinner carefully, but also specially arranged this family gathering, hoping to witness the two finally getting married. Yi Yao also arrived at Yi Yan's house early. She felt a little complicated, both expectant and nervous. She knew Zhang Wei would come, but she was not sure if she was ready to face his confession. When Yi Yan saw Yi Yao coming, he greeted her warmly and helped her prepare dinner. Yi Yao looked at Yi Yan's busy figure and couldn't help but feel envious. Yi Yan and Lin Mo have always had a good relationship, and their two daughters, Apple and Lemon, are the fruits of their love. Yi Yao couldn't help but wonder, when will she be able to have such happiness? Zhang Wei arrived at Yi Yan's home on time, bringing a carefully selected gift, hoping to give Yi Yao a surprise. When he walked into the living room, he found Yi Yao was in the toilet, and only Yi Yan and his two daughters were in the living room. Yi Yan warmly invited Zhang Wei to sit down, while Apple and Lemon came over curiously and circled around Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei sat in the corner awkwardly and played with his phone. Yi Yan continued to play with his two daughters, making them giggle. After Yi Yao came out of the toilet, she saw Zhang Wei sitting in the corner and felt a little nervous. She didn't know whether she should talk to him, so she went to the kitchen to help. When Ye's mother saw Yi Yao coming in, she smiled and said to her, "Yao Yao, you have to behave well today. Zhang Wei is a good boy." Yi Yao's face suddenly turned red, and she replied in a low voice, "Mom, don't talk nonsense." But Ye's mother just smiled and said nothing more. Seeing that Zhang Wei was a little bored, Yi Yan took the initiative to talk to him. "Brother Wei, what are you going to do today?" Zhang Wei raised his head and looked at Yi Yan, feeling a little grateful. He knew that Yi Yan was helping him and cheering him up. Zhang Wei gently stroked Apple's head and asked Yi Yan, "Is this the elder sister or the younger sister?" Yi Yan smiled and replied, "She is the elder sister." Zhang Wei nodded and said, "This name is really well chosen, not only unconventional, but also catchy." Yi Yan couldn't help but praise Zhang Wei. "Brother Wei, you are really cultured. You avoided the common characters used to name babies now, and the name is also easy to read." Yi Yan's words were obviously meant for Yi Yao. Although Yi Yao listened carelessly, she was somewhat moved in her heart. She knew that Yi Yan was helping Zhang Wei, but she also understood that the final choice was in her hands. Yi Yan continued chatting with Zhang Wei, talking about the personalities of his two daughters. The elder sister is more quiet, while the younger sister is more lively. When they were just over a week old, she pinched my neck and it hurt me so much. Yi Yan exaggeratedly gestured, making everyone laugh. Lin Mo also interrupted and said, "It hurt you so much that you could barely see your teeth on the ground." Everyone laughed again. Yi Yan was always like this, able to resolve all embarrassment with humor, filling the whole family with laughter. Yi Yan leaned close to Zhang Wei's ear and whispered, "Brother Wei, if you want to succeed, you must take action. If you love her, you must say it out loud." Zhang Wei was shocked when he heard it. He knew that Yi Yan was right. Today was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He decided to muster up his courage and confess to Yi Yao even if he didn't drink. Ye's mother finally prepared the food and served them on the table. Yi Yan sat down next to Lin Mo, Ye's father sat next to Ye's mother, and Zhang Wei sat next to Yi Yao. Although Yi Yao was a little nervous, she pretended to be calm on the surface. She knew that Zhang Wei might confess his love today, but she was also waiting for him to speak. Ye's mother changed the subject and talked about the vaccination of Apple and Lemon. "Yi Yan, does the baby have to get vaccinated tomorrow?" Yi Yan nodded and replied, "Yes, today is Saturday, and the doctor said that Apple and Lemon will get the second shot tomorrow morning. At the same time, the doctor sent me a message saying that Lin Mo will also have a follow-up check tomorrow." Ye's mother nodded and said, "Okay, your father doesn't go to work on weekends, your father and your mother will accompany you." When Yi Yao poured water, she accidentally spilled it on Zhang Wei's sleeve. Zhang Wei was wearing black clothes, so it was not conspicuous. Yi Yao apologized quickly, but Zhang Wei smiled and said it was okay. He stood up to wipe it with paper, and then sat down again. Yi Yao was a little nervous, but she still tried to make herself look natural. When Yi Yan saw Yi Yao leave the table, he raised his eyebrows to Zhang Wei, indicating that his chance had come. Zhang Wei's heart moved, and he knew that he couldn't miss this opportunity. He mustered up his courage and grabbed Yi Yao's hand. Yi Yao's face flushed immediately, and she said in a panic, "Zhang Wei, what are you doing? I've finished eating, I want to leave the table." Zhang Wei knelt on one knee, took out the ring box from his pocket, and prepared to propose to Yi Yao. "Yi Yao, I like you. Ever since we came out of the gym that day, your appearance always appears in my mind and I can't forget it for a long time. This is the first time I like a girl so much. I know you like me too, otherwise you wouldn't take the initiative to add me on WeChat. Yi Yao, I love you. Marry me. Are you willing?" Zhang Wei said affectionately, his eyes full of anticipation. Yi Yan immediately started to cheer and applaud, trying to create a romantic atmosphere. However, Ye's mother pinched Yi Yan twice, signaling him to shut up. Although Yi Yan felt a little aggrieved, he still shut up obediently. Zhang Wei's confession deeply moved Yi Yao. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, but she still nodded firmly, "I do." Zhang Wei stood up and put the ring on Yi Yao's finger. Yi Yao hugged Zhang Wei tightly, nestling in his arms like a little bird. Seeing this scene, Ye's father and mother felt relieved. They knew that their daughter had finally found her own happiness. "Uncle and aunt, do you approve of me as your son-in-law?" Zhang Wei asked respectfully. Father Yi patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Of course we approve. Good boy, keep going, you have a bright future." Mother Yi also nodded, her eyes full of satisfaction. After Zhang Wei and Yi Yao announced their relationship, they hugged each other tightly and kissed passionately. Yi Yao hugged Zhang Wei tightly, as if to integrate him into her life. At this moment, they finally came together and started their new life. "Uncle and aunt, come and have a look at my house. I bought my house with all my own money. Although the decoration is not magnificent, it is definitely warm and comfortable." Zhang Wei warmly invited Ye's father and mother to have a look at his house. Yi Yao also went with him, while Yi Yan stayed to take care of Lin Mo and the two babies. After Yi Yao arrived at Zhang Wei's home, he was very satisfied with the decoration of the house. Although Zhang Wei's home is not big, every detail has been carefully polished, full of warmth and comfort. Ye's father and mother also praised Zhang Wei's house. Zhang Wei said modestly, "Although I don't have a car yet, please believe in my ambition. In 2 or 3 years, I will definitely buy a car." Yi Yao looked at Zhang Wei with trust and reliance in her heart. She knew that Zhang Wei was a motivated person who would work hard for their future. Zhang Wei was also very happy to see Yi Yao's satisfied look. He immediately went to Yi Yao's home to help her move things. Although he was sweating profusely from exhaustion, he felt that it was the sweat of happiness. This weekend was a day full of surprises and happiness for Yi Yan's family. Yi Yao and Jiang Wei finally got together and started their new life. Yi Yan and Lin Mo continue to protect their family and create a warm environment for their two daughters to grow up in. This family is even better because of love. Chapter 26. The whole family is mobilized. Yi Yao plans to sell her house and then use her money to buy a car. Ye's father and mother knew that Yi Yao had a stubborn temper, so they would definitely not interfere with her thoughts. My parents are traveling abroad and won't be back for 10 days or so. I told them that they are very satisfied with you as their daughter-in-law. When they come back, I will take you to meet my parents. Jiang Wei said to Yi Yao confidently. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate tomorrow. You look so tired today, so don't go. Just rest at home. Yi Yao cares about Jiang Wei very much, and this is the first day they start living together. Ye's father and mother would not act as a third wheel here, and they tactfully left Jiang Wei's home. Father Yi was driving the car, and Mother Yi was so happy and proud. My daughter has a boyfriend. The two elders can rest assured knowing that Jiang Wei is their son-in-law. Yi Yan comforted Lin Mo very gently. It's okay, honey, don't be afraid of the re-examination. You will be safe. The next morning, Yi Yan got up early. After washing up and having breakfast, Lin Mo and Ye's parents wrapped the babies like little dumplings, covering them tightly, leaving only their mouths and eyes exposed. Today is the day for the babies to get vaccinated. The hepatitis B vaccine requires a second dose. While getting the vaccination, Lin Mo also needs a follow-up checkup. Although the lochia has been discharged, Dr. Wang Xinyue still recommends taking a vaginal ultrasound. As for registration, it's free. Wang Xinyue said she would help check the scar's recovery. They came to the hospital together. Yi Yan and Lin Mo walked together, and Ye's father pushed a double baby stroller. She also put on a cute little mask. There are many patients in the hospital and the baby's body resistance is low. It must be carefully cared for and protected. After getting the vaccination and taking a vaginal ultrasound, I took the elevator to the obstetrics and gynecology office. In the corridor, Yi Yan saw a particularly familiar figure. Brotherly. Yi Yan waved his hand. Li Zhihui was deeply impressed by Yi Yan, who was very outgoing. However, he didn't particularly want to pay attention to Yi Yan, so he just said hello perfunctorily. Yi Yan tried to get close to him and said, Brotherly, I'll treat you to a meal someday when I'm free. Yi Yan was very enthusiastic, but as a doctor, Li Zhihui was not impressed by Yi Yan. He made up an excuse to get away with it. Dr. Wang Xinyue took Lin Mo to an empty examination room. Lift up your clothes and look at the scar. Lin Mo obediently lifted up his shirt. The loose, white, plump little belly caught Wang Xinyue's eyes. Wang Xinyue adhered to his medical ethics and did not even glance at him. During the confinement period, my weight increased rapidly. I was full of flesh and could only wear clothes 2 sizes larger. Lin Mo said with embarrassment. Wang Xinyue smiled slightly. It's normal to gain weight during confinement. With exercise, you can get back to normal and your belly will become firm and elastic. The scar healed so well, even better than the average pregnant woman's after a cesarean section. The stretch marks on my belly have disappeared? That's great. No need to do any more tests. Some women who undergo cesarean sections are careless about disinfecting the incision and do not take good care of themselves, so that the incision is easily infected and even develops inflammatory edema. Wang Xinyue carefully looked at the transvaginal ultrasound film and nodded with satisfaction. Well, there is no residue, and the lochia is discharged completely. Everything went well for Lin Mo, but not necessarily for Erbo. Yi Yan was queuing. There were a few people in front of him. He was waiting in line with Ye's father and mother. Finally it was his turn, and Debao Apple was hit first. The child's name is Yi Chuping, right? Right. After the doctor checked the information, he started giving Debao an injection. But Debao was even more scared than last time. When she saw the needle, she knew she was going to get an injection. She cried loudly and her crying was heartbreaking. Mother Yi, as a grandmother, was heartbroken. Yi Yan remained calm and forced Debao to finish the injection. Debao Apple started crying loudly during the injection, and her crying could be heard by the people around. Mother Yi gently patted her granddaughter's body, trying to make her stop crying. The second baby went smoothly. After checking the information, she tried not to cry again, but I don't know if it was influenced by her sister. Tears flickered in the corners of her eyes. The second baby went smoothly. After checking the information, she tried not to cry again, but I don't know if it was influenced by her sister. Tears flashed in the corners of her eyes. This time, probably influenced by her sister, she started crying loudly after a while. This really gave Yi Yan a headache. This situation was much more difficult than last time. Lin Mo's follow-up examination went smoothly, but the two babies cried together, resulting in Yi Yan and Lin Mo not even hearing what each other said. After returning home, Yi Yan and Lin Mo started to coax the two babies together, and it took them a long time to stop crying. Zhang Wei and Yi Yao got up early, washed up, had breakfast, and changed into a clean white shirt. When going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate, the newlyweds basically wear white clothes to look festive. There are a lot of businesses to be handled on weekends, and after waiting in line for more than 2 hours, it was finally their turn. Come on, smile, and get closer. The person taking the photo instructed. In such a solemn and festive occasion, they hugged each other tightly and smiled at the camera, as if welcoming a brand new beginning in their wonderful life journey. At that moment, the photo-taking area of the Civil Affairs Bureau was filled with a sweet atmosphere, as if carrying the good wishes and happy predictions of countless couples. With the click sound of the mobile phone and the gentle congratulations from the photographer, they ushered in a new stage of life. Another beautiful couple is about to walk into the palace of marriage hand in hand and start writing their own happy story together. The photos were quickly printed out, and Yi Yao and Zhang Wei went there to register. Yi Yao held the festive red marriage certificate in his hand. After completing all the procedures, he received the marriage certificate. Yi Yao held the festive red marriage certificate in his hand and couldn't let it go. Husband, starting from March 31, 2024, we are legally married. Yi Yao's voice became very sweet. At least in front of Zhang Wei, she was a weak woman who was powerless. Zhang Wei said, "Wife, why didn't you say you would treat me to a meal before? Let's do it today." "Okay, it's up to you which one to go to." Zhang Wei chose the restaurant where he confessed his love to Yi Yao last time when he was drunk. "Zhang Wei, you are not allowed to drink this time. If you drink, I will break up with you immediately." Yi Yao provoked Zhang Wei. "Okay, honey, I promise to drink less in the future." The two of them did not invite anyone else, as they did not want anyone to disrupt their world of two. Yi Yan took a breath. These two little ancestors finally stopped crying. It will be a month soon since the baby was born. The doctor also announced that Lin Mo could go out for some fresh air after completing her confinement. Lin Mo had been trapped at home for more than 20 days and was almost feeling depressed. If she didn't go out for a walk, she felt like she was about to become a useless person. After settling the two lovely babies, Yi Yan accompanied Lin Mo for a walk. Yi Yan suddenly remembered the bank card that his father had given him. "Wife, do you still remember the bank card my dad gave us when you were pregnant? Now that you mention it, I seem to have some impression of it." "Then let's go to the bank and check the balance on the card." The two men arrived at the bank, where it was crowded with people doing business on the weekend. They waited in line for more than an hour before it was their turn. Yi Yan was as bored as an ant on a hot pan and could only pass the time by playing with his mobile phone. Finally it was their turn, and they asked the salesperson to check the balance on the card. 150,000 in all. When they heard this number, they were both so surprised that their mouths could not close. It was the first time that Yi Yan had seen such a large number. Yi Yan also understood his father's good intentions. He probably wanted him to use the money to open a shop so that he could earn money to support his family. The 150,000 yuan was the principal. Lin Mo took Yi Yan's left arm and walked through the busy Runmen Road. Lin Mo picked out several clothes and skirts, and Yi Yan paid for them generously. Yi Yan did not spend a penny from his card. All the clothes Lin Mo bought while shopping were paid for by Yi Yan out of his own pocket. The two returned home and Ye's mother prepared to take her bag home. "Mom, what do you want?" "I'm going home. After Xioma finishes her confinement, I should also leave." "I'm going home." Yi Yan did not try to persuade her to stay. He understood his mother's personality. No one could persuade her to leave or stay. Lin Mo was very grateful for the care that Ye's mother had given him during this period. She made all kinds of confinement meals for him and kept him plump and healthy. When Lin Mo stepped on the scale, she found that her weight was beyond her expectations. She had thought she would only gain 10 pounds, but unexpectedly she gained 26 pounds. She had to start losing weight from today and get her weight back to 104 pounds. Yi Yan comforted Lin Mo and said, "It's normal. Your mother makes all kinds of delicious food for you during this period. It's normal for you to gain some weight." Yi Yan was very calm because he had consulted a doctor online. The normal weight gain for pregnant women is about 25 kgs. The weight will start to rise after the 12th week of pregnancy, increasing by about 0.5 kilograms per week until the full term. No, I want to exercise and get rid of all the fat I gained during this period. However, Lin Mo was just talking. The dishes cooked by Yi Yan were so delicious that they were almost as good as those cooked by Lin Mo's mother. This aroused Lin Mo's greed, which led to Lin Mo's weight rising sharply. Chapter 27 Full Moon Wine. Recently, we are preparing to hold a full-month banquet for our baby. Mr. and Mrs. Lin, whom I hadn't seen for a long time, came into the house like a spring breeze. Lin Mo's longing for her parents was like a flood that broke through a dam. She took a step forward and hugged Lin's father tightly. Lin Mo couldn't wait to ask, "Dad, long time no see, where have you been all this time?" Dad was out on a driving trip and just came back the day before yesterday. This trip was quite fruitful. Father Lin hasn't seen his two lovely granddaughters for a long time. The scene of accompanying Apple and Lemon to get injections is still vaguely in his mind. Lin Mo, you are finally out of confinement. You can move around freely now. Lin Mo said to his father with a wronged look on his face, "Yes, Dad, I'm out of confinement, but I've gained 26 kilograms. To Lin's mother, this is nothing. Mother Lin consoled her, "Your problem is nothing. When I was pregnant with you, I gained 28 kilograms. After hearing what her mother said, Lin Mo felt relieved. It turned out that she was not the one who gained the most weight during pregnancy. Yi Yan, have the two babies received their second injection? It was he who accompanied Yi Yan when he got the injection. Yes, the fight is over, and it's still the same as before. However, this time, Apple, as the older sister, actually made her younger sister cry. Father Lin joked, "That apple is really contagious. It can even make my sister cry." Mother Lin calculated that tomorrow would be the day when Apple and Lemon would be 1 month old, so she had to make some special arrangements. "Yi Yan, we have to hold a full moon party for Apple and Lemon tomorrow." "Yes, the two babies are 1 month old. It's time to hold a full month banquet. If we don't hold the full month banquet, we have to wait until the 100-day banquet." However, Yi Yan considered it carefully and said, "Auntie, this kind of thing can't be rushed. In my opinion, we should just have a small gathering for the full moon wine. If we have a big banquet, the baby's resistance is still small. If a lot of relatives come to see your granddaughter, what if the baby?" "That makes sense. Let's get together and book a restaurant and have a meal or cook some good food at home. Yi Yan, ask your mother to see if they agree." The beating of drums and gongs makes a grand scene, but it is just for show and is not practical at all. Ye's mother and father also came in the evening, and the two families sat together to discuss the full moon banquet for the two babies. By the way, with so many people coming here, the baby might get the flu. They are the parents of Apple and Lemon, so how could they not consider the safety of their two babies? Okay, that's it. Let's all get together tomorrow. I'll cook some delicious dishes for you all, and we can celebrate the baby's full moon. As for the wine, let's collect it. No one drank last time. Ye's mother made up her mind and everyone supported her. My sister and brother-in-law have to come too. They have to go to work, wait for them to get off work. Yi Yan quickly used his mobile phone to inform Yi Yao and Zhang Wei that his aunt and uncle, they also had to attend the full moon banquet. Both of them readily agreed to attend their two nieces' full moon banquet together tomorrow. Originally they wanted to book a table at a luxurious restaurant, but Yi Yan was afraid that the two babies would not be able to adapt to the unfamiliar environment, so he passed on this option. The next morning, Yi Yan got up very early and started a busy day. Today is Tuesday, and Yi Yao, Zhang Wei, Ye's father, and Lin's mother all have classes. By the time everyone gathers together, it will probably be around 4 or 5 o'clock. Yi Yan also mastered many skills. In the past, it was Ye's mother who made nutritious breakfasts. Now he has superb cooking skills. During the time he accompanied Lin Mo in confinement, he also practiced his cooking skills and often made some difficult dishes, and he was very good at it. Yi Yan made fried eggs for Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo was trying to lose weight recently and only ate vegetarian food, she could still eat eggs. Ye's mother came to Yi Yan's house early in the morning. This time, she brought a lot of bags, a bag full of vegetables. Lin Mo whispered in Yi Yan's ear, "Auntie, what a strong woman. She can carry so many things by herself." Yi Yan said proudly, "That's right, my mother's arm strength is not inferior to any other girl, including those in their 20s and 30s. Lin Mo admires Yi Yan's mother very much. What a strong woman. Ye's mother asked, "Where are my two lovely granddaughters?" Yi Yan said, "They are still sleeping. You can also hold a full moon ceremony at home." I prepared 2 bottles of aged Feitian, and the baby suddenly appeared and grabbed a bottle of the one for my birth month, and sealed it up decisively. The baby brought luck. Full moon ceremony. 1. Hair combing ceremony. Grandma. Combing once brings wisdom, and the baby is smart and cute. Combing twice brings good health, and the baby can start a career without illness or disaster. Combing 3 times in the morning brings good luck in everything, and the baby can be safe and worry-free. 2. Rolling disaster. Grandfather. Disasters will be gone, and the baby will be smart and healthy. 3. Feng Yue Wine. Dad. When the baby is admitted to the imperial examination, he will be a great success. Haircut. Grandfather and father. The first shave is for wealth and prosperity, and you will never have to worry about food and clothing. The second shave is for intelligence, and it is a good omen for being versatile. The third shave is for merit, and you will be rich and stylish throughout your life. 4. Shave your head to make it beautiful, and you will be happy and content until you grow old. 5. Bath. Grandma and mom. Taxes are safe and smooth. I am happy and worry-free, and I have left a trace of my growth. All because of you, I am filled with joy. 6. Wearing a golden crown. Mother. New clothes, new look, start a new chapter in life. No disasters or troubles, and long life. This is what Yi Yan found on the internet. They did as instructed and now just had to wait for the 2 babies to wake up before taking the next steps. Accompanied by the familiar crying sound, Yi Yan knew that the 2 little babies had woken up. Lin Mo went to feed the baby. Yi Yan naturally didn't need to worry about feeding. The second baby Lemon had a strong learning ability and didn't wander around like before. He would master the skill of breastfeeding like his sister. Grandma gently combed the 2 babies' hair. Ye's mother was particularly careful and her movements were very small while combing their hair. Rolling disaster is done by the female elders in the family. They will prepare some boiled eggs and roll them around on their bodies while chanting. The purpose of this part is to pray that the baby can stay away from disasters and grow up healthy and safe. This method is mainly derived from traditional folk treatment methods, because it is believed that in this way some positive energy will be generated, affecting the surrounding environment and human body functions. Mother Yi was very diligent. She prepared some boiled eggs and rolled them on her body while reciting the same words. Drinking alcohol is also something that Ye's mother is afraid of. As for cutting the baby's hair, Ye's mother wanted to give Ye's father the right. After all, he is the grandfather of the 2 babies, so it would be more appropriate for him to cut the baby's hair. Ye's father came to Yi Yan's house immediately after get off work, and Ye's mother greeted him in advance. Father Yi was also very careful while trimming the hair, not daring to make any mistakes. If he hurt his 2 granddaughters, Ye's mother would be absolutely merciless and scold him harshly. As for bathing, wait for Lin's father and mother to arrive and let them do it. Otherwise, as the child's grandparents, it would not look good if Yi Yan had to do everything. The last item is wearing a crown and golden clothes. As a mother of 2 babies, Lin Mo performed the last task herself. New clothes, new look, start a new chapter in life. It's time to take full month photos for the babies. The whole family happily went to the children's photography studio. We carefully selected a medium package, priced at 1,298 yuan, which includes 165K exquisite photos. The previous shooting process went smooth as flowing water. However, when taking pictures of the 2 babies, they were like 2 naughty elves, moving all the time. However, with the concerted efforts of Lin Mo and Yi Yan, the 2 little babies, Apple and Lemon, finally lay down obediently on the left and right sides, like 2 shining pearls. A delicate and beautiful little red flower was carefully mounted on the side of their foreheads, like 2 sparkling gems. The full moon photoshoot was a great success and the efficiency was incredibly high. It only took about 5 to 7 days to get the beautiful photos. Everyone's face was filled with happy smiles, and then they fell into a sweet dream contentedly. After Lin Mo carefully placed the 2 babies in the cribs in the bedroom, he returned to the living room feeling relieved. Everyone began to enjoy the food, with laughter and joy. The 4 couples were like 4 pairs of happy mandarin ducks. Their love was like a warm spring breeze, blowing through everyone's hearts and condensing into the crystallization of happiness. Chapter 28 Yi Yan's Choice. At 5 in the morning, when it was just getting light, Yi Yan slowly got up from his bed. He walked through the bedroom lightly, being careful not to wake up his wife Lin Mo and their 2 one-month-old daughters who were still sleeping. The room was filled with a peaceful and warm atmosphere. Yi Yin stood beside the bed, gazing at their peaceful sleeping faces, and a gentle power surged in his heart. He couldn't stay at home like this any longer. Yi Yin knew that as a husband and father, he needed to support the family. His past job hunting experiences had frustrated him, but those setbacks had not dampened his fighting spirit. He recalled a friend he had heard of who had also experienced the confusion of unemployment, but eventually found a satisfactory job through unremitting efforts. The friend's story was like a beam of light, illuminating Yi Yan's heart and making him understand that only by continuous efforts could his family live a better life. Yi Yan took a deep breath and made up his mind to leave home and meet new challenges. His cooking skills have greatly improved. He tasted it himself and chewed it repeatedly. It was really delicious. He decided to apply for a job as a chef at a restaurant, but soon realized a practical problem: he did not have a chef's certificate. Which restaurant would hire an unqualified chef? With a little trepidation, Yi Yan visited many restaurants, but the results were always the same. When the employers learned that he did not have a chef's license, they did not even give him a chance to show his skills and hurriedly sent him away. Yi Yan sighed, feeling helpless. In real life, many chefs with superb cooking skills have also faced similar difficulties. For example, the famous chef Gordon Ramsay had encountered many setbacks in his early years because he did not have a formal chef certificate. However, with his unremitting efforts and persistence, he eventually became a world-renowned master chef. Yi Yan prayed silently in his heart that he could also break through the current predicament with his talent and hard work like Ramsay. Oh. Without relevant certificates, who will hire me? Yi Yan said to himself, forget it, I'd better go home first. Lin Mo is probably awake, maybe she's still waiting for me to make breakfast for her. Yi Yan returned home and saw Lin Mo sitting on the sofa playing with his phone. Lin Mo raised his head and saw Yi Yan returning empty-handed. A hint of curiosity appeared on his face. Yi Yan, what did you do this morning? I didn't see you when I got up just now. I thought you were lost. Yi Yan smiled slightly and said humorously, it's impossible to lose it. I'm already in my 20s. Which bold human trafficker would kidnap a young man in his 20s? Lin Mo was amused by him and started laughing, but soon became serious again. Okay, stop interrupting. Tell me where you went today? Lin Mo knew very well that as a couple, there was nothing to hide between them, and being honest with each other was the best way to get along. Yi Yan frowned slightly, and said helplessly, wife, I'm a father now. I can't stay at home all day. I have to go out and work. Recently, you have been praising my cooking skills. I thought about applying for a chef position, but I was turned away. Lin Mo was somewhat amused. Yi Yan didn't have a chef's license, so which restaurant would hire him? But she changed her mind and realized that Yi Yan's idea was right. She was not as quick as Yi Yan in realizing it, and she couldn't stay idle at home all the time. But if she worked outside all day, what would happen to the two babies who had just turned 1 month old? They still couldn't leave their mother. Lin Mo suddenly had an idea and remembered the bank card that Yi's father gave her. Yi Yan, let's open a store. Didn't my uncle give us a bank card with 150,000 yuan in it? Add the money my parents gave me and the red envelopes from relatives, and I have more than 50,000 yuan here. Yi Yan's eyes lit up, and he thought Lin Mo's idea was good. The two of them had more than 200,000 yuan on hand, so renting a store was no problem at all. Lin Mo continued, we can open a small store, you take care of the cooking, and I'll take care of the store, maybe we can make a career out of it. Yi Yan was about to respond when Lin Mo's phone rang. It was a video call from his college roommate Zhou Qian. Lin Mo picked up the phone and heard Zhou Qian's voice. Lin Mo, long time no see. I heard from young Xinrong that you're a mother now? Yes, I gave birth to a pair of twin daughters, who are just 1 month old now. Lin Mo said with a smile. Their father is Yi Yan, right? Zhou Qian asked. Yes, he is right next to us. Lin Mo replied. That's great, you two will definitely be together forever. Zhou Qian said with a smile. Thank you for your blessing. Lin Mo responded. My dad said he's moving, and it's just right that he's moving to your city. In the future we can go shopping, buy groceries, and eat together. Zhou Qian said excitedly. Great. I'll treat you to dinner when you arrive in the evening. Lin Mo agreed readily. Zhou Qian is a second-generation rich girl who has lived a comfortable life since childhood. Her parents dote on her and hope that she can get married early and live the life of a full-time mother, but she doesn't care much about these. She had a very good relationship with Lin Mo in college, and after graduation she has been hanging around at home, occasionally going out to travel or attend parties. At night, the two babies were still sleeping, so Yi Yan asked his mother to help take care of them while he went out to relax and think about what kind of store he should open. Zhou Qian arrived early, so Lin Mo and Yi Yan went to pick her up. The three of them had dinner together and then went to a hot pot restaurant. This hot pot restaurant was not doing well. There were only a few tables in the restaurant and few customers. Yi Yan looked around and felt a little disappointed. Zhou Qian was from Chongqing and loved hot pot. She liked the taste and environment of this restaurant at first sight. She ordered a yuanyang hot pot and picked up some food for Lin Mo while eating, not caring about the quietness of the restaurant at all. Yi Yan, however, could no longer sit still. He put down his chopsticks after taking a few bites, frowning and saying, "This store's business is so bad, I'm afraid it won't last long." Zhou Qian didn't care, "It tastes good, you ate too little." Yi Yan did not respond, but cast his eyes on the boss sitting in the corner. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a beard and a friendly face, but his eyes showed a trace of fatigue and helplessness. Yi Yan guessed that the boss might not want to continue running the store. He took the initiative to walk forward and asked with a smile, "Boss, has your hot pot restaurant always been doing this? The food is very good, it shouldn't be so quiet. It's spring now, and there are many people eating hot pot." The boss looked up and sighed, "Young man, you are right. But my business is getting worse and worse. Only 2 or 3 customers come in a day, and all the employees have resigned. In 2 or 3 days, I plan to sell the store and go back to the countryside." Yi Yan's heart moved, and he realized that this might be an opportunity. He returned to his seat and discussed with Lin Mo and Zhou Qian, "I think we can consider taking over this store. The location is not bad, and the food is not bad. As long as we manage it well, it will definitely be successful." Lin Mo hesitated, "But we have no experience, can we do it?" Yi Yan was very determined, "We can learn slowly. As long as we work hard, we will definitely be able to do it well. Moreover, we have funds, enthusiasm, and Zhou Qian to help promote it, so there will definitely be no problem." Zhou Qian also became interested, "I can help with publicity. I know a lot of friends and I can definitely bring you a lot of business." Lin Mo was infected by Yi Yan's confidence and nodded, "Okay, let's give it a try." Yi Yan walked towards the boss again and said sincerely, "Boss, I want to take over your store. How about this, you tell us the details of the store, and then we can discuss the price." The boss looked at Yi Yan, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he showed a relieved smile, "Young man, you'd better think it through. This store can hardly pay the rent now, and I have no choice but to sell it." Yi Yan nodded, "I know, but I think as long as I manage it carefully, I will be able to turn the situation around. Don't worry, I will manage it well." Chapter 29. I want to open a hot pot restaurant. "Boss, can you transfer this shop to me? I want to open a hot pot restaurant." Yi Yan stared at the boss hopefully, and the boss caught a glimpse of the burning expectation in his eyes. The boss was surprised and said, "Young man, you actually like my store? That's great, I'll give you a discount, I'll sell it to you for 50,000 yuan. The price of 50,000 yuan was like a blessing from heaven to Yi Yan, which made him very satisfied. Yi Yan asked curiously, "Uncle, can you tell me about your original intention of opening this hot pot restaurant?" The boss answered promptly, "Of course. What's your name, young man?" "No need to be noble, my surname is Yi, like the green leaf." "Boss, what's your name?" "No need to bother, my last name is Lu, and my name is Lu Debao." Lu Debao sighed softly and thought to himself that his life was just like the vast ocean, with many ups and downs. The reason why the hot pot restaurant owner is named Debao is because he is the eldest among 3 brothers. However, he is also the one with the least achievements. His mother tried her best to find a marriage for him, but unfortunately his wife was unlucky and died when the child was only 2 or 3 years old. Since then, no one was willing to marry him, a man with a family, and he has been alone all these years. For him, it didn't matter, after all, he had long been accustomed to this solitary life. Although Lu Debao has experienced hardships in his marriage and family, he still firmly guards his dedication to the hot pot restaurant. Every day, he personally leads his team to carefully select the best ingredients, devotes himself to researching the unique hot pot base, and does his best to create a feast for customers. Lu Debao is an ordinary yet extraordinary person. He treats customers like his family members and is always enthusiastic about introducing fresh ingredients and cooking techniques to customers who come to dine at his restaurant. He is well aware of the importance of food safety and hygiene, so he adheres to strict food selection standards and hygiene management specifications, just to provide customers with healthy and delicious hot pot dishes. In his hot pot restaurant, the table is always filled with a happy and warm atmosphere, as if it is a warm harbor, allowing every customer to feel the warmth of home. Once upon a time, an elderly man came to the restaurant alone to enjoy hot pot. When Lou DeBayo witnessed this scene, he resolutely struck up a conversation with him and even had a meal with him. From that day on, the old man became a die-hard fan of the hot pot restaurant and also a close friend of Lou DeBayo. Later, the old woman did not show up for a long time, and a young man walked into the store. While eating, he said, "Boss, my mother loved your hot pot when she was alive. I miss her so much that I come here to eat." Lou DeBayo felt a little moved when he heard this. He not only lost a loyal customer, but also a close friend. Yi Yan is another guest of Lou DeBayo. After listening to Lou DeBayo's story, he felt deeply that Lou DeBayo's life was full of ups and downs. Lou DeBayo's son Lou Fuming, later renamed Louis Tian, lost his mother when he was young, but he tempered his tenacious will in countless ridicules. Lou Fuming was an excellent student since he was young, and later passed the lawyer's license and became an excellent lawyer. Lou DeBayo did not hide his son's life experience. He silently supported his son's growth in his own simple way. Lou DeBayo is not lazy, he is very hardworking, but he always feels that he is holding his son back. He opened this hot pot restaurant because his son likes to eat hot pot. Now, he lives with his son, but he doesn't want to cause any more trouble for his son. So he planned to sell the store to someone else and then return to the countryside to live a leisurely life. Zhou Qian is Yi Yan's college classmate. After hearing about Lou DeBayo's story, she was deeply touched. She knew that children from poor families grow up early, and Lou DeBayo's son Louis Tian was a very good student, definitely at the top level. Zhou Qian really wanted to see what Louis Tian was like. Lou DeBayo asked Yi Yan how old he was. Yi Yan said he was 23 and his 24th birthday was not yet here. Yi Yan pointed at Lin Mo and said with a smile, "This is my girlfriend. She is older than me. She is already 24 years old. We both have the fruit of our love. Now the two children are just 1 month old. I can't stay idle at home. I have to work hard to make money to support my two precious daughters." When Lou DeBayo heard this, he was very impressed with Yi Yan. He thought Yi Yan was a really good guy, responsible, and a real man. Yi Yan also did not accept Lou DeBayo's proposal to lower the price of the store, and insisted on paying 50,000 yuan to buy the hot pot restaurant. Yi Yan said, "Uncle, if you say 50,000, it's 50,000. Not a penny less." Zhou Qian is here to testify for us. Lou DeBayo was curious about the relationship between Zhou Qian, Yi Yan, and Lin Mo, and Zhou Qian answered first, "Uncle, we are college classmates. I just moved here tonight. My father has to move to this city temporarily because of the company's arrangement." Zhou Qian asked Lou DeBayo again, "Uncle, how old is your son? Is his work going well?" Lou DeBayo replied, "He is 28 years old. I was born at 25, so I am 53 years old this year. He is introverted and doesn't like to talk to people. He only talks a lot when he is a lawyer or when others consult him about problems. He is silent at other times. He doesn't like socializing and likes to stay at home." After Zhou Qian learned about Lou DeBayo's son Louis Tian's personality, she felt that he was completely different from her own. Zhou Qian was cheerful and carefree, while Louis Tian was introverted and taciturn. Lou DeBayo asked Yi Yan again, "Young man, how do you feel after becoming a father?" Yi Yan replied, "Uncle, after I became a father, I realized that I have to take on the responsibility of being a father. I can no longer be addicted to games like before. I should focus on business and work hard to make money. First, I should earn some money for diapers for my two daughters." After hearing this, Lou DeBayo was very satisfied with Yi Yan's answer. He felt that Yi Yan was a real man, a man who stood tall and proud. Yi Yan said, "Okay. Uncle, tell me your bank card and I will transfer 50,000 yuan to you. Don't be stubborn. If you don't accept it, I will close your shop." Yi Yan had already bound the bank card given to him by his father to WeChat. Lou DeBayo smiled and said, "Okay, I can't beat you." Yi Yan transferred 50,000 yuan to Lou DeBayo, and Lin Mo and Zhou Qian also had their fill. Zhou Qian wanted to pay the bill but was stopped by Lou DeBayo. "This store belongs to you, why are you still paying the bill?" This time, Yi Yan followed Lou DeBayo's words and winked at Zhou Qian, suggesting that she should not pay the bill. In fact, it should be Yi Yan and Lin Mo who should treat the guests, because they are playing the role of hosts here. After Yi Yan and Lin Mo said goodbye to Lu Debao, Yi Yan remembered something else and wanted to add Lu Debao's WeChat. Lin Mo asked Yi Yan, where are you going? Yi Yan replied, wife, I'll add the boss on WeChat. Yi Yan walked into Lu Debao's hot pot restaurant again and said to Lu Debao, uncle, let's add each other on WeChat. Lu Debao smiled and said, okay, young man. After Yi Yan added Lu Debao on WeChat, he said goodbye to Lu Debao. Yi Yan thought, thanks to Zhou Qian's move, he would never have thought of coming to this hot pot restaurant. There are 360 professions, and every profession has its own top talents. Although Yi Yan can't be a chef, he can open a hot pot restaurant. He firmly believes that as long as he runs it with care, a hot pot restaurant will definitely bring huge profits. After Zhou Qian finished eating the hot pot, she said goodbye to Yi Yan and Lin Mo in a hurry. Lin Mo said to Zhou Qian, come to my house to see the baby that day. Zhou Qian replied, yes, I will definitely go to see the baby. Yi Yan said to Lin Mo, wife, we will be busy from now on. Lin Mo nodded and said, well, this is all thanks to Zhou Qian's suggestion to go eat hot pot. Yi Yan said confidently, don't worry, my wife, I will definitely provide you and the babies with a life of plenty. It's just a matter of time. Chapter 30, Deep Love Between Mother and Son. As night fell, the hustle and bustle of the city gradually died down, and Yi Yan and Lin Mo dragged their tired bodies back home. In the living room, under the soft light, Ye's mother was concentrating on embroidering a cross-stitch, the needle and thread shuttling through her hands, as if she was weaving some deep expectations. Yi Yan put down his backpack and rubbed his sore eyes. Seeing his mother's actions, he couldn't help but teasing, Mom, when did you master the skill of cross-stitching? Mother Yi stopped what she was doing, raised her head, with a look of doting helplessness in her eyes. Cross-stitch embroidery is very simple, the key is to concentrate. It can kill time when you are bored, and it can also hone one's patience. My 2 granddaughters haven't woken up yet, and I've been embroidering here. Her tone was flat, but it revealed a gentle strength. Yi Yan took a closer look and saw a glittering gold ingot on the embroidery cloth, with delicate lines and bright colors. He was a little curious, Mom, what are you embroidering? Mother Yi smiled slightly, with a hint of pride in her tone, I embroidered a gold ingot for your family. Zhang Wei and Yi Yao's families are wealthy, so I don't have to worry about that. This gold ingot is embroidered for you, and I hope my son can make a fortune in the future. Yi Yan's heart was warmed, and tears welled up in his eyes. His mother's careless words deeply touched his heart. He couldn't help it, tears burst out from his eyes, and he choked and said, Mom, you. Seeing her son crying, Ye's mother felt mixed emotions, but her tone was still firm. Look at you, why are you crying? You're already a grown man in your 20s, aren't you ashamed? You're not ashamed, but I am. Although her words were still sharp, Yi Yan understood that his mother always cared about him, it was just that her way of expressing it was different. Lin Mo was stunned, and at this moment, she also thought of her parents. Ye's mother noticed her absent-mindedness and said softly, Lin Mo, get him a towel to wipe his tears. Lin Mo finally came to her senses and quickly said, okay, Auntie. She picked up the towel and gently wiped Yi Yan's tears. Yi Yan knew that his mother was always thinking about her children. This kind of family affection was like blood, thicker than water and deeper than the sea. Yi Yan's parents used their life savings to buy him a house and put a sum of money in their bank account. Yi Yan knew that he had grown up and could no longer indulge in pleasure. As the father of 2 daughters, he should shoulder the burden of the family and make money to support the family. Yi Yan wiped away his tears, raised his head, and said to his mother with a firm look in his eyes, Mom, I plan to open a hot pot restaurant. I don't want to be so decadent anymore. Nothing is difficult in the world if you set your mind to it. No matter how difficult it is to run a hot pot restaurant, I will persist in doing it. Ye's mother felt that Yi Yan was a little strange today, very different from usual. She turned to look at Lin Mo and asked, Lin Mo, what happened to Yi Yan? He cried today and said he wanted to open a hot pot restaurant. Was he provoked by something? Lin Mo sighed and said, Auntie, this is what happened. Our college classmate Zhou Qian said she would live in this city for a long time, so she invited us to a hot pot restaurant she often goes to. The business in that restaurant is very quiet, and the boss is a man in his 50s, and he is the only one in the restaurant. Ye's mother asked doubtfully, what about the waiters? There are no waiters at all? Lin Mo replied, the boss said that the store was about to close down, so how could the waiter not resign? He said he wanted to sell the store and get some money for his son. Yi Yan didn't eat much hot pot at the time, but just looked around. He wanted to buy this hot pot restaurant. The boss said 50,000. Mother Yi nodded. That's good, it's a good thing. Why is he sad? Just because I said I would embroider a gold ingot for him, he's sad? That doesn't make sense. Lin Mo went on to say, the key is the story the boss told him. He got married and had a child in his 20s, but his wife died unexpectedly when the child was 2 or 3 years old. He raised his son alone, and his son was very good. He passed the bar exam and became a lawyer. He was proud of his son. Ye's mother suddenly realized, oh, then Yi Yan just has low self-esteem. Lin Mo shook his head, not entirely. He admired the boss's son. He was mocked by his classmates as a motherless child, but he didn't take it seriously. He studied hard for more than 10 years and finally passed the bar exam. Yi Yan wanted to be a chef, but he didn't have a chef's certificate. No store was willing to hire him, so he became discouraged. After listening to Lin Mo's narration, Ye's mother finally understood Yi Yan's thoughts. Yi Yan felt that he was useless, still relying on his parents after graduating from college, relying on his sister's support, and had no special skills. Compared with the boss's son, there was a world of difference. After listening to Lin Mo's narration, Yi Yan couldn't help crying again. Mom, why am I so useless? I'm already a father, but I don't even have a formal job. To put it nicely, I'm a freelancer. To put it bluntly, I'm just an unemployed vagrant. After hearing what her son said, Ye's mother felt bad. She felt that her son had grown up and was no longer the boy addicted to games, but a man with self-esteem and a desire to make progress. She needed to motivate her son again. If you really want to work hard, then listen to what mom says. A day's plan begins in the morning. Yi Yan was very smart and he immediately understood what his mother meant. Mom, do you want me to open a breakfast shop? I will. I want to open both a hot pot restaurant and a breakfast shop. Mother Yi nodded, yes. Haven't you been making breakfast for Xioma these days? Making soy milk and fried dough sticks is easy for you. Since you really want to work hard to earn money to support Xioma and the children, then you should be willing to endure the hardship and open a breakfast shop in the morning. If this business is good, it can make money. Yi Yan felt that what his mother said made sense. He wanted to open both a breakfast shop and a hot pot shop, and make them flourish. He wiped his tears and said firmly, Mom, I will work hard to make money and support this family. Ye's mother looked at her son with relief. She knew that Yi Yan understood his responsibilities and that her son could endure hardships and work hard. Yi Yan had just set a goal when the 2 babies woke up. Dad stopped crying, but the 2 daughters started crying again. Auntie, I'm going to go and comfort the babies first. Lin Mo looked at the 2 little ones and said to them, Daughters, your dad has to work hard to make money to buy milk powder for you. Let's cheer for dad together, okay? The daughters were still young and didn't understand what Lin Mo said, but they smiled slightly after their mother said this. Ye's mother stood up and patted Yi Yan's shoulder. Okay, son, mom has to go. Don't try to keep me. I'm telling you. Yi Yan smiled. He knew that his mother was still the familiar Ye's mother, strict but full of love. After Ye's mother returned home, she had a long talk with Ye's father all night. As Yi Yan's parents, they also felt that Yi Yan had grown up and could become the backbone of the family. Father Yi smiled and said, My son has grown up. He didn't spend the bank card I gave him, but used the money to open a store. That's great. Hongying, you should be happy too. Ye's mother cried with joy. She always had bad words for Yi Yan and often mocked him. But as a mother, she was always worried about Yi Yan's future. She didn't expect Yi Yan to be rich and powerful, but just hoped that he would stop being idle. After Yi Yan and Lin Mo got married, Yi Yan began to grow up and stopped being cynical. After becoming a father, Yi Yan put making money first. The baby was too young to leave his mother, but Yi Yan could go out and build his career. Ye's mother cried all night, but her tears were of joy. She knew that Yi Yan would definitely do what he promised and would not try to be stubborn. Yi Yan returned to the bedroom, looked at the 2 babies, and whispered to them, Daughters, Daddy has to go to work starting these 2 days. To earn money for your milk powder. Don't miss Daddy. After that, Yi Yan gently stroked the foreheads of the 2 little babies, and they lay in Yi Yan's arms. Yi Yan said to Lin Mo, Wife, you will be responsible for taking care of the children at home from now on, and I will be responsible for earning money to support the family. Lin Mo nodded, his eyes full of trust and support for Yi Yan. Yi Yan stood up and looked at the starry sky outside the window, his heart full of hope and determination. He knew that from this moment on, his life would turn a new page. And all this came from his mother's love, which was like a needle and thread, silently weaving the love of the future. Chapter 31. Zhou Qian comes to visit. In the morning, Yi Yan went out. His goal was clear: to find a vacant shop, or preferably a shop with a for sale notice posted on it. He thought to himself, it would be great if he could open a breakfast shop. After all, breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and if he could do a good job of it, then the business would surely be good. At the same time, Lin Mo was eating her nutritious breakfast. In fact, this so-called nutritious breakfast is actually a diet meal. She made up her mind to stop eating and drinking until she loses weight completely. Even at family gatherings, when faced with big fish and meat, she would grit her teeth and resolutely resist the temptation of delicious food. She secretly vowed in her heart, if I want to lose weight, I must control my mouth. Recently, Lin Mo also bought a yoga mat and planned to start practicing yoga in seclusion. However, she also had her own difficulties. The baby couldn't leave her during this period. If she went out with Yi Yan, it would be bad if the baby woke up and found that his mother was not around. Therefore, Lin Mo stayed at home most of the time to protect the two little babies. At noon, Yi Yan returned home with a worried look on his face and sweating profusely. Lin Mo quickly handed him a towel to wipe his sweat and asked with concern, "Husband, what's wrong?" Yi Yan wiped his sweat while complaining, "Don't mention it. I've been busy all morning, running around, but the result is almost zero. It seems that God doesn't want me to open this breakfast shop." Lin Mo comforted him, "Don't be discouraged, be patient when encountering problems. It's only been a morning." Yi Yan panted and said, "Oh, but why do I feel like there is little hope?" Lin Mo smiled and said, "Okay, drink some water and replenish your energy. Can't we deal with the breakfast shop in a few days? Besides, don't we have a ready-made hot pot restaurant at home?" Yi Yan sighed, "I plan to let Uncle Lu run the hot pot restaurant for 2 more days. I think he must be reluctant to leave the hot pot restaurant. I don't want to be so cruel and quit his job just after I bought his restaurant." Yi Yan's eyes fell on the yoga mat in the living room, and he changed the subject. "Wife, do you want to start practicing yoga from today?" Lin Mo nodded and said seriously, "Yes, husband, I am determined to lose weight and get back to 104 pounds. Starting today, I will practice yoga, and then I will naturally lose weight." "Don't you like me at 104 pounds? Lin Mo also flirted with Yi Yan, which made Yi Yan's heart beat fast. He thought to himself, between 130-pound Lin Mo and 104-pound Lin Mo, a normal person would choose the latter. Although Lin Mo gained 26 pounds, his face only gained a little fat, and the fat was mainly on his stomach and thighs. Therefore, practicing more yoga will definitely be effective. Yi Yan did not stop Lin Mo from practicing yoga. Instead, he supported her and said, "There are many benefits to practicing yoga. Women who practice yoga regularly can increase their metabolic rate, lose weight, reduce fat, and shape a perfect body. It can also enhance vitality, regulate endocrine, delay aging, and relieve muscle and bone fatigue." Lin Mo interrupted him, all right, I get it, I just want you to support me." Yi Yan smiled and said, "Of course I support you. I heard from Brother Wei that my sister is also practicing yoga at home now." Lin Mo said, "Well, in order to have a slim waist, I have to practice yoga every day. Husband, you don't object, right?" Yi Yan waved his hand, "I don't object. Brother Wei agrees with my sister to practice yoga, why should I disagree?" Lin Mo hadn't bought yoga pants yet. She wanted to go shopping with Yi Yan and buy a pair of yoga pants. However, she was worried about her 2 one-month-old babies. If she and Yi Yan left, what would happen to the babies? She didn't feel comfortable leaving the babies alone at home. Yi Yan saw her concerns and comforted her, "Wife, I know you are in need of a pair of yoga pants, don't worry. If the baby wakes up, I will call you." Lin Mo hesitated, "Then at home?" Yi Yan interrupted her, "It's okay, I'm watching." Yi Yan knew that his sister must have extra yoga pants at home, but he didn't want to trouble her anymore. His sister had helped him a lot since he was a child, and he couldn't just keep asking for more. If a person always relies on others, he will soon become a waste. Yi Yan gave Lin Mo some money and said, "Wife, I've given you the money. You can buy whatever you want with the remaining money. You don't have to leave any for me." Lin Mo nodded and said, "Go quickly and come back quickly." In less than half an hour, she came back. She only bought 2 pairs of yoga pants and didn't buy anything extra. She also returned the remaining money to Yi Yan. Yi Yan was a little surprised. "Wife, why are you returning the money to me? Didn't I tell you? You can buy something with the remaining money, you don't have to leave it for me." Lin Mo said seriously, "You are not very wealthy now. After you finish the hot pot restaurant, you still have to open a breakfast restaurant. You may need to renovate the breakfast restaurant, which will cost a lot of money. You should close it soon. If you don't, I will beat you. Yi Yan took the money obediently and secretly sighed in his heart, I married Lin Mo and found a good wife. She is frugal and knows how to live. I really made a fortune. At this moment, Lin Mo's WeChat ringtone suddenly rang. She looked over and saw that it was Zhou Qian who was video calling her. Zhou Qian, what's wrong? Lin Mo picked up the video. Zhou Qian complained in the video, I'm almost bored to death staying in this new home. Is anyone home now? Is it convenient for me to come to your house? Lin Mo smiled and said, it's convenient. Very convenient. You can do it now. Zhou Qian said, okay, let me wash my hair and get dressed, then I'll take a taxi to your house. Please share your seat. Lin Mo shared his location. After receiving it, Zhou Qian washed her hair, put on a spring coat and went downstairs. Zhou Qian knew that she couldn't come empty-handed, so she brought a hand cream that she bought online. When they arrived at Lin Mo's house, Yi Yan enthusiastically brought her shoes. Your house is beautifully decorated, I like it. Zhou Qian first praised Yi Yan and Lin Mo's house. Here's the hand cream for you. Zhou Qian handed the hand cream to Lin Mo. Lin Mo knew at first glance that this was a brand, and the price was very expensive. She had seen it online before, and the price was too high, so buying it would be a waste of money. Lin Mo said, what is our relationship? It's too formal for you to give me a gift. Zhou Qian smiled and said, no, I just bought this today, and I brought one for you as well. Don't be polite to me, take it. If you don't take it, I'll leave. Lin Mo smiled and said, okay, I'll take it. Yi Yan also said politely, thank you, Sister Qian, for being so generous the first time you've come to my house. From now on, you will be my big sister. Zhou Qian thought to herself, good fellow, you are really good at flattering people. But she thought about it again, and it was true. In order to pursue Lin Mo, Yi Yan had trained himself to a top level in eloquence. His emotional intelligence was not to be underestimated. Zhou Qian changed the subject and asked, Lin Mo, I haven't seen you for so long, and you never told me the names of your two daughters. Ah, it's okay, I'm just curious. Lin Mo smiled and said, well, sorry, Sister Qian, I forgot to tell you. The eldest is Yi Chuping, nicknamed Apple. The second is Yi Chunning, nicknamed Lemon. Their names were given by Yi Yan's brother-in-law, who was a Chinese teacher in junior high school. Zhou Qian praised, wow, what a great name. His brother-in-law is indeed a Chinese teacher. The name sounds nice and has a scholarly feel to it. Lin Mo smiled and said, yeah, everyone who has heard my children's names says that their names are nice. Zhou Qian said, when I have a child, you ask your brother-in-law to give birth to one for my child. Lin Mo said, okay, definitely. Lin Mo added, it's a pity that the two babies are still asleep in the bedroom. If they woke up now, they would definitely like you as a big sister. Zhou Qian waved her hand, forget it, I don't want to go into the bedroom to see, for fear of disturbing the two babies' dreams. Now the 1-month-old babies basically eat and sleep all day long, and it would be more torturous if they woke up. Lin Mo said with deep sympathy, yes, it's good for the babies to sleep. But they woke up crying several times in the middle of the night, and I had to feed them in the middle of the night. These two little guys are really a bit torturous. Yi Yan smiled and said, I have the most say in this matter. Chapter 32 A Fruitful Day. Yi Yan stood in front of the kitchen stove, the spatula flying in his hands, as if he was conducting a symphony of food. He was very happy because today he was going to show Zhou Qian his cooking skills. Zhou Qian was his best friend in college. Although she and his wife Lin Mo are best friends now, Yi Yan has always felt that Zhou Qian's temperament, ordinary at first glance, but the more you look at it, the more delicious it becomes, is just like the kung pao chicken he makes, which becomes more delicious the more you taste it. When Zhou Qian agreed to come for dinner, Yi Yan was so excited. He thought, Zhou Qian also ordered takeout at home, and her parents were busy at work all day long, so how could they have time to cook for her when they got home at night? Anyway, she usually either ordered takeout for dinner or ate hot pot alone. Yi Yan felt that his meal might bring some different colors to Zhou Qian's life. Just when Yi Yan was busy in the kitchen, a familiar cry came. This sound was more punctual than an alarm clock and more piercing than an alarm. Yi Yan's heart skipped a beat. It was over. Lin Mo had to get busy again. As expected, Lin Mo rushed into the bedroom, still muttering, these two little ancestors really know when to cry. Not long after, Lin Mo came to the living room with two 1-month-old babies and placed them on the sofa. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up when she looked at the two little cuties. She asked politely, "Can I touch them with my hands?" Lin Mo nodded generously, "Of course." Zhou Qian gently stroked the two babies' foreheads and little hands, which felt as soft as marshmallows. She couldn't help but sigh. Taking care of two babies must be tiring. Lin Mo smiled bitterly and nodded. That's right, taking care of two babies is much more tiring than taking care of one, and they were jealous of each other before. Zhou Qian asked curiously, "Are they jealous of you?" Lin Mo laughed. "No, they are jealous of her father." The younger sister snuggled in Yi Yan's arms, and the older sister burst into tears and couldn't be comforted. Yi Yan had no choice but to let go of the younger sister and hug the older sister, but the older sister started crying again. Zhou Qian laughed out loud. "Haha, that's so funny. Yi Yan must be in a lot of trouble." Yi Yan in the kitchen couldn't help but interrupt. "That's right. The most outrageous one is Lemon. She pinched my neck that day and made my neck red." Lin Mo quickly tried to smooth things over. "Hey, Yi Yan, that's all you have to say, don't tell anyone else. Lemon only pinched you that one time, and we've been getting along harmoniously since then. Besides, that's between Lemon and you, we Apple should just keep quiet." Yi Yan fought back while cooking in the kitchen. Apple is quiet, but she cries too much. She cries for half an hour after getting an injection, and she also makes her sister cry. Lemon didn't cry last time, but she ended up making her cry. Zhou Qian found the family's complaint conference very interesting. She couldn't help but tease, "Yi Yan, you are being controlled by these two little ancestors." Yi Yan responded while flipping the kung pao chicken in the pot. "That's right, I am now a super dad and I have to work part-time as a chef." After a while, Yi Yan shouted, "The food is ready." He brought a plate of delicious kung pao chicken and placed it on the table. The aroma instantly filled the entire living room. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up when she looked at the dish. She picked up a piece and tasted it, and was instantly amazed. "Wow, Yi Yan, your kung pao chicken is so delicious. I think I can give it a full score." Yi Yan said proudly, "Of course, my skills are not exaggerated." Zhou Qian said with endless aftertaste, "The aroma of the sauce is so strong. It seems like I'm back in my childhood, walking in a small restaurant on the old street of the ancient city, smelling the aroma of the sauce, listening to the hawking sounds mixed with dialect, and looking at the hot meals." Lin Mo joked beside him, "Oh, Miss Zhou has been conquered by Chef Yi." Zhou Qian rolled her eyes at her. "That's right, with Yi Yan's cooking skills, I have to hire him as my personal chef. The monthly salary is very high, and he will be responsible for my 3 meals a day." Yi Yan laughed loudly. "Come on, Zhou Qian, stop trying to steal my customers. I'm going to run a hot pot restaurant in a couple of days, and I have to open a breakfast shop in the morning." Zhou Qian said in surprise, "Yi Yan, you are too busy to handle everything. You have to run a hot pot restaurant and a breakfast restaurant, can your body handle it? Don't exhaust yourself at such a young age." Yi Yan sighed, "There is no other way. I have 2 children to raise at home. I can't always rely on my parents and my sister for support. I have to work hard to make money to support my family, otherwise how can I live like this?" Zhou Qian couldn't help but feel a little emotional after hearing what Yi Yan said. She always thought Yi Yan was a reliable person, and now seeing how hard he worked for the family, she felt that he was an ideal partner. However, she quickly put this idea behind her. Yi Yan was Lin Mo's man, and she couldn't do such a thing as stealing her best friend's boyfriend. Zhou Qian suddenly had an idea and said to Yi Yan, "Yi Yan, I have a request, I wonder if you can agree to it." Yi Yan said straightforwardly, "Whatever you want, just ask. We are classmates, why are you being polite to me?" Zhou Qian said, "When your hot pot restaurant opens, can I come to work there? Just give me a job, even if it's just washing dishes." Yi Yan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Sure. I'm worried about not having enough manpower now. Follow Brother Yi, don't worry, I'll protect you." Zhou Qian continued, "But I don't want a salary, I just want 1 day off a week." Yi Yan was a little surprised, but quickly reacted, "Zhou Qian, you are being willful like a rich second generation. But why do you have to find a job?" Zhou Qian sighed, "After I graduated, I stayed at home all day, doing nothing. My parents were too lazy to take care of me, so they hoped that I would get married early and live a life of raising a family. But I know that I can't live like this any longer. I want to find a job, even if the salary is not high, I want a home myself. Besides, I admire you very much, you are the kind of person who can endure hardships, and I feel at ease following you." Yi Yan felt warm in his heart after hearing what Zhou Qian said. He patted his chest and said, "Okay, since you said so, when the hot pot restaurant opens, I will definitely arrange a position for you. Let's not talk about the salary first, 1 day off a week, I agree." Zhou Qian was very happy. She finally found a job and was no longer the idler. She looked at Lin Mo and found that she had very few cucumber slices and not much rice. Zhou Qian asked curiously, "Lin Mo, are you losing weight?" Lin Mo nodded, "Yes, I stepped on the scale 2 days ago and saw that I gained 26 pounds. I am determined to lose weight, and I bought yoga pants and a yoga mat. I will start practicing yoga from today." Zhou Qian smiled and said, "Oh, then I wish you success in losing weight soon." Lin Mo responded happily, "Thank you." After dinner, Zhou Qian went home. She was very happy. Not only did she find a job, but she also met a very reliable boss. She felt that if she followed Yi Yan, she would have a promising future. This day was truly a fruitful day for Zhou Qian. Chapter 33 First Meeting with Louis Tian. The next morning, Yi Yan woke up. He has long developed a good habit of going to bed early and getting up early. He washes up, gets dressed and goes to the morning market. At the first light of dawn, the morning market is already bustling with people. Walking on the stone-paved streets, you are surrounded by mountains of fruits and vegetables, with bright colors that are dazzling. Familiar vendors shout enthusiastically, attracting the attention of customers. Yi Yan really wants to open a breakfast shop in the morning market. The business in this location will definitely not be bad. However, he is not in a hurry now, and will take it step by step. His eyes linger on the flowers, birds, fish, and insects. In fact, he also wants to raise a fish. In the fish tank, the fish are free and leisurely, sometimes playing, sometimes wandering, just like elves in a paradise. This was the scene he liked to see. But Lin Mo would not agree. If he bought fish, he would also have to buy a fish tank, which would take up a certain area in the living room. Moreover, raising fish for a long time would produce a certain smell. Lin Mo has always loved cleanliness and would never tolerate such a smell, so Yi Yan killed this idea. Yi Yan saw a parrot in a cage, and the parrot started to squeaking. In fact, he was quite interested in the parrot. He asked the vendor nearby, "Boss, how much is the parrot?" The boss said, "Parrot, brother, I see you really like it, so I'll give you a discount. I'll sell it to you for 500 yuan. Yi Yan thought the price was right and wanted to buy a parrot, but he was concerned about his 2 babies. They were only a month old. Would raising a parrot affect their growth? Yi Yan was confused, so he started to feel conflicted. Yi Yan asked, "Boss, I want to ask you something." The boss nodded and said, "Well, brother, if you have any questions, just ask." Yi Yan said with a smile, "Boss, I have 2 daughters who are just a few days old. I want to ask if I can keep a parrot at home. I am a little worried whether it will affect them." The boss was also amused and said, "A 1-month-old baby's immune system is not fully developed yet, and he may be allergic to the bugs or germs on the parrot. So, brother, I suggest you wait until the baby grows up a little before considering raising a parrot." Yi Yan felt warm in his heart, thinking that this boss was very honest and a benevolent person, not the kind of person who was only interested in money, and his analysis was quite reasonable. Yi Yan said excitedly, "Boss, you are such a nice person. If it were any other boss, he would have said that we can buy a parrot a long time ago, but you are different. You said that keeping a parrot now will have an impact on the baby. You are such an upright person." After Yi Yan finished speaking, he shook the boss's hand tightly. The boss laughed and said to Yi Yan, "As for money, it doesn't matter if you make less, but you can't lose your conscience. If I say you can keep a parrot, although I can make money, it will have a big impact on your baby. It is very likely that he will be infected by the parrot. I can't feel at ease making this kind of money." Yi Yan asked curiously, "Boss, what's your last name?" The boss smiled and replied, "No need to be surnamed Sun, my name is Sun Haiba, and I'm almost 50. Time flies so fast, a year has passed in the blink of an eye." Yi Yan also sighed, "That's right, I was still in the ivory tower of the university back then, and now I'm the father of 2 children. Boss, you are such a nice guy. Can I add you on WeChat?" "Of course, what's your name?" "Yi Yan, the yen of reproduction." The two added each other on WeChat and were chatting happily when they were suddenly interrupted by a voice. "Boss, how much do you sell this bird for?" Yi Yan reacted quickly and said, "Boss son, go do your thing first. My husband wants me to go home." "Okay. Let's talk again when we have time, brother." Yi Yan returned home and saw Lin Mo practicing yoga attentively in the living room. "Honey, I'm back. Stop doing yoga and give me a warm hug. No, I'm trying to lose weight. We can hug anytime. Yi Yan sighed helplessly, he couldn't persuade her. He sat down on the sofa and said, Wife, I plan to start running the hot pot restaurant the day after tomorrow. I'll go out again this afternoon to say hello to Boss Lu. His restaurant is really good and doesn't need to be renovated at all. 50,000 yuan is really a good deal. Okay, go ahead. Lin Mo replied calmly. Lin Mo has been determined to lose weight recently, so Yi Yan doesn't need to worry about dinner. No matter what delicious food Yi Yan makes, she can resist tasting it. Yi Yan also admires her perseverance. Would you like a pet? Even if I want to keep a pet, I can't do it now. There is no time now. If you want to open a hot pot restaurant, I will focus on losing weight now. How can we have free time to do other things now? Yi Yan said, Yes, and our 2 daughters are too young, only 1 month old. I saw a parrot at the morning market today. I really want to buy one. Lin Mo asked, How much? Lin Mo became interested. She knew that parrots could imitate human speech. When the baby grew up and had a parrot to play with them, she and Yi Yan would save a lot of trouble. 500. The price is good, so why don't you buy one? I asked my boss, and he said that we don't recommend keeping a 1-month-old baby at home for the time being, as it will have a great impact on the baby. That boss is quite honest, most people would say he can be supported. Yes, he is such a good man. Let's consider whether to buy a parrot when the baby is a little older. In the afternoon, Yi Yan got dressed and prepared to go to Lu Debao's hot pot restaurant. Out of politeness, he first asked Lu Debao via WeChat if he was free. Lu Debao replied that he was free, and then he went to Lu Debao's hot pot restaurant. Yi Yan went to the hot pot restaurant and saw that the business was still very quiet. There was no one else in the restaurant except Lu Debao and him. Uncle Lu, I'm here. Yi Yan, you see, business in my store is still very quiet. Only 2 customers came to eat this morning. Lu Debao said with a wry smile. Lu Debao really couldn't stand this hot pot restaurant. Now at most only 2 or 3 people come in a day, and the average turnover is only a few hundred yuan. Although it is not completely losing money, there is no motivation to support him to continue to open the store. Yi Yan, when will you take over completely? Lu Debao asked. Just in these 2 days, I will start working towards my goal, said Yi Yan. Lu Debao patted Yi Yan on the shoulder and said, Okay, young man, I have high hopes for you. If you want to do anything in the next 2 days, just tell me any time. Yi Yan nodded slightly. At this moment, a young man floated into the hot pot restaurant like a ghost. Yi Yan looked at the man. He had an ordinary appearance and was as thin as a bamboo pole. He estimated that he was about 1.7 meters tall. Dad, I want to eat hot pot. When Yi Yan heard this voice, he knew in his heart that this man must be Lu Debao's son Louis Tian. It tastes great. Choose a soup base and add some meat slices and meatballs. These are all we have left, so don't be disgusted. Lu Debao had a smile on his face, like the warm spring sun. He hadn't bought any food for several days, but there was really no need to do so. After all, there were only 2 or 3 customers every day and the restaurant had never been packed. Yi Yan stared at the man, stretched out his hand, and said enthusiastically, Hello, you must be Boss Lu's son Louis Tian. The man responded, Yes, I am Louis Tian. Chapter 34 Uncle, I'm counting on you. Louis Tian stared at Yi Yan and said, Hello, you are the boss who bought my father's shop, right? Yi Yan responded, That's right, my surname is Yi, and my given name is Yan. Louis Tian said respectfully, Hello, Boss Yi. Afterwards, Louis Tian did not talk to Yi Yan again, but ate hot pot silently. Louis Tian didn't say much. He knew that Yi Yan would soon become the new owner of the hot pot restaurant, so he said a polite word. Regardless of spring, summer, autumn or winter, he has a special liking for hot pot. Whenever he smelled the hot spicy soup and the aroma of fresh ingredients, he was excited. The steaming hot pot not only satisfied his taste buds, but also made him feel happy and satisfied. Yi Yan couldn't help wanting to talk to Louis Tian. In Lu Debao's words, he was a good boy who was self-reliant and self-reliant. He took one step at a time and was down to earth. He passed the lawyer qualification exam. He especially wanted to chat with Louis Tian. Yi Yan said, Are you a lawyer? Louis Tian said nothing, but just nodded slightly. Yi Yan knew that Louis Tian was a man of few words and was very frugal with his words. But Yi Yan thought that if they discussed a topic that interested him, he might talk endlessly. Yi Yan continued, "It must be very difficult to become a lawyer. I have admired the profession of lawyer since I was a child. Lawyers are first-class eloquence, and their words are convincing and irrefutable." Louis Tian raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, "Ha, really? But I'm usually not very good at talking, so I usually don't talk much." Yi Yan patted Louis Tian on the shoulder and said, "Don't be so self-deprecating. No one is born with the ability to speak. I used to have the same idea as you. I was not good at speaking, but after entering university, I fell in love with a girl. I started to practice my eloquence desperately, saying all kinds of sweet words, and finally I chased her and got her." Louis Tian said, "Wow. You are really amazing. Unlike me, I met a girl I liked but didn't know how to express it, and she ended up marrying someone else." Yi Yan said, "Don't worry, you will meet someone better. Just because I am good at speaking, the girl I like likes me. Now I am 24 years old and I am married with children." Comparing Louis Tian and Yi Yan, there is a world of difference. The other person got married and had children at the age of 24, while he was almost 30 and hadn't even found a marriage partner. Yi Yan's words made him feel inferior. Louis Tian smiled bitterly and said, "That's great. You've become a father at such a young age. I'm still single now." Yi Yan found that Louis Tian was very self-deprecating and had no confidence when speaking. He was curious whether anyone would be convinced by Louis Tian as a lawyer defending the client. But he couldn't say it out loud, because he didn't want to expose someone's shortcomings, and the man's father was right beside him. If he asked this question directly, Louis Tian would easily get angry, and if the son got angry, the father would also get angry. If the matter got out of hand, he might not be able to transfer the hot pot restaurant to him. Yi Yan encouraged Louis Tian, "Don't worry, there are always opportunities, but you have to seize them." Lou DeBayo actually hopes that Louis Tian can get married and start a family soon. Now he has a career, but he is not married yet. He is very worried about whether his son can find a partner in the future. However, he did not dare to expose it, because Louis Tian had a strong sense of self-esteem. If others criticized him, he would take it to heart, even if it was just a few words, he would remember it in his heart. Louis Tian nodded slightly. After eating and drinking, he wiped the corners of his mouth with paper, then diligently put away the dishes and wiped the tabletop with a rag until it was spotless. Louis Tian is not a sloppy person. When it comes to appearance, he has always been impeccable. Louis Tian knew that his father wanted to transfer the store to Yi Yan, and he behaved very calmly. He also knew that his father's hot pot restaurant had been doing very poorly in the past 2 years. Hot pot was not out of fashion, but his father's store was deserted. He understood his father's original intention to transfer the store. From the day the waiter resigned, he knew that the hot pot restaurant was not far from closing down. Lou DeBayo has been trying to support it. In fact, to a large extent, he is worried that his son will not agree. However, Louis Tian has an open-minded attitude towards this. He will not interfere with his father's store and how his father arranges it. He also often enjoys hot pot in his father's store. Louis Tian thought that Yi Yan was a very good person, especially good at guiding others, so he wanted to try to make friends with Yi Yan. He had an idea and wanted to invite Yi Yan to his home for a chat. Louis Tian stammered, Yi Yan, are you free now? How about? Yi Yan saw that Louis Tian was hesitant in speaking, but he felt that it was probably Louis Tian who invited him to his home. Yi Yan said, "Do you want to invite me to your home? If I am free, of course I can." Louis Tian nodded and said, yes, Dad, you don't have to guard the store anymore, let's close it now. Come home with me." Lou DeBayo acquiesced, thinking that it made no difference whether closing early or late. Yi Yan suggested, "Then let's take a taxi to your house. I'll pay." Louis Tian said, "Okay, then I won't stop you." After the three of them took a taxi to Louis Tian's home, Yi Yan looked at Louis Tian's house, which was beautifully decorated. Yi Yan exclaimed, "Your house is so beautifully decorated, every detail is so perfect." Louis Tian obeyed and smiled, very happy that Yi Yan praised his house for being well decorated. Louis Tian was also very satisfied with the house he decorated. He carefully selected the furniture and decorations, and every detail shows his care and taste. For example, he chose warm solid wood furniture and matched it with light colors, making the whole space look comfortable and full of life. In addition, he also hung a unique art painting on the wall of the living room. It adds an artistic touch to the room. Lou DeBayo went to the kitchen to wash some fruit for Yi Yan, and then brought it to the coffee table. Lu Debao said to Yi Yan, Xiao Yi, work hard in the future. Uncle is counting on you. Yi Yan nodded and said, well, Uncle, I will promote this hot pot restaurant in the next 2 days. Lu Debao said, if you are not satisfied with this plaque, you can change it. Uncle will pay for it. Yi Yan said, no, Uncle, the name you chose is actually very nice. You can name your hot pot restaurant Shangting Hot Pot. It means that the fragrance is everywhere, and the guests here feel like they are in a warm and comfortable family courtyard, gathering together to spend a wonderful time. Lu Debao said, Xiao Yi, have you found a solution to your breakfast shop business? Yi Yan said, not at the moment, but don't worry, I will concentrate on the hot pot restaurant these days. I can't do 2 things at the same time, so I will put the breakfast restaurant on hold for a few days. By then, I will be exhausted from juggling 2 axes. As a man, you have to be upright and take responsibility for taking care of your wife and children at home. Lu Debao patted his chest. I have been the only one who raised him all these years. Although it is a bit tiring, this kid never let me down. My efforts over the years are worth it. Lu Debao admires Yi Yan very much. He has a new respect for Yi Yan and is particularly optimistic about Yi Yan's future. He felt that Yi Yan was a man of such energy, focused on one thing without being indecisive, and sincere to others. He was definitely a pure person without any scheming. Chapter 35 Preparing a Hot Pot Restaurant. Yi Yan sat on the sofa at Louis Tian's house, his phone screen lit up, and Lin Mo's incoming call alert sounded. He politely said to Lu Debao and his son, sorry, I have to take a call and go to the bathroom. Lu Debao waved his hand, indicating that he could go ahead, and Yi Yan stood up and hurried to the bathroom. In the bathroom, Yi Yan pressed the answer button, and Lin Mo's video call interface popped up on the screen. Lin Mo's face appeared on the screen, and she flipped the camera, and 2 cute figures came into view. In the picture, 2 little girls were sitting on the bed, rubbing their sleepy eyes, looking adorable. Yi Yan's mind was instantly attracted, his eyes were fixed on the 2 daughters, and a loving smile appeared on his face unconsciously. I don't need to say more. Anyway, your 2 daughters are awake, you can handle it yourself. Lin Mo's voice came through the phone, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Before Yi Yan could respond, the call ended quickly. He sighed. Although he really wanted to stay at Louis Tian's house for a while, he had to rush home as soon as the 2 babies woke up. Yi Yan walked out of the bathroom, said goodbye to Lu Debao and his son, and said, well, our babies are awake. I have to leave now. I'll come again next time. Lu Debao nodded, motioning for him to go quickly, and Yi Yan hurriedly took a taxi home. When he returned home and opened the door, he saw the 2 babies sticking together, looking at each other and smiling. He walked over quickly, gently stroked the foreheads of his 2 daughters in turn, and said tenderly, Daddy is back, dear. Lin Mo said on the side, you play with the children first, I have to continue practicing yoga. Yi Yan nodded and said to the 2 babies, Mom is going to practice yoga. She doesn't like to be disturbed. It's okay. Dad will play with you. The 2 babies were very obedient, without crying or making a fuss, but playing happily with their father. Lin Mo practiced yoga quietly on the side, and occasionally stole a glance at the 2 babies, his eyes full of tenderness. Yi Yan sat between his 2 daughters, holding his elder sister Apple with his left hand and his younger sister Lemon with his right hand. Both babies enjoyed their father's hug and held Yi Yan's hand tightly, their eyes full of trust and dependence on their father. Yi Yan looked at his 2 daughters, feeling tenderness in his heart. He whispered, my dears, Daddy has to go out to make money in a few days. Don't forget me. The 2 babies nodded as if they understood, their eyes full of innocence. The next morning, Yi Yan got up early and wanted to find Zhang Wei to discuss the preparations for the hot pot restaurant. However, it was not the weekend and Zhang Wei had to attend classes at school. Yi Yan sighed inwardly. He had always hoped to seek help from Zhou Qian, but he was worried that this would cause Lin Mo's jealousy. After all, Lin Mo was at home taking care of the children. If she knew that he and Zhou Qian were out, she would probably be unhappy. Between men and women, it is best not to get too close. After thinking about it, Yi Yan felt that it seemed that only his mother was free. So he picked up his phone, called his mother, and said, Mom, are you free now? Come out with me. Lin Mo needs to stay at home to look after the children, and none of my friends can leave, so only you can help. On the other end of the phone, Ye's mother readily agreed, sure. I'll come to see you. Just wait for me at home. Yi Yan was delighted and thanked her repeatedly. Ye's mother arrived at Yi Yan's home soon. Lin Mo was practicing yoga, and when she saw Ye's mother coming, she immediately greeted her. Ye's mother looked at Lin Mo wearing tight yoga pants, showing her charming figure, and a trace of approval flashed in her eyes, saying, Lin Mo has also started practicing yoga. Lin Mo nodded, and Ye's mother's arrival made her a little shy. Although Ye's mother was not an outsider, she still felt a little shy when she was asked to take a look. Ye's mother smiled and said, Yi Yao also practices yoga. I remember when she was at home during the holidays from college, I often saw her practicing yoga at home. However, practicing yoga does have great benefits. Not only can it help you lose weight, but it also improves your body's flexibility and strength. After hearing this, Lin Mo showed a trace of envy on his face and said, Auntie, it turns out that Yi Yao also practices yoga. But that's true, I was wondering why she has such a good figure, I really can't compare with her. After hearing this, Ye's mother quickly said, Lin Mo, don't belittle yourself. You are just fat now. Don't be unconfident about yourself. Everyone goes through this stage. When Yi Yao gives birth to a child in the future, she may be fatter than you. Ye's mother gave Lin Mo enough confidence. She understood her daughter-in-law's feelings about losing weight very well. It is a woman's nature to love beauty and they have high requirements for their own figure. Seeing this, Yi Yan quickly changed the subject and said, Mom, let's talk about something serious. I'm probably going to open a hot pot restaurant tomorrow, come with me to choose some ingredients. By the way, come to the store and help me if you're free. Ye's mother nodded and said, Of course I'm free. I'm retired now, so I just stay at home and do some cross-stitch, watch TV, and kill time. Yi Yan was very grateful after hearing this. Ye's mother and Yi Yan went to the market together. On the way, Ye's mother said earnestly, Yi Yan, everything is difficult at the beginning. You have to overcome all the difficulties in the beginning, and you will be able to overcome any difficulties in the future. Raising a child and opening a hot pot restaurant are the same. After hearing this, Yi Yan nodded secretly in his heart. He knew that his mother's words were the greatest support and encouragement to him. The two came to the market and started to buy ingredients for the hot pot restaurant. They picked fresh beef, which was bright in color and had clear texture, and was a good ingredient at first glance. Tender tofu, with a light press, you could feel its delicate texture. Delicious seafood, lively shrimps, plump fish. In addition, there are a variety of fresh vegetables and bean products. In order to ensure the quality of the ingredients, they also went to a well-known local farm store to buy fresh organic vegetables and special seasonings. During the entire shopping process, Yi Yan and his mother constantly tasted and consulted the store owner to ensure that the taste and quality of the selected ingredients can meet the needs of customers, thereby enhancing the customer's dining experience. After the shopping was completed, Yi Yan and his mother returned home carrying large and small bags. As soon as Lin Mo saw the ingredients Yi Yan and Ye's mother had purchased, he knew that this purchase was a great success. The ingredients were so fresh that he knew they must taste great without even trying them, and there were all kinds of soup bases and dipping sauces. Mother Yi smiled and asked, Lin Mo, are you satisfied with the ingredients we bought today? Lin Mo quickly said, Satisfied, of course I am satisfied. Mother Yi laughed heartily and said, it's a good thing that Yi Yan and I went there. If he went alone, he wouldn't be able to buy such fresh ingredients. This store is a time-honored brand. The ingredients are absolutely trustworthy. Yi Yan also said, It's great, thanks to my mom for accompanying me this time, otherwise I would not be able to buy such good ingredients. In terms of preparing ingredients for the hot pot restaurant, if the full score is 10, Yi Yan would be very proud and complacent to give it a 10. It can be said that he is very satisfied. In the afternoon, Yi Yan came to the hot pot restaurant. He saw Lu Debao and Louis Tian, father and son, chatting, so he didn't want to disturb them. However, Louis Tian had sharp eyes and saw Yi Yan at a glance, and quickly called him. Louis Tian picked up a document from the table and said, Yi Yan, take a look at the contract. If there is no problem, sign it. Yi Yan took the contract, read it briefly, and showed a satisfied look on his face. He said, Okay. I didn't bring a pen with me today, can you lend me one? Louis Tian took out a black signature pen from his pocket and handed it to Yi Yan. Yi Yan took the pen, carefully signed his name on the contract, and then returned the pen to Louis Tian. Louis Tian handed the contract to Lu Debao again and said, Dad, you sign it too. Lu Debao nodded, took the contract, and signed his name on it. This means that from tomorrow on, this hot pot restaurant officially belongs to Yi Yan, and he will become the owner of this restaurant. Lu Debao looked at Yi Yan with a gratified smile on his face. He even felt that Yi Yan could revive the Han dynasty and run this hot pot restaurant successfully. Yi Yan and Lu Debao and his son talked enthusiastically about the future of the hot pot restaurant. It was not until the evening that Yi Yan said goodbye to them and returned home. Yi Yan returned home, opened the door, and saw Zhang Wei and Yi Yao sitting on the sofa. He was a little surprised and said, "Brother Wei, sister, why are you here?" Yi Yao smiled and said, "Mom told me that you want to open a hot pot restaurant. We are here to help you come up with some ways to promote the hot pot restaurant." Yi Yan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yi Yao's proposal immediately inspired him. He realized that a well-planned promotional campaign would play a key role in the early stage of opening. The hot pot restaurant market was highly competitive, and he needed to cleverly use various media and social platforms, as well as innovative promotional methods, to attract the attention and interest of potential customers. Yi Yan said, "Sister, you are right. I have to use some innovative methods." Zhang Wei said, "Tomorrow, I will get off work early, and then I will go to your hot pot restaurant with a few colleagues. Then I will recommend this restaurant to my other colleagues." After hearing this, Yi Yan was filled with gratitude and said, "Thank you, Brother Wei. You are worthy of being Brother Wei." Zhang Wei listened, a hint of pride appeared on his face, then he coughed and said, "Ahem, actually I think you should change your words." Yi Yan immediately understood what Zhang Wei meant. Zhang Wei wanted him to call him brother-in-law. Yi Yan cooperated and said, "Brother-in-law." After hearing this, Zhang Wei agreed with satisfaction. "Oh." Yi Yao and Lin Mo next to him couldn't help but burst into laughter when they heard Yi Yan change his name to brother-in-law. Chapter 36. If you can't bear the hardship of studying, you will have to bear the hardship of life. Zhang Wei returned to the topic and said, "Yi Yan, I think since it's a new store opening, some promotional activities are essential." Yi Yan nodded. He felt that what Zhang Wei said made sense. Zhang Wei added, "I have a bold idea." Yi Yan said, "Brother Wei, go ahead." Zhang Wei said, "Yi Yan, have you heard of hunger marketing?" After hearing these 4 words, Yi Yan was confused. Yi Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Wei, I'm not good at studying, and I've never heard of such profound words. Just explain it to me directly." Zhang Wei said, "If you open a hot pot restaurant, you have to have something to attract customers and make them happy to go to your hot pot restaurant. The competition in the hot pot restaurant industry is so fierce now. If you want to gain a foothold, you have to show your advantages. Yi Yan, young people like to drink beer nowadays. You can offer free drinks just 1 month after opening your shop. This alone can attract a lot of customers. It's just my suggestion. Another thing is that you should do a good job of publicity." After listening to Zhang Wei's advice, Yi Yan suddenly became enlightened. The suggestion put forward by Zhang Wei not only convinced Yi Yan, but also Yi Yao and Lin Mo next to him thought it was a good idea. Yi Yan felt that Zhang Wei's suggestion was not a bad idea. He should not think about making money in the first month after opening the store, but should use marketing methods to increase customer flow. With the increase in customer flow, wouldn't it be a matter of time before the hot pot restaurant makes money? Yi Yan said, "Brother Wei, I really admire you. Your IQ is outstanding, and this idea is worth having. I will start implementing this activity today. I just printed flyers. Tomorrow morning I will start handing out flyers on the streets, and then see how business goes in the afternoon." Zhang Wei nodded and said, "Well, Yi Yan, your sister and I are optimistic about you. But I have a request." Yi Yan said, "Brother Wei, if you have something to say, just say it. We are inseparable now, why are you being so formal with me?" Zhang Wei said, "My brother quit his job at the barbecue restaurant the day before yesterday, and now he is unemployed. Can he work at your hot pot restaurant? What Yi Yan lacks now is manpower. Although Zhou Qian has joined, it is far from enough. In the long run, if the hot pot restaurant business is good, lack of manpower will be a big problem." Yi Yan said, "Of course. What I lack most now is manpower. Does Zhang Yan have any salary requirements?" Zhang Wei greeted him with a smile and said, "He knows that you opened a hot pot restaurant, but he is too embarrassed to say it. As his brother, I spoke for him." Zhang Wei added, "Zhang Yan's ideal salary is 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, and he can take 2 or 3 days off every month. That's what he wants." Yi Yan said, "That little kiss, I approve it. Let him go to work tomorrow." Zhang Wei said, "Okay, it's getting late. Yi Yao and I have classes tomorrow, so we'll go home first. See you tomorrow afternoon." Yi Yan. Yi Yan and Zhang Wei and Yi Yao bid farewell. Yi Yao's house was sold for a good price before. As for their car, Zhang Wei and Yi Yao chose a white Hongqi H5. Yi Yao prefers white, so of course Zhang Wei bought a white car. Zhang Wei was driving and Yi Yao was sitting in the passenger seat. In the car, Zhang Wei said, "My brother really worries me. Unlike Yi Yan, he is very ambitious." Yi Yao said, "Zhang Yan is a good person, but he just didn't meet a good person. The owner of the barbecue restaurant is always finding faults with Zhang Yan." Zhang Wei said, "Isn't that normal? If you work for someone else, you have to listen to their attitude. I have to listen to my boss at school." Yi Yao said, "Yes. Our leader is not that cunning and mean, but Zhang Yan has been paralyzed by this boss." Zhang Wei concluded, "If you can't bear the hardship of studying, you will have to bear the hardship of life." The day before yesterday, Zhang Hao came to Zhang Wei's house. When Zhang Wei saw that his brother was frowning, he knew that he must be worried about something. "Brother, what's wrong with you? You look listless," Zhang Wei said. Zhang Yan said, "Hey. Brother, I quit." "What, you quit? Why?" Zhang Wei was shocked when he heard this. He was puzzled as to why Zhang Yan suddenly resigned from his job at the barbecue restaurant. Zhang Yan said, "This barbecue restaurant owner is too picky. I felt very depressed during the days I worked under him. I really couldn't stand him anymore, so I resigned." Things are just as Zhang Yan said. Zhang Yan works diligently and conscientiously, he is a real worker. Zhang Yan is an honest man and not good at speaking. After working under his boss for more than a month, he was almost driven crazy. Zhang Yan would always complain about any problem at work. In order not to offend his boss, he had to endure it. But what he got in return was even worse. He was the only one responsible for sweeping the floor and cleaning, and he was also the one who picked up the plates and bowls for serving customers. He worked diligently, but his boss didn't recognize him. His boss didn't see his good points, but only picked on his minor faults. The boss's mouth is like a sword coated with honey. Although he is not good at scolding people, he is better at being sarcastic. Those who used to work under him hate him like an endless torrent of water. He treated his employees cruelly and ruthlessly, like driving slaves, making them work this and that all the time, but he was so stingy that he wouldn't even say thank you for your hard work. Zhang Yan was sweating profusely every day, as if he had been drenched in water. When he returned home, he didn't even have the energy to change his shirt. He could only lie on the sofa like a puddle of mud, and he had no time to take care of his mobile phone. Therefore, his contact with Yi Yan during this period was pitifully rare. "Brother, I have received a month's salary. Anyway, I don't want to work in the barbecue restaurant anymore. It's too torturous." Zhang Wei said, "I still say the same thing. If you can't bear the hardship of studying, you will have to bear the hardship of life. Today's society is very realistic. Many people are in the same situation as you, or even worse than you." Zhang Yan said, "Well, brother, to be honest, I really envy you and your sister-in-law. You are a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and both of you have jobs." Zhang Wei said, "Ha, if you had worked harder back then, you might have been better than your brother." Zhang Yan saw Yi Yan post a hot pot restaurant plaque in their small group, and then sent a message saying that he was going to open a hot pot restaurant. When the time comes, let them support him. Zhang Yan felt that based on his relationship with Yi Yan, if he worked under Yi Yan would not make things too difficult for him. After all, they were once classmates. However, Zhang Yan was not good at speaking and didn't know how to tell Yi Yan, so he left it aside for a few days. Zhang Yan had previously asked Zhang Wei and Yi Yan whether their hot pot restaurant was short of staff and how the progress was. Zhang Wei saw through Zhang Yan's thoughts. After all, he was his own brother. After spending so many years together, didn't he understand Zhang Yan? Of course he did. After returning home, Zhang Wei made a video call to Zhang Yan. "Brother, what's wrong? Brother, start working at Yi Yan's hot pot restaurant tomorrow. I understand what you're thinking, you're just too embarrassed to ask him. I said it for you, and he agreed." "Thank you, brother." "Why thank you? We are all family." Zhang Yan also received Yi Yan's WeChat message and opened the chat box with Yi Yan. "Zhang Yan, come to work at my hot pot restaurant tomorrow." Zhang Yan was very happy and gave Yi Yan an okay expression in response. He has always lived with his parents, but now his parents are traveling and he is alone at home. At night, Zhang Yan was in his bedroom and thought of the famous saying, "If you don't work hard when you are young, you will regret it when you are old." Zhang Yan regretted it so much that he dropped out of high school after just 1 year. After much persuasion from his parents, he finally came to his senses and started his own working journey. Chapter 37 Lin Mo takes care of the baby. At 5 o'clock in the morning, when it was still dark, Yi Yan had already gotten up. He stood in front of the window, looking at the city outside that had not yet woken up, his heart full of anticipation and nervousness. Today, he is busy with the newly opened hot pot restaurant. The profit situation this month is still unknown, but for him, it is crucial to build a good reputation first. He knows very well that the success of a store does not only depend on temporary popularity, but also on the long-term accumulation of word of mouth. In order to attract customers, Yi Yan carefully prepared thousands of flyers, intending to distribute them to passers-by in the streets and alleys. He got dressed, picked up a stack of flyers, and set off on his journey. The flyers had eye-catching words printed on them. Hello. New hot pot restaurant, opening this afternoon, free drinks. Welcome to come and taste it. As he walked, he handed flyers to every passerby, patiently explaining the location and promotions of the hot pot restaurant. After working all morning, Yi Yan was exhausted and sweating, no longer the energetic man he was in the morning. He drank a sip of mineral water, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and felt a little tired. But he knew that all these efforts were for a better life in the future and to give his family a better home. So he gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Finally, the flyers were distributed and Yi Yan was exhausted. He looked at the time and it was almost noon, so he decided to go home and rest. As he was too tired, he went to the roadside and took a taxi home. The driver saw Yi Yan's exhausted appearance and asked curiously, "Young man, what's wrong? You look very tired." Yi Yan smiled bitterly and said, "My new hot pot restaurant just opened. I have been handing out flyers on the roadside for the whole morning. How can I not be tired?" After hearing this, the driver couldn't help but sigh. "You are so young and you have become a hot pot restaurant owner. You have a bright future, young man." Yi Yan felt a little proud after hearing this, so he smiled and said, Then I'll take advantage of your good words." The driver sighed, "Youth is your capital. You are full of energy now, and your body can handle it. If you were my age, I wouldn't be able to handle it. If I were to hand out flyers on the streets, it would cost me half my life." Yi Yan listened and said with deep feeling, "Well, I still have a family to take care of now, so I have to work harder. My 2 daughters are only 1 month old now, and they still need their mother. Now all the family expenses depend on me alone." The driver nodded and said, "It's normal. Everyone goes through this age. As long as you are willing to endure hardships, happiness will appear. On the contrary, if you are not willing to endure hardships, hard times will come." After hearing what the driver said, Yi Yan felt full of strength. "Yes, you get what you sow. How can you get what you don't sow?" The driver said again, "We're here, young man." Yi Yan was about to scan the code to pay, but the driver covered the payment code and prevented him from paying. Yi Yan asked with some confusion, "Master, what do you mean?" The driver said in a resolute voice, "It's just a few dollars, I don't want it. Young man, I'm optimistic about you. After our brief contact, I feel that you are responsible as a man." Yi Yan thanked the driver very much and said, "Thank you, master. We'll see you again if we're lucky." The driver nodded and said, "Well, see you again if we are lucky enough." Yi Yan watched the driver's car go farther and farther away, feeling deeply moved. There are so many good people in this world. A stranger supports him and is optimistic about his future. Yi Yan returned home and saw Lin Mo and his mother at home. Seeing Yi Yan sweating profusely, his mother felt distressed. It was the first time she saw Yi Yan so weak. Yi Yan said weakly, "Mom, cook for me. I need to replenish my energy." Yi's mother said distressfully, "Okay, you sit on the sofa and rest." Lin Mo took a towel and wiped Yi Yan's sweat. Yi Yan was a little exhausted now. He was so tired that he just lay down on the sofa. In an instant, he fell into a deep sleep. Yi's mother prepared the dishes, but seeing that Yi Yan was sleeping soundly, she didn't want to disturb him. Yi's mother whispered to Lin Mo, "Xiao Mo, don't wake him up yet. When he wakes up, I'll heat it up again." Lin Mo nodded. She gently stroked Yi Yan's forehead with her hand, her heart full of heartache. Lin Mo knew that Yi Yan must be exhausted from running around to distribute the hot pot restaurant flyers today. Yi Yan just needed to rest quietly now. Lin Mo covered Yi Yan with a blanket and sat on the other side of the sofa. In an instant, the 2 babies woke up and started crying loudly. Lin Mo knew that they probably needed to be fed, so he said softly, "Babies, Daddy is very tired today, so be good now. After I feed you, you must stay quiet. Otherwise, Mommy will be angry." After the baby is full, Lin Mo holds the baby upright and lets the baby's head rest on his shoulder. At the same time, he bends his palms into a cup shape and uses a hollow palm to pat the baby's back from top to bottom to burp the baby, which can effectively prevent the baby from spitting up milk. After Lin Mo finished feeding the two babies, a foul smell filled the room. Mother Yi covered her mouth, trying to hold back the smell, and said, "Lin Mo, they must have pooped. I'll change their diapers." Lin Mo said, "No, Mom, I can do it myself. Help me get some warm water in the bathroom so I can wash the baby's bottoms." Ye's mother said, "Okay, then you help them change their diapers." After Lin Mo changed the diapers of the two babies, Ye's mother had already prepared warm water. Lin Mo immediately took the two babies to the bathroom and washed their buttocks one by one. After the task was completed, Ye's mother and Lin Mo closed the door tightly, not wanting to disturb Yi Yan and let him fall into a sweet dream. However, when the two babies woke up and didn't see their father, they felt a little disappointed. They frowned and made aggrieved expressions. Lin Mo said, "Hey, what's wrong with you two? Are you missing Dad? Dad is sleeping." Bao just couldn't be happy, and probably wanted to snuggle in his father's arms. For them, between Lin Mo and Yi Yan, they would prefer Yi Yan a little more. In the past, every time they woke up, Yi Yan would find different ways to make them happy and play with them. Of course, what they liked most was to snuggle in their father's arms, but the two children were often jealous of each other because of their father. But Bao didn't make a big fuss, he just looked worried. Lin Mo looked at them distressfully and said, "My dears, Daddy will have to work in the future. He needs to earn money to support the family, you have to learn to be considerate of him. Now our family's financial resources all depend on your dad." Lin Mo also learned Yi Yan's way, put down his burdens, made faces at them and made them happy. The two babies finally smiled and made babbling sounds. Lin Mo was also very happy. Usually, Bao and Yi Yan would have a great time playing and leave her alone. Sometimes she felt very lost. Lin Mo was lying on the bed, holding Debao apple and Bao lemon in his left hand. The two babies were also very satisfied, snuggling in their mother's arms, and then fell into a sweet dream. Lin Mo carefully put them back in the crib and picked up his phone to record this moment. She posted a message on her Moments, which read, "My husband is resting today, so I'm taking care of the baby at home." It turned out to be very successful. This message attracted many likes from her friends. Yang Xinrong, a college classmate, commented, "I'm so envious of you for having two well-behaved daughters." Lin Mo is also very proud that her daughter is not only close to her father, but also to her mother. This is the most gratifying thing for a mother. Lin Mo lay on the bed, her heart full of longing for the future. She thought that when Apple and Lemon grew up, she would work hard with Yi Yan to provide a rich life for the baby. The family will go to the flower fields in the park together, and even participate in volunteer activities together to experience the little joys of life together. She believes that as long as the family works together, the future will be even better. Chapter 38, First Radiance. Yi Yan woke up from his sleep, and he had forgotten what he had dreamed about. However, it was not important, because at this moment, his heart was full of longing for the future. He was about to embark on his own hot pot restaurant business journey. "Mom, please heat up the food for me. I'll go to work at the hot pot restaurant after I finish eating." Yi Yan shouted while rubbing his eyes. "Okay. I'll be there right away." Ye's mother's voice came from the kitchen, with a hint of excitement and anticipation. She knew that her son's hot pot restaurant was officially open today, which was an important moment in his life. After Yi Yan finished eating the delicious meal made by his mother, he prepared to set off for his hot pot restaurant. Ye's mother suddenly said, "I'm going too. Anyway, I'm retired now, so I'm just staying at home. It just so happens that your hot pot restaurant is short of staff, so I'll be your helper." Yi Yan was stunned for a moment, then smiled gratefully, "Okay, Mom. Lin Mo, just take care of the baby." Mother Yi turned and said to Lin Mo, "Okay, Auntie." "Yi Yan, I firmly believe that our hot pot restaurant business will be good." Lin Mo looked at Yi Yan, his eyes full of trust and support. She firmly believed that Yi Yan had incredible potential, just like a bright moon rising in the sun. Although it has not yet fully bloomed, the light in its heart is enough to illuminate the way forward. Lin Mo was deeply gratified by this, because in Yi Yan, she saw a future with infinite possibilities. Where there is a will, there is a way. Yi Yan said silently in his heart, and then he and Ye's mother took a taxi to their newly opened hot pot restaurant. Arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Ye's mother immediately got down to work and began cleaning. She cleaned every corner of the hot pot restaurant until it was shiny, giving people a brand new feeling. Yi Yan began to contact Zhou Qian and Zhang Yan, and the two of them did not delay and arrived in no time. Yi Yan did not forget to introduce the other party. Zhou Qian, this is my junior high school classmate, Zhang Yan. Then he said to Zhang Yan, this is my college classmate, Zhou Qian. The two men shook hands and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Yi Yan arranged the positions like this. Zhang Yan still did his old job as a waiter. Zhou Qian was responsible for the front desk and cleaning work, helping guests with bills and cleaning the floor, taking care of both ends. Miss Zhou, do you have any objections? Yi Yan asked with a smile. No objection. I can handle multiple jobs. I have no objection if you give me the position of waiter. Those who are capable should do more work. This is your affirmation of me. Zhou Qian answered cheerfully, her eyes full of confidence. Yi Yan rolled his eyes at Zhou Qian. He felt that she was becoming more and more silly, but this kind of silliness had a unique charm that made people like her. Zhang Yan said nothing and ran to the side to help Ye's mother. Auntie, is there anything I can help you with? Zhang Yan asked respectfully. Mother Yi recognized Zhang Yan at first glance. Wow, Zhang Yan. Yes, Yi Yan's junior high school classmate. Auntie, I used to visit your house all the time. Zhang Yan replied with a smile. Ye's mother smiled and said, Zhang Yan, you are as talented as your brother. There are top talents in every profession. It's right for you to work for Yi Yan. He won't bully you. I'm here to support you. Zhang Yan smiled and said, thank you, Auntie. Yi Yan also smiled and said, Mom, what kind of person do you think I am? I, Yi Yan, am the kind of person who exploits my employees and finds fault with everything. Zhang Yan knew Yi Yan's character. He was upright and would never pick a fight with him. In the afternoon, the four of them sat together. Ye's mother and Yi Yan were competing to work in the kitchen. But Yi Yan didn't want his mother to continue to work hard. He felt embarrassed to move her to his place to share the pressure just after retirement. Yi Yan wants to work in the kitchen. Although his eloquence has reached the pinnacle, he still wants to work in the kitchen more to fulfill his dream of becoming a chef. Ye's mother couldn't persuade him, so she said, okay, you go to the kitchen. I'll go to receive the guests. Yi Yan said, well, let's wait for the guests to arrive now. As soon as Yi Yan finished speaking, the first customer entered his hot pot restaurant. Hello. Welcome. The four of them said in unison, with smiles on their faces. The first customer arrived sooner than they expected. Speak of the devil and he will appear. The first guest was a man in a suit carrying a briefcase. Judging from his extremely high hairline, he was most likely a programmer. His hair was extremely sparse, and in a few years, it might turn into a Mediterranean style. Well, boss. It's true what the flyer says, the drinks are free. The man asked hesitantly. It's absolutely true. Even if you order all the wine in my hot pot restaurant, you don't have to pay a penny. Yi Yan answered without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Boss, I just like your sincerity. The customer was very satisfied after hearing Yi Yan's words and sat at the table at the edge. Zhang Yan showed the man the menu, and Ye's mother asked, excuse me, what kind of soup would you like, clear soup or spicy? The man said, I want spicy food. Afterwards, the man ordered a lot of things, a pound of meat slices, beef balls, fish balls, cuttlefish balls, urine balls, and some dishes. Boss, I will come to your house often to eat in the future, said the man with satisfaction. Yi Yan was delighted after hearing the man's praise. Not only was Yi Yan very happy, but so was Ye's mother. How could a mother not be happy when her son was recognized by others? Just as Yi Yan was immersed in joy, the second guest arrived, but not alone, but a group of young people who looked like students. Hello. Please come in. Yi Yan greeted warmly. Boss, is it true that the drinks are free? Asked one of the young men. Really, you can choose any drink in the freezer. But don't come to me if you have diarrhea. Yi Yan's humorous answer made everyone present laugh. Several people sat down and ordered a 2-course hot pot. The hot pot soup bases on the table were divided into 2 types, spicy and clear, as if symbolizing the different personalities and tastes of these people. The aroma of the steaming hot pot soup whetted people's appetite, as if foreshadowing that this meal would be a feast for the taste buds. While selecting meat slices, seafood and vegetables, their conversations and laughter gradually blended into this noisy and lively hot pot restaurant. Yi Yan's hot pot restaurant was doing surprisingly well, and people started to come in one after another. Business was booming, and the employees in the restaurant were busy and happy. The hot pots of delicious food in the restaurant always seemed to complement the lively scene. Zhang Wei also fulfilled his promise and came with a few colleagues. Zhang Wei said to them, "Everyone eat and drink well today. I, Zhang Wei, will treat you all." Zhang Wei was very pleased to see that Yi Yan's hot pot restaurant was doing a booming business. It was definitely a great choice for his younger brother to work at Yi Yan's hot pot restaurant. The hot pot restaurant was packed with people, many of whom went there for the free drinks. Zhang Wei stayed here for a while after dinner and asked his brother, Zhang Yan, "How do you feel about work today?" "That's great, brother. Brother Yi Yan's business is so good today. I'm so busy." Zhang Yan replied. "Haha, that's inevitable. You just have to work hard with Yi Yan from now on." The two brothers chatted and laughed. At the end of the day, until Yi Yan closed the shop, he had earned countless money. He really made a lot of money today. In the evening, Yi Yan and his mother took a taxi home. When they got home, Lin Mo sat on the sofa, watching TV and eating fruit. Seeing Yi Yan and his mother coming back, she immediately stood up and asked, "Yi Yan, how is business today?" Yi Yan said, "Use 4 words to describe it." Lin Mo thought about it and said tentatively, "A mess?" Yi Yan smiled and denied, "No, it was packed." Lin Mo and Yi Yan cheered and jumped for joy. Seeing the two children so happy, Ye's mother also smiled. Everyone was very satisfied with the results of today's hard work. Yi Yan's hot pot restaurant successfully took its first step on this day. Chapter 39. Let's South go to the park. Early in the morning, Lu Debao packed his luggage silently, thinking to himself that if he told Yi Yan that he was going back to the countryside, the boy would definitely insist on seeing him off to the village entrance. In this case, it would be better for him to leave quietly. So he hid his luggage in a corner and tiptoed to escape. However, Yi Yan was busy distributing flyers at the time and was fully focused, so he did not notice Lu Debao's actions. As Lu Debao stepped out of the door, he heard a loud shout from behind him, "Uncle Lu! Where are you going?" Yi Yan held the flyer tightly in his hand and looked at Lu Debao's bulging package with a puzzled look on his face. Lu Debao's heart tightened, and he secretly sighed that it was not good. After all, he failed to hide the truth. He nodded slightly and responded calmly, "I just went back to the countryside." Yi Yan stopped what he was doing, his eyes flickering. "Uncle, let's go to the breakfast shop together and have a meal before we leave." Lu Debao thought to himself that this boy was quite smart, but he was indeed a little hungry, so he nodded and said, "Okay." There happened to be a breakfast shop nearby, so Yi Yan and Lu Debao walked in and ordered millet porridge, buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding, filling the table. While eating, Yi Yan asked, "Uncle Lu, when will you come back after you leave this time?" Lu Debao looked up and thought for a moment, then answered, "It's unknown yet. Someone over there has arranged something for me, and I need to go and take care of it." Yi Yan nodded, showing his understanding, and then said, "Uncle, don't worry, if there is anything, I will do my best to help you." Lu Debao laughed out loud, "Okay, I'll thank you on your behalf." Yi Yan continued, "Uncle, do you know why I want to open another breakfast shop?" Lu Debao chewed the dough sticks and answered vaguely, "It's just that the customer base is wide. If the breakfast shop is managed properly, the profit will be considerable." Yi Yan nodded and said, "Well, this is one of them. The early bird catches the worm. Besides, there is no conflict between my opening a breakfast shop and a hot pot restaurant. While I am still young and energetic, I will try as many things as I can, so as to earn some money for milk powder for the children." After listening to what Lu Debao said, he patted Yi Yan on the shoulder and said, "You are young and energetic, kid. But I still advise you not to take advantage of your youth. Pay more attention to your health and take a break when you need to." Yi Yan kept Lu Debao's words in mind. After dinner, he sent Lu Debao to the station. Before leaving, Yi Yan said, "Uncle Lu, goodbye. I believe we will meet again." Lu Debao nodded, turning around and stepping on the train. The train slowly pulled into the station, the doors opened, and some passengers were looking forward to it, while others were reluctant to leave. Lu Debao set out on his journey home, which was not a short journey, and it would take 20 hours to get home. At 1 or 2 in the morning, Lu Debao finally returned to his hometown. He walked through the familiar fields, feeling the rhythm of life, as if everything had become calm. The wind blew through the wheat waves, the sun shone on the land, and the stories of the years whispered in his ears. When Lu Debao got home, he was so tired that he fell asleep. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Lu Debao got up, washed, and started to do farm work. He returned to his hometown and officially started his spring farming life. Meanwhile, Yi Yan's hot pot restaurant was still full of business. He was in a good mood, but he was also thinking about his two precious daughters. He wanted to take them out to bask in the sun and supplement calcium. There are many benefits for babies who have just turned 1 month old to bask in the sun. So, Yi Yan sent a video to Lin Mo, wife. Are the babies awake? I miss them. Lin Mo teased him deliberately, no. I don't think they miss you. Now they are more attached to me. Yi Yan felt sad. It turned out that he couldn't take care of both family and career. When the babies wake up, let me know immediately. I want to take them to the park. Lin Mo agreed, okay. Yi Yan turned to his mother and said, Mom, I may have to leave later. Please help me look after the store. I miss my two babies. Mother Yi smiled and said, okay, there won't be many people here in the morning, so we can handle it. There were only 2 or 3 tables of customers in the restaurant. Yi Yan stayed there for an hour or two, and Lin Mo sent him a video. Yi Yan answered the call and saw the 2 little guys. He couldn't help laughing out loud. Wife, I'll be back right away. He hurriedly took a taxi home, feeling anxious all the way. When they got home, Lin Mo was changing the baby's diaper, and Yi Yan shouted, Wife, daughters, I'm back. Lin Mo said, they just finished pooping. Yi Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's great, I'll take them to the park later, and then I won't have to worry about them pooping again. Lin Mo said, I've changed their diapers. Give them both a bath and we'll be off. Yi Yan first gave Apple, the eldest child, a bath. Apple was very well behaved and snuggled in her father's arms while being bathed. When Lemon, the second child, saw her father taking her sister away, she started to cry loudly. No matter how Lin Mo tried to comfort her, it didn't work. He could only worry. Yi Yan came out holding Apple, and looking at Lemon who was crying, he couldn't help laughing. Lemon, come to daddy, let's take a bath. Lemon stopped crying immediately when she saw her father. Yi Yan gave Lemon a bath and tickled her armpits, causing her to giggle. After taking a shower, Yi Yan came out and saw Apple sitting outside obediently. Lin Mo said with relief, Apple is really sensible. I will reward her with a sweet kiss. Apple smiled happily. Lin Mo stroked her hair and said softly, Baby, you are the most precious gift in my life. Yi Yan also came out with Lemon in his arms. Seeing Apple being so sensible, he felt happy. Apple, you were so obedient. Lemon, you should learn from your sister and stop bothering Mom all the time. Dad's work is not easy, and Mom has worked hard to take care of you. Lin Mo was so tired that he had forgotten about losing weight. Yi Yan and Lin Mo dressed the 2 babies and put them in the strollers. Yi Yan pushed the Lemon stroller and Lin Mo pushed the Apple stroller, and the family was ready to set off. Let's go. Debao and Erbao, Mom and Dad will take you to the park. It only takes 4 or 5 minutes from home to the park, and I don't feel tired when taking 2 babies with me. Yi Yan thought to himself that although life was busy, having his family around was the happiest part of his daily life. Yi Yan's family of 4 had just returned from the park. The 2 babies were still napping in the stroller with a satisfied smile on their faces, as if they had just eaten some delicious air ice cream in the park. Yi Yan and Lin Mo pushed Erbao on the way home. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves and sprinkled on them, as if covering the family with a layer of golden gauze. While pushing the stroller, Yi Yan was still recalling the scene in the park just now. He probably would never be able to dig the stories he told the 2 babies out of their heads, but so what? The important thing was that he enjoyed the process, even if the babies just responded to him with babbling. Debao, Erbao, did you remember it? Yi Yan asked softly, as if the 2 babies could understand every word he said. Yeah. The 2 babies made such sounds. Lin Mo couldn't help laughing out loud. The laughter was as clear as spring wind chimes. Chapter 40 Zhang Lijun returns to China. After returning home, Lin Mo was responsible for taking care of the babies, while Yi Yan hurried back to the hot pot restaurant. Although he felt a little reluctant, there was nothing he could do. Work and family were like a choose one or the other multiple choice question, and he could only choose one. However, he comforted himself that at least he could still spend time with his family in the park today, which was already very good. As soon as Yi Yan arrived at the hot pot restaurant, his mother shouted to him, Yi Yan, you're back. The babies are very well behaved, don't worry. Yi Yan nodded and said with a smile, very well behaved. That makes me feel relieved. He thought to himself, how nice it would be if it could be like this every day. At this time, Zhang Yan came over, patted Yi Yan on the shoulder, and said, "Brother Yan, you are really a winner in life. You married a beautiful wife and gave birth to 2 little ones. The hot pot restaurant has also been going smoothly these 2 days. You are really an object that many people can only dream of." After hearing this, Yi Yan grinned and said, "You are such a flatterer." "Ha, but what you said is the truth." Zhou Qian also joked, "He is still not as strong as you. You just caught up with Lin Mo with your mouth." Yi Yan laughed and said, "Ha, that's right, Zhang Yan, if you find someone you like in the future, come to me and I'll give you some advice." Zhang Yan nodded and said, "Okay, Brother Yan, I'll find you when the time comes." At this moment, Zhang Yan's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and showed a look of embarrassment on his face. "Hello? Dad, are you two back home now?" Zhang Lijun's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Your mom and I have returned home and just arrived at the airport. The things are too heavy for your mom and I to carry. Your brother is at work now, can he come to the airport?" Zhang Yan hesitated for a moment and said hesitantly, I am now." Zhang Lijun's voice suddenly became serious. "You must be stuttering or something, just tell me if you are free now." Zhang Yan made up his mind and said, "Dad, I'm free. I'll go right away." Zhang Lijun then said with satisfaction, "Okay, then your mother and I will wait for you at the airport, come quickly." After that, he hung up the phone. After Zhang Yan hung up the phone, he quickly said to Yi Yan, "Brother Yan, my parents are back from their trip and have too much stuff. They asked me to pick them up at the airport. I want to take an hour off. Can you approve it?" Yi Yan said without hesitation, "Okay. I approve it. Let's go without further delay. Don't make your parents wait anxiously." Zhang Yan nodded and hurriedly took a taxi to the airport. When Zhang Yan arrived at the airport, Zhang Lijun and Yang Meichen were already getting a little impatient. But when Zhang Lijun saw his son coming, he showed a relieved smile on his face. "Xia Yan, you are finally here. Your mother and I can't carry the things anymore." Zhang Yan quickly took the luggage and complained, "Dad, why do you bring so many things? Traveling abroad is not like moving." Yang Meichen looked at her son lovingly. "Xia Yan, you've lost weight again. I'll make you something delicious when I get home." Zhang Yan took the luggage silently and said solemnly, "Mom, don't worry. There's nothing wrong with my diet. I'm just a little busy at work recently." Zhang Lijun stared at his son and asked slowly, "Son, you must have seen your brother's girlfriend. What do you think of her?" Zhang Yan nodded and said, "My brother's girlfriend is Yi Yan's sister Yi Yao." Zhang Lijun was shocked when he heard this and said in a deep voice, "Oh, it's her." Zhang Wei kept it a secret from me until he sent me the marriage certificate. He even blurred the woman's name and photo, which made me think hard. This girl really makes me itch. Yang Meichen also echoed, "Yi Yao, your father and mother are not unfamiliar with her. Although I don't know what kind of work she does, in my impression, she should be a good student with excellent character and academic performance. I guess she is probably working as a civil servant." Zhang Yan couldn't help laughing after hearing this. "Mom, you guessed wrong this time. She is a surgeon. She has a few days off every month. She has a good salary and benefits, and she also has 5 insurances and 1 fund." After hearing this, Yang Meichen said happily, "Then Zhang Wei is so lucky. He married a good wife." Although Zhang Lijun was also very happy, he didn't show it on his face. "Okay, let's stop talking here, let's take a taxi home. The stuff is quite heavy, Zhang Hao, please help us share some of it." Zhang Yan nodded, helped his parents carry their luggage, and returned home together. After returning home, Zhang Yan didn't even have time to change his shoes before he hurriedly said to his parents, "I'm going back to work. I asked for an hour off." Yang Meichen was a little surprised. "What's the matter? Xiao Yan, where are you going?" Zhang Yan explained, "I'm going back to work. I took an hour off." Zhang Lijun nodded, "Okay, you can go." Zhang Yan hurried back to the hot pot restaurant. Seeing Zhang Yan coming back, Yi Yan asked curiously, "Zhang Yan, you're back. Can you tell me what happened?" Zhang Yan nodded slightly and said, "Brother Yan, please listen to my story." Yi Yan waved his hand. Zhang Yan, I think you are still picking out the key points, so let's make it short." Zhang Yan raised his lips and said, "Well, to make a long story short, my parents are back, and my brother's parents are back too." After hearing this, Ye's mother smiled and said, "Zhang Wei's parents are back. Yi Yan will have to meet them in the next 2 days." Zhang Yan smiled and said, "Oh. Auntie, don't worry. My parents absolutely agree to this marriage, and Yi Yao's conditions are not bad. Besides, I just told them that Yi Yao is a doctor, and they are very satisfied. After hearing this, Ye's mother breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Yi Yan's father told me that your father is the CEO of the company, and he is a very powerful person. Zhang Yan nodded. Yes, my father is indeed the CEO. I guess they will meet Yi Yao after my sister-in-law gets off work. At the same time, Zhang Wei was still drinking tea in the company, not knowing that his father had returned to China. His phone suddenly vibrated, and he opened it and saw that it was a video call from his father. He answered the call with a confused look on his face. Dad, what's wrong? Zhang Lijun said seriously on the other end of the video. Zhang Wei, are you hiding something from me? Zhang Wei was stunned for a moment, and quickly explained, Dad, no, how could I hide anything from you? Zhang Lijun sneered, you still dare to say no? I have seen the marriage certificate, and the woman's name is coded, making me guess. Do you think I am too old to be fooled? Zhang Wei heard this and quickly smiled and said, Dad, don't be angry. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Zhang Lijun glared at him and said, what a surprise. Hurry home, your mother and I are already here, waiting for you and your wife. Zhang Wei was shocked when he heard this and quickly packed up his things. Dad, I'll be back right away. After saying that, he hung up the phone and ran out of the company quickly. Chapter 41 Meeting the Parents. Zhang Lijun sat on the sofa, frowning, staring at the screen of his mobile phone, as if there was some shocking secret hidden in the screen. He muttered, this kid, why didn't you tell me in advance? Zhang Wei looked at his father's dull expression, and felt flustered, as if he had been scratched by a cat's claws. Yi Yao's conditions were like a golden phoenix descending to earth, who wouldn't be tempted? But he had been hiding it from his father, and he felt a little uneasy. Zhang Wei spoke first, Dad, you're back. There was a hint of caution in his voice. Zhang Lijun had a stern face and his tone was as cold as frozen tofu in the refrigerator. Yes, you should be off work now. Zhang Wei quickly said, yes, I'll be home soon. Zhang Lijun then relaxed his face and said, okay, come to me right away, and bring Yi Yao with you as well. Zhang Wei's heart tightened, but he still nodded and agreed. Then Dad, I'll hang up first. Zhang Wei didn't hang up the phone until Zhang Lijun nodded in agreement. He knew that his father's words were an imperial decree and he never dared to neglect them. Later, Zhang Wei called Yi Yao. Yi Yao had just gotten off work, turned on his phone and saw that it was Zhang Wei calling, so he answered it immediately. Hey! What's the matter? Yi Yao's voice contained a hint of fatigue, but more of curiosity. My dad is back. You have to meet his parents today. Don't be nervous, you are very good, and my dad will definitely agree to this marriage. There was a hint of comfort and ridicule in Zhang Wei's voice. Although Yi Yao was confident in herself, she was still a little nervous when she thought about meeting Zhang Wei's father. She sighed and said, okay, I'll be there in a minute. Zhang Wei added, wife, don't feel stressed. I'll be waiting for you at your workplace. After get off work, Yi Yao saw her beloved car parked next to the hospital. Zhang Wei honked the horn and Yi Yao got in the car quickly. Zhang Wei said, let's go back to my dad's house first. Yi Yao sighed and said, okay. Let's go to uncle's house. The two of them arrived at the community. Zhang Wei went to park the car first and let Yi Yao go up first. But Yi Yao was nervous and embarrassed to go up alone, so he had to use Zhang Wei as a shield. If there were any embarrassing problems, Zhang Wei could help him out. Yi Yao was willing to go after Zhang Wei had parked the car. When they got home, they saw Zhang Lijun and Yang Meichen sitting on the sofa, not saying a word. The atmosphere was very solemn, and no one wanted to break the silence. Zhang Wei broke the deadlock and said, Mom and Dad, this is your daughter-in-law Yi Yao, who works as a surgeon in a hospital. She has a good salary, 5 insurances, and 1 fund, and a year-end bonus. Yang Meichen clapped her hands and cheered, saying, not bad, Xiaoya's conditions are beyond the reach of many people. Zhang Lijun also affirmed, yes. You are lucky. After that, he changed his face again and said to Yi Yao amiably, Xiaoyi, what do you like to eat? Ask Zhang Wei's mother to make it for you. Uncle's family is not short of money. Seeing Zhang Lijun's attitude change so quickly, Yi Yao was relieved. He probably accepted her as his daughter-in-law. She smiled and said, Uncle, I don't have any dietary restrictions. I'm happy to eat whatever you cook for me. Zhang Lijun smiled happily, good girl, is your father still an accountant now? Yi Yao didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly. Zhang Lijun was very satisfied with Yi Yao as his daughter-in-law. In terms of age and work, she and Zhang Wei were very well matched, and it could be said that they were well matched. Besides, Yi Yao's father had known Zhang Wei for many years, and Zhang Lijun was also assured of the child he had educated. As the head of the family, Zhang Lijun began to instruct his wife, saying, "Wife, go to the kitchen and cook for the children." He then asked Zhang Wei, "What time does your brother get off work?" Zhang Wei said, "Not necessarily. He is now working at the hot pot restaurant newly opened by Yi Yan. I took my colleagues there on the first day of its opening. The seats were packed and business was booming." Zhang Lijun said, "Then call your brother and ask if he can get off work early and come back for dinner?" Zhang Wei said, "Okay, I'll call him right away." Zhang Yan refused decisively. He had already asked for leave in the morning, and it would be embarrassing to leave early again. Even if the boss was his junior high school classmate, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. After Zhang Yan explained the reason to Zhang Wei understood very well. Zhang Wei relayed this to Zhang Lijun, who also expressed his understanding. "Okay, Xiao Yan should still focus on work, let's all be considerate of him, and let's just have dinner with the four of us today." However, Zhang Lijun always felt that he had forgotten something important. He looked at the bag on the ground and finally remembered it. He opened the bag and bought several fashionable clothes for Zhang Wei, including spring, summer, autumn and winter. Then, she showed it to Zhang Wei and said, "Son, this is the clothes your mother carefully selected for you. Try it on and see if it fits you well." Without saying anything, Zhang Wei took off his shirt, revealing his 8-pack abs. Although Yi Yao had seen and touched it many times before, she still liked it. After all, no woman would reject a man with 8-pack abs. His body lines are smooth and powerful, and he seems to have infinite strength. Even in casual clothes, you can still feel the outline of his muscles. Zhang Wei shows a healthy and confident demeanor, which is impressive. Zhang Wei tried them one by one and found them all to be a perfect fit. Zhang Lijun was very satisfied and said to Yi Yao, "My son is quite charming, otherwise how could he conquer a beautiful woman like you?" Yi Yao nodded. What Zhang Lijun said made sense. Zhang Wei was indeed very attractive, with excellent overall conditions. He was the idol of many girls. Zhang Lijun looked at Yi Yao and opened a beautifully packaged box. "Yi Yao, there is a necklace inside. It is very expensive and was chosen by Zhang Wei's mother. Try it on and try it out." Yi Yao saw that it was indeed a famous brand, and its value was no less than the lipstick her father had given her before, or even more expensive. She put it on her neck, and Zhang Wei took a closer look and saw that it was really the finishing touch. The necklace made Yi Yao look even more beautiful, like an angel descending to the earth. Zhang Wei quickly praised Yi Yao, "You are so beautiful. This will be perfect for you." Zhang Lijun also nodded, "This necklace really suits you. You can always wear it when you go out to work. It will be very impressive." Yi Yao nodded and thanked Zhang Lijun, saying, "Uncle, thank you so much for the gift." Zhang Lijun laughed, "Why thank me? We are a family from now on. Besides, I have other gifts for you." He brought out several boxes filled with high-heeled shoes of various colors and styles. Zhang Lijun said, "Your aunt said that girls all like to wear high heels. We don't know what color you like, so we bought them all for you. You can wear whichever one you like." Yi Yao was delighted. She also liked high heels, but she just didn't wear them often. Zhang Lijun's help was just what she needed, fulfilling her dream of high heels. Zhang Lijun added, "Don't worry about the betrothal gift. We can give a lot of money. I, your uncle, am the CEO of the company. Even though your aunt doesn't have a job, our family has never been poor." Yi Yao felt a little embarrassed, but more touched. She whispered, "Uncle, I really like Zhang Wei. I will take good care of him." Zhang Lijun laughed loudly, "Silly child, I know you are a good girl. Our Zhang Wei is worthy of you. You should live a good life in the future." Yang Meichen poked her head out of the kitchen and shouted, "Dinner is ready." The family sat around the dining table and started eating happily. Zhang Lijun and Yang Meichen kept serving food to Yi Yao, who ate without hesitation, as if she had become part of the family. Zhang Wei sat next to Yi Yao, and seeing her happy face, he felt warm in his heart. He whispered to Yi Yao, "How are my parents, aren't they good?" Yi Yao nodded and said with a smile, "It's really nice, just like home." Zhang Wei leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Then we should do the same in the future, so that our home can be filled with warmth as well." Yi Yao nodded slightly, and their eyes met, as if the whole world was quiet. Chapter 42, I'm Destined to Be Your Daughter. The weekend sunshine shone through the curtains onto Yi Yao's face. She gently opened her eyes and stretched. Today is a special day. Zhang Wei's parents invited Yi Yao's family to dinner. Yi Yao has a good impression of this family, and she knows that family harmony and harmony are the cornerstones of a happy life. A few days ago, when Yi Yao was visiting Zhang Wei's parents' home, Zhang Lijun enthusiastically extended an invitation. He said with great dignity, "Xiao Yi, when your parents are free, let's go have a meal together." Yi Yao smiled and replied, "Uncle, my dad is on holiday this weekend, and my mom just retired this year. If you invite me, this weekend is fine." Zhang Lijun clapped his hands and said cheerfully, "Okay, this weekend. Old Ji and I haven't seen each other for a while, so this weekend is a good opportunity for us to meet up." Yi Yao returned home and immediately informed his parents in the family WeChat group. After seeing the message, Yi's mother immediately perked up from her sleepy state and replied, "Okay, your father and I will dress up nicely to welcome our in-laws this weekend." Yi Yao was secretly relieved in her heart. She knew that her parents were also looking forward to this gathering. However, not everyone can attend the dinner. Yi Yan replied in the group, "Lin Mo and I can't go. Lin Mo has to stay at home. The hot pot restaurant business is very good at night and he can't leave at all. Sister, please understand your brother. We won't go on the weekend." Yi Yao understood her brother's difficulties. After all, Yi Yan had just opened a hot pot restaurant and was at a critical stage in his career. She replied, "Okay, your career is booming now. Earning more money to give Lin Mo and the baby a rich life is better than anything else." Yi Yao's words made Yi Yan feel extremely warm, and also made the atmosphere in the family WeChat group more harmonious. Yi Yan's work was indeed very busy, and he had to work until very late every night before he could go home. That night, he dragged his tired body back home and carefully took out the key, fearing that he would wake up his wife and baby who had already fallen asleep. Yi Yan is well aware of the importance of family. Despite his busy work schedule, he still strives to balance his career and family responsibilities. After returning home, Yi Yan gently closed the door and walked into the living room with light steps. The house was extremely quiet, and Lin Mo and the babies had obviously fallen asleep. Yi Yan felt a little tired, but he also felt extremely happy. He lay on the sofa and fell asleep without taking off his clothes. In his dream, he imagined that he had become the richest man in the country, with wealth comparable to Ma Yun, Ma Huadeng, and Wang Jianlin. However, the dream was soon broken by reality. He felt a sharp pain in his arm. It turned out that Lin Mo was pinching him. "You slept soundly on the sofa. You're drooling. Come on, come back to the bedroom with me," Lin Mo said softly. Yi Yan felt a little disappointed. He was just having a beautiful dream, but was woken up by Lin Mo. But he quickly adjusted his mood because he knew that he was indeed drooling all over the floor. So, he obediently followed Lin Mo back to the bedroom, and the two spent a wonderful night together. The next morning, Yi Yan reluctantly said goodbye to Lin Mo and hurried to the hot pot restaurant. Lin Mo looked at his departing figure and felt a little disappointed. The two babies were still sleeping, and the house seemed particularly quiet. Lin Mo felt a little bored, so she decided to practice yoga to kill time. At noon, Lin Mo stopped her yoga poses and sighed, "It's so boring to be alone at home." She opened WeChat and wanted to find someone to chat with. Her mother was in school and couldn't accompany her, so she sent a message to her father, "Dad, are you home now? If you are, come here to accompany me." Yi Yan opened a hot pot restaurant, leaving me, a weak woman, to take care of the two babies. After seeing the message, Lin's father couldn't help laughing and replied, "Ha ha, wait for me, daughter. Dad will be at your house soon." Father Lin soon came to Lin Mo's house, and seeing her aggrieved look, he couldn't help but comfort her, "Daughter, don't be sad, Dad is here, you can watch TV and play with your phone at home to kill time." However, Lin Mo is not a drama fanatic. The TV at home is just a decoration for her. She usually only turns it on to watch it during the Chinese New Year. Lin Mo sighed and said, "Dad, I'm so depressed. Now I have to take care of the two babies all day long, which forces me to go nowhere. I only take them to the park to bask in the sun occasionally. After all, Yi Yan is working now, and I can't handle taking care of the two babies alone." Father Lin gently touched her forehead and said, "This is normal. Your mother has also been through the same phase as you. I understand that this period is very difficult for you, especially when the babies are still very young and very dependent on their mothers." In order to ease Lin Mo's loneliness, Lin's father suggested, "When my two granddaughters wake up, you and I will take Lemon and Apple to the park." After hearing this, Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Father Lin got up and went to the kitchen to wash an apple for Lin Mo. As Lin Mo tasted the apple that his father had carefully washed, his mood gradually calmed down, as if a delicate fragrance had bloomed in his mouth. In the afternoon, the sun shone into the room through the window, and the two babies woke up leisurely, and their happy cries filled the whole room. Lin Mo picked up the baby affectionately and fed him gently, with a loving smile on his face. After a short rest, she tiptoed to the babies and changed their diapers meticulously. Afterwards, Father Lin and Lin Mo brought the two little babies to the park. In the sunshine, the two babies sat obediently in the stroller, quietly admiring the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees without a trace of displeasure. Father Lin gently stroked Erbao's little hand with his rough big hands, his face full of doting. He looked up and said, I, Lin Jinghua, am really destined to have daughters. From a daughter to two granddaughters. How many people envy this? Lin's father has never had the futile idea of favoring boys over girls. He firmly believes that women are better than boys is not groundless. Lin Mo is the sweet and caring little cotton-padded jacket in Lin Jinghua's heart. After returning home, Father Lin looked at his two little granddaughters lovingly, and they also cooperated with their grandfather's actions obediently. Father Lin said to Lin Mo, Daughter, what time does Yi Yan usually work? Lin Mo replied, he came back very late, only around 11 or 12. Last night he came back and didn't even enter the bedroom. He just lay on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep, drooling all over the floor. Father Lin nodded, expressing his affirmation of Yi Yan. Well, I am optimistic about him. I felt that this kid has potential. With him around, you won't have a hard life. Although Lin Mo hoped that Yi Yan could go home earlier to accompany her, she also understood his hard work. Father Lin knew his daughter's loneliness, so he suggested, Daughter, our family has relatives coming to visit tomorrow, why don't you come and join in the fun? After all, chatting with a group of people is much better than playing alone. Lin Mo was cheered up after hearing this and nodded in approval, Sure. Dad, which relative is it? Lin Jinghua replied, Your third uncle and aunt are here to visit us. They just so happened to say they want to see you. They will be here tomorrow morning. Lin Mo smiled and said, Okay, I'll go to your house tomorrow morning. Chapter 43 Third Uncle Lin Jinfu. The evening breeze was blowing gently, and the 8 o'clock bell rang softly, and Yi Yan stepped into the house. Compared with usual days, he returned home earlier today. At this time, Lin Mo had just finished the facial mask ritual and was lazily lying on the bed, with her two babies slowly falling asleep in her cradle. Yi Yan's appearance made Lin Mo's heart surge with excitement, as if 3 years had passed since she last saw him for a day. Lin Mo spoke first, with a hint of joy in his voice, Brother Yan, you are finally back. I am alone in this empty house, and I feel as lonely as a wasteland. Yi Yan frowned, with a hint of teasing in his tone, Not really, right? Don't you still have apples and lemons to keep you company? He was secretly surprised that Lin Mo actually called him Brother Yan. This was the first time. He guessed that Lin Mo must have been bored at home these days. Not only did he have to face the loneliness alone, but he also had to take care of two little guys. Anyone would probably collapse. Lin Mo sighed, his tone full of helplessness, Only when you raise a child do you understand the kindness of your parents. This child is really worrying. Yi Yan nodded and responded gently, Yes, my love, you have worked hard at home, and I will take care of the money-making. Lin Mo said softly, Today, I really can't stand this loneliness, so I invited my father to come home to accompany me. Yi Yan smiled and replied, That's a good idea. My mother is working alongside me in the hot pot restaurant now, otherwise I would definitely ask her to accompany you. Lin Mo gently held Yi Yan's clothes and asked softly, Father said that relatives and friends will visit tomorrow. Can I take the two babies with me? Yi Yan agreed generously, Of course, my wife, my trust in you is as firm as a mountain, go with confidence. Lin Mo was touched and said, My dear, you are so kind. Yi Yan showed a sly smile, Well, I have a small request, I wonder if I can get your approval. Lin Mo asked softly, What? Yi Yan pointed to his lips, I want a passionate kiss, dear Lin Mo. Lin Mo responded with a smile, Okay, I'll satisfy you. The two spent another warm night together. The next morning, after Yi Yan washed up and had breakfast, he went to the hot pot restaurant. As the store manager, he was always the first to arrive, even earlier than his mother. However, today, his mother took a day off, which surprised him. Yi Yan always generously agreed to his mother's requests. After all, his mother's work in the hot pot restaurant gave Yi Yan great support. When his mother asked for leave, he would naturally not refuse. Zhang Yan and Zouqian followed to the hot pot restaurant, and Yi Yan announced loudly, Today, my mother specially asked for a day off. There are only 3 of us left in the store. Let us join hands and face this challenge together. If the business is booming today, I will definitely give you two a raise. When Zhang Yan heard about the salary increase, he felt like he had been injected with chicken blood and instantly became energetic. However, Zhou Qian does not care about the salary increase. She prefers a busy life and works mainly to hone herself. Early in the morning, the second baby woke up slowly and lay beside Lin Mo like a sloth. Lin Mo understood what she meant. After feeding and changing diapers, she pushed the double crib and walked to her parents' home with the babies like a flower protector. Lin Mo pressed the doorbell lightly. This was the first time that Apple and Lemon had stepped into their grandparents' house. Faced with this completely unfamiliar environment, they seemed to be cast under a spell. Their eyes were dull and their former liveliness disappeared without a trace. Lin Mo gently carried them to the sofa. Their parents came forward to tease them, but they remained indifferent, like two silent sculptures. Lin Mo explained, they are shy, but they will be fine in a few days. Lin Jinghua smiled and said, that's good, it means our baby is very alert, unlike those children who are easily lost. Lin Jinghua's words eased the awkward atmosphere, and Erbao seemed to be communicating in baby language, putting his face close to his and making babbling sounds. Lin Jinghua chuckled and said, little guys, what are you whispering about? Liang Shuayuan responded with a smile, you are really good at teasing. They are so young, and they can whisper to each other? Lin Mo smiled and said, Dad has always been so humorous. I even suspect that Yi Yan learned his humor from you. Mother Lin smiled and said, it's possible. The three of them laughed and talked happily. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Lin Jinghua got up to open the door and greeted his third uncle Lin Jinfu and third aunt Lu Dafan. They were carrying fruit baskets and were still chatting and laughing after entering the elevator. Lin Mo greeted them warmly, Uncle San, Aunt San. Lu Dafan praised, look at this Lin Mo, how polite she is. Lin Jinghua, you have taught your daughter well. Lin Jinfu smiled and said, I heard from your father that you are married and have children. It's true that when you are away for 3 days, you should look at you with new eyes. Lin Jinghua, you are the first grandfather among the 4 of us brothers. When we get together, you have to treat us to a meal. Lin Jinghua grinned, that's easy to say. But in his heart, he was actually quite reluctant to have a meal with Lin Jinshan, so he turned his head and said, it's fine to invite you and Jinmin, but forget about Lin Jinshan. Lin Jinfu sighed, alas, my brother has really changed over the years. It's harder than climbing to the sky to ask him for help. Don't talk about him anymore. I feel unlucky when his name is mentioned. My third brother has come here with great difficulty, and I must make sure he comes happily and leaves happily. Lin Jinghua quickly interrupted Lin Jinfu. Lin Jinfu understood Lin Jinghua's concerns, so he changed the subject, looked at the 2 babies, and said with a smile, wow, they are so cute. I am so envious. Lin Jinghua said proudly, you want it? No way. Lu Dafan asked curiously, how old are these 2 babies? Lin Mo smiled and replied, they are just 1 month old. Lu Dafan said with emotion, it was better to be a child, carefree. I really want to go back to that age. It's nothing like today's society, which is full of interests and intrigues. Lin Mo also laughed, raising a child is tiring. Lu Dafan laughed and said, everyone's family went through this. Lin Mo continued, these 2 little guys are still shy now, but today when they came to my dad's house, they were very quiet, not crying or making a fuss. Lu Dafan nodded repeatedly, what a good baby. At noon, Lin Jinghua and Lin Jinfu went for a stroll by the lake in the park and chatted. Lin Jinfu agreed, second brother, when your 2 granddaughters hold their 100-day banquet, you must inform me in advance so that I can rush over to attend. Lin Jinghua patted his chest and said, no problem, no problem. I will definitely notify them properly. The spring breeze was blowing gently, bringing warmth to the people. On this early spring afternoon, the 2 brothers walked alone by the lake, enjoying the quiet time. The brotherhood between them is like the clear and transparent water in a lake. Although time has passed, the feelings are still deep and mellow. Chapter 44 Of course I am satisfied. On a quiet afternoon, the sunlight shines through the curtains into the house, adding a touch of warmth to this cozy family. Zhang Lijun and his son Zhang Wei were already dressed in suits and leather shoes, looking dignified and elegant, demonstrating a solemn style. Yang Meichen also dressed herself up, tied her hair into a ponytail for the first time in a long time, and put on some foundation to make herself look younger. Zhang Wei praised her generously, Mom, you look especially young today. Yang Meichen smiled happily and said, really? Ha ha ha. Zhang Lijun joked, I disagree with my son. After hearing this, Yang Meichen glared at Zhang Lijun. Zhang Lijun then said, "You have always been young. In my heart, you are still a stunning beauty." Yang Meichen smiled and said, "It has to be you." Zhang Lijun and Yang Meichen were chatting and laughing, completely ignoring Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei thought to himself, "Shouldn't I be the protagonist today?" Meanwhile, Yi Yao was also preparing at home. Her mother, Hong Ying, was dressing her up and had to be in perfect spirits. Yi Ziyuan said at the side, "Hong Ying, you don't have to make such a grand ceremony. Old Zhang must have taken a liking to our Yi Yao. It's just a lunch." Hong Ying said seriously, "Yes. But you can't be like an old man like you, with such a lazy attitude, at least you can look presentable." Yi Ziyuan glanced at the clock on his hand and said, "The time is almost up, let's go." Afterwards, Yi Ziyuan drove Yi Yao and Hong Ying to the agreed dinner address. When Yi Ziyuan arrived at the hotel, he saw Zhang Lijun lingering at the door, probably waiting for him. Yi Ziyuan took the initiative to greet Zhang Lijun and said, "Lijun. Long time no see." Zhang Lijun also greeted him with a smile and said, "Good brother. I didn't expect that we would become relatives in the end." Yi Ziyuan said with a grin, "Ha, Zhang Wei and Yi Yao are a perfect match. I am very satisfied with this marriage." Zhang Lijun said passionately, "Who isn't? It's a blessing for our Xiao Wei to marry Yi Yao." Zhang Lijun then ordered, "There's no time to lose. Everyone, come in." Everyone came to the room that Zhang Lijun had booked in advance. Zhang Lijun said, "Son, go down with Yi Yao and order some food. Just order some sweet and sour pork for Dad. Is there anything your in-laws like?" Father Yi said openly, "Order whatever you want. Yi Yao's mother and I don't have any dietary restrictions." "Do your relatives have any dietary restrictions?" Zhang Lijun said, "No. I just like eating northeastern food. Sweet and sour pork is my favorite." Afterwards, Zhang Wei and Yi Yao went downstairs to order food, and Zhang Wei gave the initiative to Yi Yao. The dishes Yi Yao ordered included stir-fried pork with chili peppers, silkworm pupae, braised spare ribs, scrambled eggs with garlic sprouts, poached chicken, stewed meat with sauerkraut, squirrel mandarin fish, and the sweet and sour pork that Zhang Lijun had ordered earlier. Every dish in this sumptuous dinner was carefully prepared. There were exactly 8 courses, with a variety of tastes and flavors intertwined on the table. The fragrant squirrel mandarin fish, the tender and delicious scrambled eggs with garlic sprouts, and the fragrant braised spare ribs all add to the richness and diversity of this feast. Zhang Lijun asked, "What kind of water do you drink?" Mother Yi said, "Orange juice." Zhang Lijun nodded in agreement and asked the waiter to bring a 2-liter bottle of orange juice. Everyone was chatting happily at the dinner table, creating a happy atmosphere. Zhang Lijun said, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Zhang Wei can give a dowry of 300,000 yuan. He has a house and a car. Are you satisfied?" Yes, father and mother said in unison, "Satisfied." Yes, mother praised Zhang Wei. "Zhang Wei is a child, I admire him. I think he is a good-looking man, and the profession of teacher will be a stable job for him in the future." Yang Meichen also praised Yi Yao and said, "The profession of doctor is also a stable job. It is not inferior to that of a teacher, and even better than that of a teacher. It is a blessing for my Xiao Wei and us to marry your Yi Yao." After being praised, Zhang Wei and Yi Yao blushed and were hesitant to speak. Zhang Lijun said, "When will Xiao Wei and Yi Yao's wedding be held? Pick an auspicious date. You 2 kids can decide." Zhang Wei said, "Holidays are better, plus we have to take wedding photos. If we rush during the May Day holiday, it will be too tight." Yi Yao affirmed Zhang Wei's words and said, "Zhang Wei and I have booked the National Day, a 7-day holiday. Besides, our colleagues are all on holiday at this time, so there will be a lot of people coming." Zhang Wei and Yi Yao considered it more carefully, and after careful consideration, they both agreed that National Day was a good day. It is now early April, and there is a full 6 months left until National Day, so there is plenty of time for preparation, and basically everyone can be present. For the 2 of them, National Day is the perfect time to hold their wedding. Yi Yao said to Zhang Lijun, "Uncle, are you satisfied with this time?" Zhang Lijun nodded, laughed heartily and said, "Satisfied, of course uncle is satisfied. I'm sure my father-in-law and mother-in-law are satisfied too." Yes, father and mother also said they were satisfied. Zhang's mother was also naturally satisfied. Everyone was unanimously satisfied with this dinner. After the meal, everyone left and Zhang Lijun and Hong Ying began to compete for the bill. The main theme is "If you don't let me, I won't let you." The employees working at the front desk couldn't help laughing. Zhang Wei quickly spotted the QR code on the wall and scanned the money himself. Zhang Wei said to the two elders, "Dad, Auntie, stop arguing. I have finished sweeping the money. It is getting late, you should go home quickly." Ye's mother wanted to take a taxi to her son's hot pot restaurant to help. Seeing that he couldn't stop his mother, Yi Yao let her go. Zhang Lijun drove home with Yang Meichen, while Ye's father planned to go home after sending Zhang Wei and Yi Yao off. After Ye's father sent Zhang Wei and Yi Yao to the gate of the community, Zhang Wei said politely, "Uncle, bye. See you another day." Ye's father nodded in greeting from inside the car. After returning home, Yi Yao leaned on Zhang Wei's shoulder like a little bird. At the same time, Ye's mother returned to the store, and Yi Yan was very surprised. Yi Yan said, "Mom, you're here." Ye's mother was very interested in the situation of the hot pot restaurant today, and immediately asked, "How is the business today? Can you three handle it?" Yi Yan replied, "There are about 20 customers. But the three of us can handle it, and we won't be in a rush at all. After all, there is a gap between each batch of customers, and one batch will leave before the next batch arrives." Yi Yan continued, "Mother, you don't have to come to the store specially. Zhang Yan, Zhou Qian, and I can handle it. You can just rest at home." Mother Yi said, "It seems that you don't need me anymore. But I just like to help. I have a lot of free time at home anyway, so I might as well find a new job for myself after retirement." Yi Yan smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. Whatever you say." Zhang Yan and Zhou Qian beside him also smiled. Soon, the hot pot restaurant welcomed a new customer. Everyone said in unison, "Hello. Welcome." Chapter 45, No Work on Sunday. In the evening, business is booming and the turnover is still considerable. After the store closed, Ye's mother called Yi Yan aside and said, "Yi Yan, Zhang Wei and your sister are engaged on National Day. When are you and Lin Mo going to hold your wedding? It was put on hold before because of the pregnancy. Now is the time for you to make a decision." Yi Yan felt that his mother was right. During the time he and Lin Mo were together, they had never discussed holding a wedding. His mother's words prompted him to start paying attention to this issue. In the evening, when Yi Yan returned home, the second baby was already lying obediently in the crib. After a fulfilling day, Lin Mo also lay down on the bed to rest, but when she heard Yi Yan opening the door, she still walked lightly from the bedroom to the living room. As soon as Yi Yan comes back, she will be very happy. But Lin Mo saw that Yi Yan was frowning and looked like he was worried about something. Lin Mo asked softly, "What's wrong? Husband, you look so worried, are you worried about something? Is it because the sales were not good today? Or is it because my aunt took a day off today, and there are only 3 people in the store, and you are exhausted?" Yi Yan shook his head repeatedly and said with a wry smile, "Neither. Mom went back to the store tonight to help out. When we were closing, she told me that my sister and brother Wei were getting engaged on National Day and asked when we would have the wedding." Lin Mo nodded in agreement, "Yes. Ever since I found out I was pregnant, the wedding has been put aside like a forgotten pearl." Yi Yan's guilt surged in his heart like a tide. He blamed himself and said, "Wife, I'm sorry. It's all my negligence. I haven't talked to you about the wedding preparations. That's why it has been put on hold for so long." Lin Mo gently stroked Yi Yan's forehead, like a spring breeze, and said softly, "Husband, you don't have to blame yourself. You are now putting your career first. How can you take care of your family at the same time, not to mention the tedious matter of preparing for the wedding?" Yi Yan said affectionately, "Wife, from now on, the date of our wedding will be decided by you." Lin Mo smiled and said, "Since Yi Yao and Zhang Wei are set to get married on National Day, why don't we also hold the wedding on National Day?" Yi Yan joked humorously, "Are we going to have to decide who goes on stage and who goes off stage?" Lin Mo said coquettishly, "I surrender to you, you were such a joker, let's do it step by step. However, we will book it on National Day, but we will definitely not hold the wedding on the same day as Zhang Wei and Yi Yao." Yi Yan nodded his head repeatedly and said affirmatively, "Yes, I will ask my sister and brother Wei what day they booked, and we will avoid that day." Lin Mo has considered everything very carefully. The reason why he scheduled the wedding for National Day is that he hopes that through the wedding on National Day, Yi Yan can get enough rest during the National Day, just like the long dry seedlings getting nourished by the sweet rain. Early in the morning, Yi Yan planned to take a day off. Since the hot pot restaurant opened, he has been busy like a spinning top. He decided to ask Zhang Yan and Zhou Qian what they thought first. Yi Yan sent a private message to the two of them, saying in a relaxed tone, "Everyone has been working hard recently. Today I want to announce a good news. We will have a day off. Everyone, have a good rest, recharge your energy, and continue to work hard next Monday. Zhang Yan and Zhou Qian both replied with an okay expression. Zhou Qian's wish of having one day off every week was fulfilled. After reading Yi Yan's notice, she happily fell asleep and enjoyed a lazy sleep. Zhang Yan was also very happy and naturally would not refuse a day of leisurely time. Yi Yan said to Lin Mo at home, "Wife, today is a rare day off for me, I plan to take you out for a walk." Lin Mo was very happy to hear this and replied, "That's great. Hubby, the kids are looking forward to you spending more time with them." Yi Yan sighed and said, "Alas, after all, you can't have both working to earn money and accompanying your children." At noon, the two little cuties woke up leisurely, their eyes full of surprise. Yi Yan immediately rushed to the crib, picked up the two babies one after another, and had a lot of fun. Yi Yan said happily, "My dears, do you miss your dad? Dad is on vacation today, so I want to take you out to play. Are you happy?" Apple and Lemon are very close. Even though their mother is always by their side, the companionship that their father brings is incomparable to that of their mother. Yi Yan occupies an incomparable important position in Erbao's heart. Yi Yan sat on the sofa, holding an apple in his left hand and a lemon in his right hand. Yi Yan couldn't help but sigh, "Alas! Giving birth to twins is really tiring. You have to treat them equally, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." Lin Mo said, "Ha ha ha. Our kids love to be jealous, especially of you. When I hugged one of them alone, the other one didn't react that much." Yi Yan said proudly, "Doesn't this prove that I am a charming father?" Lin Mo urged, "Change the baby's diaper now, and then we'll set off." Yi Yan said, "Okay." Yi Yan told Erbao, "My dear children, be good. Daddy will change your diapers for you. If anyone doesn't behave well, I won't take them out to play." When Yi Yan was changing diapers for Debao and Erbao, they were particularly obedient. In their minds, Yi Yan's words seemed to work better than anyone else's. Yi Yan really wanted to reward each of his two babies with a kiss, but newborns have poor immunity, which is something Dr. Wang Xinyue had repeatedly warned him about. After changing the diaper, Yi Yan gently patted Erbao's little butt and said, "Let's go. Babies. Mommy and Daddy will take you out to play for a day today." After arriving at the park, Yi Yan pushed the double baby stroller alone, and Lin Mo took pictures of Yi Yan and his two daughters from behind. He also posted a message on his moments, saying, "Dad is finally on vacation, and can take his two little angels to the park again." Once it was posted, it received likes from many friends. Yi Yao was sitting on the sofa watching TV with Zhang Wei. After seeing Lin Mo's circle of friends, an idea came to his mind. Neither of the two couples have ever gone out together. Yi Yao said softly to Zhang Wei, "Dear, I see that my brother and Lin Mo have a day off today and chose to go to the park to play." Zhang Wei calmly replied, "That's great. What's wrong? Do you want a baby too?" Yi Yao shook his head and denied it. "That's not it, I have an idea in my mind." Zhang Wei asked, "What's the idea?" Yi Yao said, "I want to invite them to our home and cook for them myself. Although my cooking skills are not as good as my mother's, it is still a good flavor." Zhang Wei agreed, "Okay, you can, but you have to make sure Yi Yanlanmo is willing first." Yi Yao expressed his opinion again, "Let's turn off the TV first. TV programs can be watched at any time, and I am eager to spend time with them in the park now." Afterwards, Yi Yao left a message on Lin Mo's moments, "Can Zhang Wei and I go meet you?" Lin Mo quickly replied, "Of course. The babies will definitely welcome aunt and uncle to come to the park to accompany them." Then, Lin Mo relayed Yi Yao's message. Lin Mo asked, "Hubby, my sister and Zhang Wei will come to the park to see us later." Yi Yan said, "Brother Wei and my sister are coming, of course I welcome them with open arms and feet." Chapter 46. When you grow up, you must be filial to your father. Zhang Wei and Yi Yao were in high spirits. After getting dressed neatly, they walked out of the house with brisk steps. Zhang Wei skillfully sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and slowly drove towards the park. The roar of the engine broke the tranquility of the evening. After arriving at the park, Zhang Wei parked the car steadily, and the two began to look around the park for Yi Yan and Lin Mo. At the same time, Yi Yan pushed a double stroller and brought Lin Mo and the two cute babies to the pavilion in the park. In the pavilion, several elderly women were sitting leisurely. When they saw Yi Yan and Lin Mo with two cute kids, they couldn't help but be attracted. The two little babies made baby-like baby sounds, which sounded like the most beautiful bird songs in spring. One of the aunts smiled and asked, "Young man, are you a couple?" Yi Yan raised the corners of his mouth, his face filled with happiness, and replied gently, "Yes, Auntie, we are a couple." The aunt pointed at the baby in the stroller and asked curiously, "What about these two little cuties? Are you there?" Yi Yan quickly took over the conversation, his face full of pride. "Yes, we are their parents. My wife gave birth to twins for me." The aunt looked them up and down and kept praising them. "I think these two babies will definitely be little beauties in the future. You two are so beautiful." After hearing this, Yi Yan laughed heartily. "Ah, Auntie, I'd like to thank you for your blessing on behalf of Erbo. Having two daughters is like having two warm and cozy little cotton padded jackets. I'm so happy." The aunt nodded in agreement. "Yes, many young people like girls nowadays. You are so lucky to have two of them at once." Lin Mo was a little shy and said modestly, "Auntie, this is not a special blessing. When they grow up, I don't know how much worry they will cause me." The aunt waved her hands and said with emotion, "No matter whose children are, they are not easy to manage. Girls are much easier to worry about than boys. My little grandson is so naughty that he can make his father angry." Here, Zhang Wei and Yi Yao searched carefully in the park and finally came to the Changting. Zhang Wei spotted the double baby carriage at a glance and said with certainty, "The people next to the baby carriage must be Yi Yan and Lin Mo." Yi Yao tiptoed behind Yi Yan and suddenly patted his shoulder. This frightened Yi Yan so much that he shuddered all over, jumped up and almost fell to the ground. Yi Yan was still in shock. He turned around and saw that it was his sister. He breathed a sigh of relief and said helplessly, "Sister, you almost scared your own brother to death." Zhang Wei also chimed in, "Wife, don't scare him like that next time. What if he gets sick from being scared? I don't know this kid. He's very timid." Yi Yao stuck out his tongue playfully and said with a smile, I just wanted to tease him." Yi Yan couldn't help but sigh, "Sister, I found that since you and Brother Wei have been together, you have become more lively. You are completely different from the quiet lady I used to think of you." Yi Yao smiled and said seriously, "The most important thing in life is to be happy." Yi Yan shook his head helplessly. At this time, Zhang Wei changed the subject. "Come to our house later. Your sister is going to show you her cooking skills." When Yi Yan heard this, his eyes lit up immediately and he said excitedly, "Great. I've never tasted my sister's cooking before. I'm in for a treat today." Yi Yao smiled and said, "You have to thank Lin Mo very much this time. It's because of her that you can have this." Zhang Wei thoughtfully bought water for everyone, and then the group took a leisurely walk in the park. Laughter and joy echoed in every corner of the park, warm and beautiful. Happy times always pass quickly. Before we knew it, everyone got into Zhang Wei's car and headed to his and Yi Yao's home. Yi Yao sat in the passenger seat, while Lin Mo and Yi Yan sat side by side in the back seat. Their eyes never left the adorable Erbao, their expressions full of tenderness and concern. They were afraid that the babies would cry in the car, and even though they had a close relationship with each other, they still hoped that such occasions could be as quiet as possible. Yi Yan and Lin Mo each take care of a baby. Although the second baby, Lemon, is a little naughty, he is well behaved under Yi Yan's patient comfort. The eldest baby, Apple, is well behaved and sensible, making it a lot easier for Lin Mo to take care of him. Sure enough, in my aunt and uncle's car, the second baby was very quiet and didn't cry or make any noise. The car stopped steadily downstairs of Zhang Wei and Yi Yao's house. Yi Yao got out of the car first, followed by Yi Yan and Lin Mo carefully holding the baby out of the car. Their movements were so gentle that they were afraid of disturbing the baby. After Zhang Wei parked the car, he hurried over to meet them. Then, everyone walked into the house together. Yi Yan and Lin Mo gently placed the babies on the sofa. Yi Yan leaned over and whispered softly, "Babies, we're at Aunt and Uncle's house. Are you happy? If you're happy, smile." As if they could understand what their father said, bright smiles instantly bloomed on Apple and Lemon's little faces. Those smiles were like flowers blooming in spring, warm and healing. Yi Yan couldn't help but praise, "Brother Wei, your and my sister's house is so beautiful. Lin Mo and I both think so. Look at Apple and Lemon. They smiled from ear to ear as soon as they came here." Lin Mo also found it very magical. In the past, the babies were always shy and tense when they arrived in unfamiliar environments, but this time it was completely different. They seemed to be cast under a spell and were exceptionally happy. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that Yi Yan was like a magical magician who could always make the babies obedient. Yi Yan said to Zhang Wei with great interest, "Brother Wei, how about we play a one-on-one match of King of Glory? I haven't played games since these two little guys were born. I'm itching to play today, so I want to have a competition with you." Erbo was then handed over to Lin Mo and Yi Yao to take care of. Zhang Wei readily agreed, and the two quickly started the game. For a while, the only sounds in the living room were the sound of the phone and the two people's heated discussion. They were having a lot of fun. Suddenly, Lin Mo frowned and said softly to Yi Yao, "Sister, my stomach is a little uncomfortable. I'm going to the toilet first. Can you help me take care of the baby?" Yi Yao nodded quickly. She was looking forward to finally being alone with her two lovely nieces. She gently stroked Lemon's little hand, full of joy. At this moment, Debeo Apple's little face turned red, as if she was trying hard. "Ah, wow!" A loud cry instantly broke the silence. "Yi Yan, the baby is crying, crying." Yi Yao was a little flustered and shouted hurriedly. She had never taken care of a child alone before, and she was at a loss for a moment, not knowing what to do. Lin Mo was in the bathroom, and at this moment she could only ask Yi Yan for help. At this time, Yi Yan was at the critical moment of the game, forcing Zhang Wei into a desperate situation, and he only needed one last blow to win. But when he heard the baby crying, he clicked surrender without hesitation and quickly turned around to take care of his baby. "It stinks." Yi Yan subconsciously covered his nose. Yi Yao pretended to be angry and pouted and said, "Brother, why do you still dislike your baby's odor? Debeo's poop is really stinky." Yi Yan said as he quickly went to get the diaper. Since both babies are now breastfed, their poop is watery and has a stronger smell, and they have to poop 3 or 4 times a day. Yi Yan changed the baby's diaper skillfully, patted Apple's little butt gently, and said softly, stinky baby, grow up slowly." After Apple finished pooping, she actually gave Yi Yan a sweet smile, as if thanking her father for taking care of her. Not long after, the second baby Lemon also pooped. Yi Yan was not impatient at all and patiently changed her diaper. He looked at the two babies and said half-jokingly, "You said, Dad loves you so much. He played games with your uncle and was sure to win. He came over as soon as he heard you crying. You must be filial to your dad when you grow up." Zhang Wei felt that the previous round was unfairly won, so after Yi Yan settled the baby, he suggested starting a new round. This time, the two of them went all out and started a fierce contest. In the end, Yi Yan won the game with his excellent operation and strategy. Yi Yan praised sincerely, "Brother Wei, you are so straightforward and you value fair competition. It's so fun to play games with you." Zhang Wei smiled and responded, "I just like fair duels. I won the last game in an ignominious way, but I am convinced of my defeat this time." Chapter 47 Car Purchase Plan. After Yi Yan won a great victory in the king's duel with Zhang Wei, he waved his arms excitedly, then couldn't wait to put down his mobile phone and turned around to play with his second baby. The two little ones were giggling and babbling in baby language that only they could understand, and the living room was full of laughter. Suddenly, Yi Yan's phone vibrated violently. He picked it up and saw the number of a children's photography shop on the screen. When he answered the phone, a gentle and polite voice came from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Yi, the full-month photos you took of the babies last week have been made. When would it be convenient for you to pick them up?" When Yi Yan heard this, a smile immediately broke out on his face, and he quickly responded, "Okay, I'm free now. I'll be there in 10 minutes after I get ready." After hanging up the phone, Yi Yan turned to look at Zhang Wei and asked with a little expectation, "Brother Wei, can I borrow your car? I have to go pick up Erbao's full-month photo. It's too far to walk. If it's not convenient, I'll take a taxi." Zhang Wei waved his hand generously and said loudly, "Why take a taxi? Just drive my car. Don't be polite to me for such a small matter." Yi Yan was filled with gratitude and wanted to sneak out quietly, but Erbo was like two little followers, clinging to him tightly. As long as he made the slightest move to leave, the little mouth would curl up, and the cry of "Wah" would resound throughout the house. Yi Yan sighed helplessly and coaxed the two babies, "Alas, it seems that I can only take you two with me." Then, he explained to Zhang Wei, "Brother Wei, these two little ones are too clingy. I have to take them with me, otherwise they will make a scene at your house. I really can't do anything about them." Zhang Wei expressed his understanding, but reminded, "If you bring two babies, someone will have to sit in the back and look after them." Yi Yan slapped his head and said in annoyance, "Oh. My brain is so busy that it's dizzy. I'll go with you." A clear and familiar voice sounded beside Yi Yan's ears. He turned around and saw that it was Lin Mo. After Lin Mo came out of the toilet, she was refreshed and full of energy. She looked at the two babies and volunteered, "I'll sit in the back and watch these two little guys." Yi Yan nodded without hesitation. In his heart, he was completely confident in his wife. Jiang Wei handed the car keys to Yi Yan, who put them in his trouser pocket. He and Lin Mo each picked up a girl and carefully placed them in the back seat. Yi Yan sat in the driver's seat and started the car, while Lin Mo stared at the two babies in the back seat. Lin Mo looked serious and warned them earnestly, "Don't mess up in your uncle's car, or your parents will punish you." At this moment, she was like a strict mother, who knew that children must be educated from an early age and must not be allowed to act naughty in Jiang Wei's car. The magical thing is that the second baby seems to really understand what his mother says and sits quietly in his seat. Lin Mo looks at the well-behaved baby and feels very relieved. He secretly feels lucky that he can temporarily calm these two clever little kids. Soon, Yi Yan arrived at the children's photography shop. He planned to get off the car to pick up the photos himself, and let Lin Mo stay in the car to look after the baby. Yi Yan trotted into the store and came out with a bunch of photos. When he got back to the car, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the baby was still well-behaved and didn't cry at all. Yi Yan couldn't help but praise, "Apple and Lemon, you were so well-behaved and cute." Lin Mo pretended to be jealous and pouted, saying, "You only know how to praise the baby, why don't you praise me as a mother? They are so obedient, and I have contributed a lot." Yi Yan smiled and coaxed, Okay, I'll reward you well when I get home." The car started slowly, and Yi Yan held the steering wheel. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind. He looked at Lin Mo beside him and said seriously, "Wife, I think we have to buy a car. You see, Dad has a car, and so does my sister, but we don't have one. If the children go to school far away in the future, they can't take a taxi every day and rush into the morning rush hour. It's much more convenient to have a car." After hearing this, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. "Husband, you are absolutely right. It is not a big deal to always borrow someone else's car when taking the children out to play in the future. And driving is indeed much more convenient than walking." After saying that, Lin Mo turned to look at Erbo again and asked with a smile, "Babies, do you agree with Mom and Dad buying a car?" Apple, the eldest child, nodded slightly as if he understood what was said, while Lemon, the second child, stood there in a daze, looking very cute. Yi Yan took Lin Mo and the babies back to Jiang Wei's house. As soon as he entered the house, Yi Yan fell into deep thought. In fact, he was not short of money. He only spent 50,000 yuan to buy the hot pot restaurant, and the investment in decoration was not much, but the effect was immediate, and he paid back the investment in just 1 week. He has always wanted to open a breakfast shop, and this idea came from his mother's suggestion. In his opinion, breakfast shops and hot pot restaurants have different target audiences and do not conflict with each other. If he can run it well, he will definitely make a lot of money. But the reality was cruel. He ran through the streets and alleys of Yongning but couldn't find a shop willing to sell, so the plan to open a store was put on hold. Yi Yan decided to discuss it with his sister and brother-in-law. He sat on the sofa and said slowly, "Sister, Brother Wei, I have 150,000 yuan on hand now, plus the money I made from opening the hot pot restaurant this week. It's more than enough to pay the down payment for a car. I want to buy a car." After hearing this, Jiang Wei immediately agreed, "Okay. If you have made up your mind, let's go to the forest store now, and your sister will look after the house." Yi Yan was a little hesitant, frowning and said, "But I still want to save some money to open a breakfast shop." However, buying a car is indeed a priority. As an elder sister, Yi Yao patiently advised, "Brother, you have to think carefully about opening a breakfast shop. Whether a business can be successful or not is not just about the size. Just because the hot pot restaurant is doing well, you can't think that the breakfast shop will also be smooth sailing. The nature of these two businesses is different. The competition in the breakfast shop is fierce. If you don't manage it well, you won't even be able to make back your investment. You have to think long term." Jiang Wei also analyzed, "Your hot pot restaurant business is booming now, it is wise to focus all your energy on it. If you go to the breakfast restaurant, your body will definitely not be able to handle it. You have 2 babies at home who need your care." Yi Yao and Jiang Wei's words were like a spring breeze, gently brushing Yi Yan's heartstrings. He thought about it carefully and felt that they did make sense. Maybe it won't be too late to consider opening a breakfast shop when the hot pot restaurant's income is more stable. Besides, it's too difficult to find a suitable shop now. Yi Yan took a deep breath, made up his mind and said, "Okay, I've decided. Let's go buy a car first." Jiang Wei heard this and said excitedly, "Okay. I'll drive you to pick them out, and my wife will take care of the house." Yi Yao was not happy when he heard this, and said angrily, "I'm not going. What's the point of leaving me alone?" Jiang Wei finally reacted and apologized sincerely, "Wife, it's my fault. Forgive me this time, I will definitely take you with me. So, 4 people plus 2 cute little babies set out on the journey to the forest store again. The car was full of laughter, as if happiness was about to overflow. Chapter 48 Car Loan. Yi Yan and Zhang Wei, 2 life warriors, stopped at the door of a forest store. The lights in the forest store were dazzling, as if saying, "Hey, young man, come in, the things here can instantly improve your quality of life." Yi Yan looked back at Lin Mo and the 2 children in the car. The second child, Lemon, was still dancing in the car, showing no sign of going to sleep. Yi Yan sighed and thought, does this child think he is a little motor that can keep turning? He turned to Zhang Wei and said, Brother Wei, why don't you go to the store first? I'm afraid to take them in. I have to stay here, otherwise these 2 little guys will treat the cars in the store as a playground. Zhang Wei smiled and patted Yi Yan on the shoulder. As a father, you really worry about your life. Okay, then you stay here and I'll go to the store to scout the way for you. Zhang Wei walked into the forest store, and soon he heard his signature haha laughter coming from inside. Yi Yan shook his head helplessly, thinking, this buddy can really smile so happily wherever he goes. After a while, Zhang Wei walked out of the store with a proud smile on his face. Brother, this store is really good. Your sister and I bought a car here last time. There are all kinds of cars and the prices are affordable. Come in and take a look. Yi Yan nodded, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door of the forest store. The doorbell rang, as if welcoming him. Welcome, wealthy customer. Yi Yan walked into the store and looked around. He saw cars of various models neatly arranged, and each one seemed to be saying, choose me, choose me. Sales manager Wei Hongkai came over with a professional smile on his face. Mr. Zhang, Ms. Yi, welcome. How can I help you? Zhang Wei quickly stood behind Yi Yan and waved his hand. No, this gentleman wants to buy a car this time, I just came with him. Wei Hongkai immediately turned his gaze to Yi Yan and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Wei Hongkai, you can call me Xiao Wei. What's your last name? Yi Yan shook his hand and replied, my last name is Yi. Then I will call you Mr. Yi. Wei Hongkai smiled slightly. Mr. Yi, what is your budget? Yi Yan raised his head with a hint of helplessness on his face. I have more than 100,000 yuan on hand, which is barely enough for a down payment. I wonder if you can support a loan to buy a car. Wei Hongkai's eyes flashed with excitement, as if he had found his prey. Of course. We have several cars worth about 200,000 yuan, which are very suitable for discerning and pragmatic customers like you. Yi Yan's eyes lit up. Okay? Then let's take a look at cars in this price range. By the way, I prefer white cars, they look good, I am obsessed with appearance. Wei Hongkai nodded and walked with Yi Yan towards a white car. Mr. Yi, take a look at this Star Era. The white exterior is elegant and the real car looks even better than the photo. The front face is equipped with a closed air intake grille and through-type LED headlights. The overall look is 2 words high-end. Yi Yan walked around the car and nodded. This car does look good. How long is it? Wei Hongkai immediately replied, the car is 4,945 mm long and has a wheelbase of 3,000 mm. It is a medium to large C-Class coupe. There are chrome trims around the windows, the door handles are hidden, and there is a frameless door design, which is very unique. The 20-inch 5-spoke wheels and 6-piston calipers are rarely seen in cars of the same level. Yi Yan's eyes lit up when he heard this. What about the interior? The interior design is simple and smooth, with a double-spoke multi-function steering wheel, an 8.2-inch LCD instrument panel, a 15.6-inch floating central control screen, and the Lion Intelligent Cloud System, which is full of technology. The seats are very comfortable, and sitting on them feels like lying on clouds. The most thoughtful thing is the storage box on the central armrest and the air conditioning outlet. When I take my children out in the future, I will have an incubator and a refrigerator. Yi Yan couldn't help but get into the car, felt the comfort of the seat, and nodded. The interior design of this car is really thoughtful. It's also not inferior in terms of power and range. Wei Hongkai continued, the Star Era ES is built on the Yacht's high-performance electric platform, with a single motor and rear-wheel drive, 230 kilowatts 425 N.M, and an acceleration of 5.6 seconds per 100 kilometers. The maximum range is 905 kilometers, and under the 800V high-voltage platform, it can be charged for 5 minutes to reach a range of 150 kilometers. After hearing this, Yi Yan couldn't help but sigh. The power and endurance of this car are simply too good. The rear design is also very simple, with through-type taillights. The high-end models also have electric spoilers that can be automatically raised or lowered according to speed or opened manually. The drag coefficient is only 0.205 candelas, which is the ceiling of the 200,000 yuan coupe model. Yi Yan nodded. The appearance and performance of this car are impeccable, but what about the suspension system? The entire series is equipped with LOS Intelligent Air Suspension plus CDC Electromagnetic Vibration Reduction System as standard, front high-level double wishbone plus rear 5-link independent suspension design, turning radius is only 5.7 m, the chassis uses a large number of aluminum alloy components, the unsprung weight is reduced by 25%, and the comfort is greatly improved. After listening to Wei Hongkai's introduction, Yi Yan was already attracted by the car. He turned to look at Zhang Wei and Yi Yao and asked, "Sister, brother Wei, what do you think of this car?" Yi Yao nodded. "This car is very good looking. It will definitely be very prestigious to take Lin Mo and the children out for fun." Zhang Wei also gave a thumbs up. "It has a high cost-performance ratio and good performance. You can consider it." Yi Yan had already made up his mind, but he still wanted to hear Lin Mo's opinion. He picked up his phone and made a video call to Lin Mo. Lin Mo was watching the two children in the car. When he heard the phone ring, he quickly picked it up. Yi Yan pointed the camera at the Star Era ES and said, "Wife, what do you think of this car?" Lin Mo looked at it carefully and nodded. "It's pretty. How much is it?" "More than 200,000 yuan, and a down payment of more than 100,000 yuan will be enough," Yi Yan replied. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, "Okay, let's go with this one. You can hang up first. These two little guys are exhausting me. They haven't slept all the time." Yi Yan hung up the phone, and he finally made up his mind. He said to Wei Hongkai, "I've decided, I'll buy this car, and I'll apply for a loan to buy it." Wei Hongkai showed a satisfied smile on his face. "Okay. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment, I will go and draw up a contract." Yi Yan sat in the rest area of the 4S store, looking at the car he liked, thinking to himself, "This car will be my new partner in the future. When I take my wife and children out to play, I don't have to squeeze into the bus or subway anymore." Meanwhile, Lin Mo was still fighting wits and courage with the two children in the car. Erbo Lemon wanted to touch the car window again, and Lin Mo quickly stopped her and gently patted Lemon's hands twice. Lin Mo instigated, "Lemon, you must remember in the future that you are not allowed to touch the windows of any car casually. Mommy hit you this time to teach you a lesson." Lemon looked at Lin Mo aggrievely, tears flashing in the corners of her eyes. Lin Mo felt a little distressed, but still hardened his heart. "Apple, you are not allowed to touch the car window casually like your sister, otherwise Mom will beat you too." Apple looked at her sister and sat down obediently, as if she understood something. Lin Mo secretly made up his mind, "I will educate my children in this way in the future, without spanking or setting rules." Killing the chicken to scare the monkey is a very effective action, but it comes at the expense of our lively and lovely little Lemon. In this way, Yi Yan completed his car battle in the 4S store, and Lin Mo successfully calmed the two children in the car. Although the process was a bit bumpy, the result was satisfactory. Chapter 49, Happiness Speed. Of all things in this world, the thing that can most instantly increase one's sense of happiness, besides winning the lottery, is probably owning a car of your own. Today, Yi Yan welcomed the highlight moment of his life. He got his beloved car, and he did it at a lightning speed as fast as a tiger. If this matter were to get out, all the car buyers would call him an insider. The story starts with the deal between Yi Yan and Wei Hongkai. Wei Hongkai looks smart, but his efficiency is really amazing. When he handed the contract to Yi Yan with both hands, his eyes were full of the meaning of "Please take a look, no problem, we will get it done right away." Yi Yan took the contract, his eyes shuttled back and forth between the lines, reading more carefully than a detective. However, there was nothing wrong with this contract, and the down payment ratio was also quite suitable, only 20% to 30%, which was only 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. The remaining money was just enough to buy a breakfast shop. This deal was a good deal. Yi Yan was so happy that he decided, "Swipe the card, 60,000 yuan. I'll be generous." The posture was so generous, as if he had instantly become the reincarnation of the god of cars. Seeing this, Wei Hongkai's face was immediately filled with smiles, and he was so flattered that he quickly nodded and agreed, "Okay." Then, Yi Yan asked the key question, "Can I take this car away today?" Wei Hongkai didn't dare to be vague this time, and said seriously, "Mr. Yi, according to the normal process, the procedures for buying a car include buying insurance, handling purchase tax, vehicle inspection, license plate selection, etc. If you are lucky, it can be done in one day. If you are unlucky, it will take 2 working days." When Yi Yan heard this, he became anxious. This wouldn't do. He had to rest today and go to work tomorrow. If he couldn't pick up the car today, it would delay things. Seeing this, Wei Hongkai understood what he meant and immediately patted his chest to assure, "Don't worry, I will expedite it for you. This efficiency is faster than a rocket launch." Not long after, Yi Yan took the car keys and said proudly, "Let's go. Brother Wei, sister, I'll take you for a ride." Wei Hongkai also hurriedly caught up, "Sir, take care, and welcome back next time." This scene was just like the ancient emperor rewarding his ministers, it was so grand. Yi Yan was so happy driving his new car that he showed it off in his circle of friends. He drove to where Zhang Wei had parked his car. Apple and Lemon in the car had already fallen asleep like pigs, and Lin Mo also took a nap. Yi Yan gently pressed the horn to wake Lin Mo, then rolled down the window, his voice full of pride, "Wife, take the babies to my car." When Lin Mo saw the new car, her eyes lit up. This car was really her favorite. Without saying a word, she turned into a strong man and picked up the two babies by herself and placed them in the back seat of the new car. Zhang Wei also returned to his car, took Yi Yao with him, and proposed a competition to see who would get home first. How could Yi Yan refuse? He said directly and generously, "Okay. I'm happy to accompany you." Although Lin Mo was calm, he also reminded, "You can race, but don't speed or run red lights. You must obey traffic rules." Yi Yan nodded repeatedly. These traffic rules must be obeyed. In the car, Lin Mo told Yi Yan about beating up Lemon, and she regretted it so much. "She's just a month old, what if it traumatizes her childhood?" Yi Yan said nonchalantly, "It's not a big deal, just think of it as revenge for your husband. Lemon also pinched my neck, and you were very gentle, it didn't hurt, it's just a good way to set rules for them." After saying that, Yi Yan changed the subject again. "This steering wheel feels really good, the car is fully equipped, and there is air conditioning in the summer." Lin Mo also praised the new car highly, and they both felt that the car purchase was a very successful deal. Not long after, Yi Yan and Zhang Wei arrived at Zhang Wei's neighborhood almost at the same time. Zhang Wei got out of the car and said with a smile, "This time we are even, no one should argue." Yi Yan also nodded in agreement. "Well, it feels good to have a car." After parking the car, Yi Yan and Lin Mo carefully picked up the two babies, fearing to disturb them, and then walked towards Zhang Wei's community with light steps. Yi Yao was already busy in the kitchen. Lin Mo wanted to help, but was rejected by Yi Yao. "No need to help Lin Mo, this is my one-man show, I will definitely satisfy you." Yi Yan was very sensible and immediately replied, "Then let's wait and see." After that, he sat on the sofa and started to watch Douyin with relish. Yi Yan's Douyin account is full of videos of hot pot restaurants. The number of likes is astronomical, and many customers come for his videos. Yi Yan couldn't help but praise Zhang Wei. "Brother Wei, your idea is really great. You have attracted a lot of customers by doing this." Zhang Wei was so proud after hearing this, he said jokingly, "Ah, I am smart, but I am not the best." Lin Mo sat on the sofa holding the child, gently stroking Lemon's little hand. Lemon smiled brightly in her dream, as if she had forgotten that her mother had beaten her. Lin Mo looked at her daughter, her heart full of tenderness. "Baby, no matter when, Mom will always love you." Yi Yan sighed beside him, "Wife, you really look a bit like my mother now." Lin Mo was so unhappy when he heard that, he turned around and touched Lemon, but Lemon's face turned red at this time, and then there was a puff sound, and a foul smell filled the sofa. Lin Mo quickly apologized, "I'm so sorry, I really troubled you today. Baby has been sleeping and pooping all day." Zhang Wei didn't care. "It's okay, babies of this age just eat, poop, sleep and play." This time it was Lin Mo who changed Lemon's diaper. After she was done, she whispered to Yi Yan, "Go home and give the babies a bath." Yi Yan nodded slightly. "I saw the little Lemon girl lying on the bed, with her white and tender legs stretched to her mouth like a split. Her little mouth seemed to be sucking milk, and she was eating her toes leisurely. Sucking her fingers was no longer enough to satisfy her, so she started eating her toes." Yi Yan smiled and said, "The baby is soft-boned, so don't think any strange movements are strange." Zhang Wei also teased Lemon and praised her. "Lemon is so cute. If she were my daughter, I would love her very much." Yi Yan was so proud after hearing this. Brother Wei, you are defeated this time." Zhang Wei was not to be outdone. "I want to become a father soon." Yi Yan responded, "Okay, I'll wait and see." Zhang Wei said playfully, "Honey, I really want a little princess." Yi Yao, who was busy in the kitchen, finally couldn't help it and responded, Okay, I will give birth to a litter for you, all of them are cute little girls, are you satisfied?" The whole room was instantly filled with laughter. After Yi Yao finished cooking, Zhang Wei served them the rice and dishes, which were placed on the bright large round table one by one. Yi Yao said, Yi Yan, Lin Mo, today's gathering is really wonderful. Let's go to this first gathering together. Yi Yan, please say a few words. Yi Yan responded immediately without delay, my sister's cooking skills are unparalleled. Any food in her hands can be brought out with wonderful flavors, quite like the charm of my mother in the past. Today I wish my sister and brother Wei a happy family, and I hope my 2 baby daughters grow up happily. At the same time, I also wish our 2 couples to be together forever and spend a wonderful time together. Everyone enjoyed the food and drank tea. Yi Yao's cooking skills were praised by Yi Yan and Lin Mo, and her face was filled with a satisfied and happy smile. Yi Yan and Lin Mo reluctantly stayed until nightfall, and finally said goodbye to Zhang Wei and Yi Yao and left. Yi Yan promised solemnly, when I have a holiday next time, the 4 of us will get together again. Yi Yan drove the new car back to their warm home. Lemon fell asleep as soon as she got home, but Apple woke up crying. When Apple saw that Lemon was still asleep, she felt very lonely and her crying became even louder. Lin Mo picked up Apple and started rocking her. Apple was very satisfied and snuggled in Lin Mo's arms. Not long after, with a poof, Apple also pooped, and Lin Mo had to change the baby's diaper by himself. Then, Lin Mo took Apple to the bathroom to wash her butt. Apple's enjoyment made Lin Mo laugh. Not long after, Lemon woke up, and Yi Yan held her obediently. As for Zhang Wei and Yi Yao, they were lying on the bed. Zhang Wei said, Wife, I'm speaking from my heart. I really want a girl. Yi Yao responded, Who wouldn't want to? I'm so envious of my brother and Lin Mo. They have a pair of twin daughters at such a young age. Afterwards, the 2 spent an unforgettable night. Chapter 50 Baby Misses You. In the early morning, Yi Yan's world was awakened by 2 little darlings beside the crib. He was sleepy, like a little bear just awakened from hibernation, looking at the 2 sleeping babies in a daze, but his heart was like being brushed by the spring breeze, rippling with gentle circles. These 2 little guys, one is called Apple and the other is called Lemon. They are so cute that they can melt anyone's heart, but when they get noisy, they also give Yi Yan a headache. Yi Yan looked at them, his heart full of reluctance. He spent the whole day with these 2 little troublemakers yesterday. Although he was tormented with back pain and leg cramps, the laughter and joy were real and filled his heart. Yi Yan just stretched out like a big cat, and Apple and Lemon woke up one after another as if they had telepathy, one rubbing his eyes and the other yawning. Apple was particularly clingy to her father, pressing her rosy little face against Yi Yan's face, which made Yi Yan think of the phrase little cotton padded jacket. Lemon was not to be outdone, kicking her calves and humming along, as if she were tap dancing. Yi Yan looked at these 2 funny guys, and his heart was as sweet as honey. However, no matter how beautiful it was, work still had to go on, and the little gears of life couldn't stop turning. He sighed deeply, like an old scholar who had experienced many vicissitudes of life, rubbed the heads of the 2 little guys, and said, My dears, Daddy has to go to work. You have to be good. When Daddy comes back from get off work, I will play fun games with you, okay? Yi Yan drove his new car, feeling like a bird flying freely in the sky, not to mention how happy he was. He had just taken out a loan yesterday for this car, with a down payment of only 60,000 yuan. For Yi Yan, this was simply a big step forward in his life, and he felt like he had instantly reached the pinnacle of his life. He sent a WeChat message to his mother, Mom, I'm downstairs at your house, come down quickly, I want to take you to eat hot pot, and reward you well. When Ye's mother received the news, her heart skipped a beat. When did Yi Yan have a car? Although she was full of surprise, she didn't think much about it and went downstairs quickly. As soon as she left the community, she heard a horn beep. Ye's mother couldn't help but grumble, Who is this? Honking the horn so early in the morning is so rude and disturbs my sweet sleep. Before she finished her words, Yi Yan jumped out of the car like a naughty little rabbit and ran towards her happily. Mother Yi frowned and looked at the car, her mind full of questions, Is this your car? When did you buy it, kid? Yi Yan puffed out his chest like a proud little rooster, and said proudly, Of course, I just bought it yesterday, with a down payment of 60,000. Are you surprised? Are you surprised, Mom? From now on, I can drive you wherever you want to go. After hearing this, Ye's mother was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She looked like an emoticon that was frozen in time. Child, you didn't even tell me about buying a car. You made the decision on your own. Although the hot pot restaurant business is good, you can't spend money like this. There is still a long life ahead. Yi Yan explained the whole story of buying a car, and Ye's mother suddenly realized, so it's for the convenience of going to work. But you have to spend it slowly and not be extravagant. After hearing this, Yi Yin smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into slits, like a kitten that stole some fish. Don't worry, Mom, I know what I'm doing. I'm a man with plans. After saying that, he opened the car door and let Yi's mother get in like a gentleman. Mother Yi got into the car, looked left and right, like a curious baby, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This car is really nice, you have good taste, I didn't expect you to be so good at choosing cars." After hearing this, Yi Yin felt so happy, as if he had eaten honey, and the smile on his face was almost reaching his ears. The car drove to the hot pot restaurant and Yi Yin parked in an empty space. He looked around and saw that the birds had already started looking for food. A new day had begun in such a lively manner. Yi Yin got out of the car and took a deep breath. He felt particularly relaxed and full of strength. Zhang Yan and Zhou Qian also arrived one after another, and Yi Yin took the initiative to greet them. Zhou Qian looked at Yi Yan's car, her eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a treasure. "Boss Yi, you now have a car, a house, and a child. You are really a winner in life. The life you live is really enviable." Zhang Yan also joined in like a naughty little follower. "When your classmates get together in the future, you must show off and let everyone see your happy life." Yi Yin just smiled slightly and said nothing, but he was secretly delighted in his heart. The traffic on Monday morning was like an oasis in the desert, with very few customers. Yi Yin sat in a chair bored, like an abandoned kitten, and started browsing his phone. However, the good times did not last long. Lin Mo's video suddenly hit like an unexpected storm. Yi Yin sighed, "Alas, ever since I became a father, every time I check my phone, it's like a stone has been thrown into the calm lake, and there is no peace. These two little guys are really my little enemies." He hurriedly answered the video, only to see Apple and Lemon crying in front of the camera like a flood that broke through the dam, unstoppable. When Yi Yin heard the voice, his head instantly swelled up like a balloon that was blown up. "Lin Mo, what's going on? Why are these two little guys crying so hard?" Lin Mo looked helpless, like a deflated ball. "I don't know what's going on either. They really miss you today, and no matter how you try to comfort them, it's useless. You should go home soon. I'm almost drowned by their crying." Upon hearing this, Yi Yin was both angry and amused. "I wasn't at home last week, and they didn't make such a fuss. What's the reason? Did they have too much fun yesterday and want me to play with them today?" Lin Mo said unhappily, "Stop talking nonsense and come back soon. My eardrums are about to burst. If this continues, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown." Yi Yin hung up the phone. His mother heard everything clearly and urged him, "Yi Yin, you should go home first. There will be few customers on Monday, so we can handle it. Go back and check on the two little ones, don't let them cry too much." Yi Yin nodded his head and drove home at lightning speed. Lin Mo was also like a headless fly at home, at a loss. She hurriedly carried the two little ones to the bathroom and laid a blanket on them, which made them calm down a little. After Yi Yin got home, he saw the two little ones crying like ripe peaches. Their eyes were very red and swollen. He felt so heartbroken, as if a balloon was pricked by a needle and burst in an instant. He gently picked them up and coaxed them, "Be good, Daddy is back, don't cry. If you cry again, your little face will not be pretty anymore." When Apple and Lemon saw Yi Yin, they gradually calmed down. Lemon even touched Yi Yin's face with her hand, and Yi Yin said mischievously, "Little guy, are you going to bully your dad again? When you grow up, I will teach you a lesson and let you know how powerful your dad is." Lin Mo watched from the side and couldn't help but chuckle. "Look at this posture, they really miss you. You are a successful nanny." Yi Yin had a proud face, like a proud peacock. "Of course, my charm is quite great, even these two little darlings are fascinated by me." Lin Mo thought about it for a while and said, "If you ask me, I'll take the kids to the store when they wake up. Otherwise, I won't be able to handle it if they mess around in the house. I can't handle it alone." When Yi Yin heard this, he immediately became excited, like an explorer who discovered a new world. "What a good idea, why not bring them to the store as mascots? I think it's boring for you to practice yoga at home all day. Come to the store more often, maybe you can make a few more friends. The store will be more lively in the future." After saying that, he hugged Lemon and Lin Mo held Apple, and the family went out with smiles on their faces, got into Yi Yan's car, and drove to the hot pot restaurant in a hurry. Along the way, the two little naughty kids started to have fun again, and Yi Yin and Lin Mo were busy and flustered by them. Yi Yin coaxed them as he drove, "Okay, stop making trouble, we'll be there soon. If you continue to make trouble, Dad won't take you to the hot pot restaurant." Lin Mo said with a smile, "These two little brats are so full of energy. It seems like they have endless energy. There is really nothing we can do about them." Yi Yin was overjoyed when he heard this. "Aren't these our treasures? Life is interesting when they are around. Every day is full of surprises and challenges, and life becomes colorful. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. The family was noisy in the car, heading towards the hot pot restaurant. The scene was warm and interesting, full of the fireworks of life. Chapter 51, Work Hard and Do Your Best. In this world full of fireworks, Yi Yan's life is like a joyful comedy. Just as the year of the snake arrived, his hot pot restaurant ushered in a very interesting day. That day, Yi Yan parked the car while humming an off-tune tune, and then staggered out of the car like a strong man, holding an apple in his left hand and a lemon in his right hand. The two little guys fluttered in his arms, just like two naughty little monkeys. Lin Mo laughed so hard that he fell backwards, and he did not forget to tease, "With your appearance, someone who doesn't know would think you are performing acrobatics." Yi Yan rolled his eyes and said with a grin, "This is called fatherly love as high as a mountain. You haven't seen it before." As soon as they entered the hot pot restaurant, Yi's mother's eyes lit up and she came forward as if she had discovered a rare treasure. "My darling granddaughters, Grandma misses you so much." Yi Yan immediately straightened his back and said arrogantly, "I can't help it. It's because of my boundless charm that these two little guys just can't leave their super handsome dad like me and insist on coming with me." Before he could finish his words, Lin Mo kicked him on the butt and said with a look of disdain, "Stop being so conceited, you narcissist." Yi Yan jumped up like a monkey, shouting at the top of his voice, "Murdering my husband." Yi's mother, however, looked serious and turned on expert mode. "It's okay to bring them here when there are few people, but not when there are many people. The hot pot smells strong, which is not good for the baby's respiratory tract. In addition, there are many people in the store and the air is poor, which is easy to cross-infect. Indeed, it is not recommended for babies to smell the smell of hot pot. Hot pot contains a lot of spices, and the spicy taste is relatively strong. The respiratory system of babies is relatively delicate. If babies smell the smell of hot pot for a long time, it is easy to irritate the respiratory tract and induce respiratory diseases such as bronchitis, pneumonia, etc., causing coughing and sputum, etc. In addition, the flow of people in hot pot restaurants is relatively large, and the air is not circulated, which can easily cause cross-infection and lead to respiratory diseases. Yi Yan nodded quickly. "Mom, don't worry, it's just this time today. If there are too many people, I will let Lin Mo take them home immediately." Lin Mo pouted and thought to himself, "My plan to work in a hot pot restaurant is ruined." When the babies arrive at a new place, they are like wild horses running free, extremely excited. Lemon stretched out her little claws again and tried to pinch Yi Yan's face. Yi Yan was quick-witted and grabbed her hand, pretending to be terrified, and said, "My dear, please spare Dad's handsome face, or it will turn into a clown face if you pinch it again." He even whispered secretly, "Lemon, you are such a leaky little cotton jacket, you always hurt Daddy's heart." Lin Mo didn't bother to pay attention to Yi Yan, this funny guy, and ran to chat with Zhou Qian. "Look quickly, have I lost a lot of weight?" Zhou Qian looked him up and down and nodded quickly. "That's right, practicing yoga is really effective." Lin Mo's eyes lit up and he looked around. "Mom, is there a scale in the store? I need to weigh how much I weigh now." Mother Yi looked left and right, looking confused. "It seems, there is no scale?" At this time, Zhang Yan in the corner was like a lonely statue, silently watching Yi Yan playing with the baby. Yi's mother suddenly walked over and asked, "Zhang Yan, what are your plans for the future?" Zhang Yan was stunned for a moment, as if he was under a spell. After a long while, he said, "Just work hard first, but I don't think it will be easy for me to live a happy life like brother Yi Yan and my brother." After saying that, he looked at Yi Yan and the babies having fun, feeling itchy inside, but Apple and Lemon looked at him as if he were an alien, so he could only stare blankly. At noon, the store was deserted, as if it had been cast under a silent spell. Yi Yan sighed, "Why is the business like it's hibernating?" Unexpectedly, the situation suddenly changed in the afternoon, and customers poured in like a tide. A customer was so fascinated by the cuteness of the Apple and Lemon as soon as he walked in that he exclaimed, "Boss, these two babies of yours are so adorable. They melt my heart." Yi Yan smiled from ear to ear, as if he had won the lottery. "Ha, thank you for the compliment." "Thank you for their compliment." The customer asked curiously, "How old are they?" Yi Yan answered seriously, 1 month and 6 days, it's the cutest time." The customer gave a thumbs up and said, "Boss, you are really young and promising." The babies were a little confused being stared at by so many people, and soon fell asleep in Yi Yan's arms. Yi Yan looked at the sleeping baby, feeling distressed, and said to Lin Mo, "Dear, don't be busy, I'll take you and the children home. This hot pot restaurant is not a place for babies. And there are not enough staff, you go back and have a good rest." Lin Mo felt warm in his heart and nodded silently. After seeing his family off, Yi Yan patted his head and said regretfully, I am so stupid. How could I think of making Erbao the mascot of the store? It's so selfish. So, this idea disappeared completely like a mosquito that was slapped to death. After closing the shop in the evening, Yi Yan did his job conscientiously and sent Zhang Hao, Zhou Qian, and his mother home one by one before dragging his tired body back home. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lin Mo practicing yoga in the living room, like an elegant dancer. Yi Yan came over and asked in a mean way, Wife, did you miss me? Lin Mo didn't even raise his head and replied perfunctorily, yes. Yi Yan went to change into pajamas tactfully, and did not forget to say, Wife, I'm going to lie down in the bedroom first. I'll leave the living room light on for you. After Lin Mo finished yoga and washed up, he returned to the bedroom, lay on the bed, and asked seriously, Dear, do you like me to be a good wife and mother at home, or do you like me to work hard outside? Yi Yan looked at her affectionately and said gently, Of course I like you at home. A good wife and a loving mother are the most beautiful. Then she said mischievously, Husband, I will earn money to support the family, and wife, you will be responsible for being beautiful. After that, the two kissed sweetly. In the next few days, Bao Bao and Lin Mo were no longer in the hot pot restaurant. Lin Mo concentrated on taking care of Bao Bao at home, and Yi Yan took up the responsibility of earning money to support the family alone. That morning, Yi Yan was preparing to go to the hot pot restaurant as usual. He passed by a pancake stall and was captivated by the aroma. An old lady in a pink apron was greeting customers at the stall. Yi Yan walked up to her and asked politely, Grandma, how much is the pancake? The old lady smiled and said, Only 8 yuan. 8 is a lucky number, and it sounds like fafafa in Chinese. How great! When Yi Yan heard this, he became interested. Grandma, give me 2. The old lady is very skillful. After making the pancakes, she cleverly tied them up with a bamboo stick, as if adding an exquisite landscape to each pancake. At this moment, a burst of fragrance came to my nose, and the old lady smiled slightly, as if she was satisfied with her craftsmanship. The combination of the crispness and softness of the pancake made the old street more lively. Yi Yan took the pancake and took a bite. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The fragrance burst in his mouth, as if he had eaten all the bustling atmosphere of the old street into his stomach. After paying, he said happily, Grandma, I'm leaving now. I'll come often in the future. The old lady smiled and responded, Okay, I'll wait for you. Yi Yan saw that the old lady was still working hard at her age. Her hands seemed to tell the vicissitudes of life, but they were still full of strength. Yi Yan sighed at the old lady's tenacity and perseverance, which was a spirit that fought against the times. This scene deeply touched him and filled him with love and hope for life. You also need to work hard and keep motivated. Chapter 52 Dream, Come True. Yi Yan not only prepared a delicious pancake for himself, but also brought one for his mother. After returning to the store, he quickly handed the pancake to his mother. Mom, I bought these pancakes from a roadside stall. Eat them while they're hot. Yi Yan handed another pancake to his mother. Mother Yi did not refuse, and took it with peace of mind. She tasted it carefully and commented, Not bad, the pancake is delicious. Yi Yan said humorously, Yes, 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 come on, give me a set of Jianbing Guozi. This made Ye's mother laugh out loud, and the laughter echoed in the air of the hot pot restaurant, warm and friendly. Yi Yan looked at his mother's smile, and a warm feeling surged in his heart, which made him more determined to open a breakfast shop. He imagined that every morning, smoke would rise, and steaming soy milk and fried dough sticks would be placed on the clean and tidy table. The pedestrians on the road would be infected by the warmth and deliciousness, stop and enjoy a hot breakfast. He believed that such a breakfast shop would definitely bring people a full sense of happiness. During this time, Yi Yan has been carefully looking for vacant shops and shops for sale. He walks through the streets and alleys of the city every day, carefully observing every possible opportunity. On this Saturday, Yi Yan went out to look for a shop as usual. When he walked to an old street, a sign of a breakfast shop suddenly appeared in front of him, flashing an attractive low-price sale information. This made him ecstatic and his heart beat faster, as if he saw the dawn of hope. He was immersed in joy and couldn't extricate himself, thinking, This is really a blessing from God. Yi Yan quickened his pace and soon arrived at the store like a galloping horse. However, when he actually stood in front of the store, he felt a little disappointed looking at the simple decoration. The plaque outside seems to be quite old, and the words on it are a little blurred. The environmental sanitation inside is also worrying. There is a light layer of oil stains on the walls, and the tables and chairs are slightly worn, giving people a sense of vicissitudes. But Yi Yan did not give up. He was determined to buy the breakfast shop. He thought, at worst, I can just renovate it. As long as the location of the shop is good, everything else can be improved slowly. There was no one around and business was very slow. Yi Yan barely found a place to stay and asked the boss alone, "Boss, how much is the store for sale?" The boss was a man in his 60s, his eyes were dull and his frown revealed a hint of anxiety. He folded the napkin in his hand again and again, as if trying to find an answer. While turning the gas stove skillfully, his eyes drifted to the door from time to time, as if he was expecting a figure that would make him happy to appear. When he saw Yi Yan coming, he was very surprised, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. After Yi Yan asked about the prices in the store, the boss first asked Yi Yan curiously, "Young man, you just started your business, right?" Yi Yan nodded and said, "Boss, I'll order first, and then we can talk in detail." So he ordered a sandwich with luncheon meat, fried eggs and boiled vegetables, and a cup of hot soy milk at the bottom. He picked up the sandwich and gobbled it up, taking a sip of the soy milk, which was sweetened to the heart. He answered while eating, "Yes, I am a college student who just graduated a year ago. I started my own business because I have to support my wife and 2 children at home. So I plan to open a shop. I have just opened a hot pot restaurant for almost 2 weeks, and the business is pretty good. I want to open a breakfast shop. I am young now and want to make more money." After hearing this, the boss walked up to Yi Yan, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Good job, young man. You showed me the responsibility a man should have." The boss began to tell his story. He first asked Yi Yan, "Young man, how old do you think I am?" Yi Yan replied, "About 50 or 60 years old." The boss replied affirmatively, "You are half right, give me a specific number." Yi Yan thought of several numbers in his mind, hesitated for a moment, and decided on an answer. "Boss, you are 56 this year? Turn the numbers upside down. 65? That's right." Yi Yan looked at the boss from head to toe, and he really looked like an old man over 50. In fact, he wanted to say he was over 60, but that was not polite. It was better to guess a person's age than his age, which was the most basic etiquette. The boss began to tell the story. He first gave his name and said to Yi Yan, "Young man, my name is Fong Wei, I have a daughter, I am 33 years old this year, I got married and had a child 2 years ago, and I have a 2-year-old daughter." After hearing Fong Wei's name, Yi Yan quickly gave his name, "Uncle, my name is Yi Yan, Yi for leaf, Yan for reproduction." After hearing this, Fong Wei said, "What a good name. It sounds really nice if you think about it carefully. Your parents are quite knowledgeable in naming people." Yi Yan asked straight to the point, "Uncle Fong, are you close to your granddaughter?" Fong Wei quickly replied, "Yes, very close. Unfortunately, my wife passed away 10 years ago. She didn't get to see Nana get married, nor did she get to see little Pudding once." Yi Yan smiled slightly and said softly, "Your wife will definitely bless them from the heaven. After all, the love of family members will always exist in the heart, regardless of life or death." Uncle Fong's eyes flashed with tenderness and nodded, "Yes, I also believe that she will bless them with happiness from the heaven." Fong Wei said with emotion, "Xiao Yi, although life is ordinary, you should also enjoy it. You should experience the good times in life and forget those unpleasant things. I can live to be over 60 years old because I have a broad mind. As the saying goes, a prime minister's stomach can hold a boat." Yi Yan nodded frequently, thinking that Fong Wei's words made a lot of sense. Not only that, Fong Wei regarded Yi Yan, who was more than 40 years younger than him, as a like-minded friend and told him stories from the past. He told Yi Yan about his setbacks and growth in life, and shared his experience in the industry. Yi Yan listened, sometimes nodded in agreement, and sometimes thought about giving constructive suggestions. Fong Wei, like Liu Debao before him, was very optimistic about Yi Yan and thought he had great prospects. At the end of the conversation, Yi Yan asked, "Uncle Fong, how much is your breakfast shop for?" Fong Wei replied, "Xiao Yi, I think you have great potential, and I see the vigor and vitality of young people in you. I will give you this shop for free, but you have to redecorate my breakfast shop, otherwise it will be difficult to attract people." Yi Yan shook his head and refused, saying, "No, uncle, just name a price. As long as it is within my financial capacity, I can accept it." Fong Wei was very stubborn and said, "I don't want money. I can only sell the shabby breakfast shop for 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. But money is very important to your family. Besides, I can support myself and I have some savings. I value your energy more." Yi Yan couldn't persuade Fong Wei, so he planned to buy time and pretend to agree. It was impossible for him to use Fong Wei's breakfast shop for free. It would not be too late to give Fong Wei money when he found a chance in the future. Afterwards, Yi Yan planned to say goodbye to Fong Wei. It was getting late and he couldn't delay any longer. Besides, his mother hadn't come to pick him up yet. Yi Yan said, "Uncle, I'll leave first. I have to go to work at the hot pot restaurant." Fong Wei nodded in agreement and said, "It's a great honor to meet you, Xiao Yi." Yi Yan replied, "Yeah, me too. Nice to meet you." After Yi Yan finished his polite words, he walked out of the breakfast shop. A huge stone fell from Yi Yan's heart. He never expected that the breakfast shop he had dreamed of would come true today. He was walking on the way home, his heart full of gratitude and expectation. He knew that this was just the beginning and there was still a long way to go, but he believed that as long as he worked hard and persisted, he would be able to bring new vitality to this breakfast shop, bring a better life to his family, and bring warmth and delicious food to those busy pedestrians. Chapter 53. I have an important announcement. On this seemingly ordinary day, the Yi family was experiencing a unique episode. Ye's mother was like an ant on a hot pot in the room, stamping her feet in her slippers, as if she was going to stamp a hole in the floor. "What's wrong with this child?" Mother Yi was mumbling, her face full of anxiety. Father Yi, however, was as calm as a rock, and said leisurely, "Hong Ying, why are you so anxious? What can happen to your son? Everything must be fine." When Ye's mother heard this, her eyes widened and she replied, "He promised me before that he would come to the community to take me to the hot pot restaurant every day, but today there was no news. How can I not be anxious and angry?" Father Yi suddenly realized, touched his head and said, "Oh, maybe your son loves you and wants you to have a good rest for a day." Mother Yi waved her hand and rejected it. "Whether to let me go to work or not is a small matter. I am just afraid that he will have an accident. You know, this child is also a worry for me." Father Yi looked at Mother Ye's worried look and comforted her. Okay, don't worry about it. I have a car. I'll take you to the hot pot restaurant." Sitting in the car, Ye's father was still trying to calm Ye's mother's anxiety. Suddenly, Ye's mother said mysteriously, "I have an idea, but I'm afraid you don't dare to do it." When Ye's father heard this, he became interested and puffed out his chest. "Just tell me, your husband, I can basically handle it 9 times out of 10. Ye's mother smiled and said, "Anyway, today is Saturday, you can accompany me to work in the hot pot restaurant for a day, and I won't let you work in vain. I will give you more pocket money." Father Yi had no interest at first, but when he heard the words increase pocket money, his eyes lit up like a light bulb, and he shouted in the car, "I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm not doing it for the money, I just want to accompany my wife. I'm bored at home on weekends, so why not go to my son's hot pot restaurant with you, and help you and your mother share the pressure? Why not, Yi Ziyuan?" Mother Yi smiled and nodded. "Okay, it's settled. You come to the store to help out on the weekends." Actually, Yi Ziyuan was bored at home. He used to play chess with Lin Jinghua, and they were evenly matched. It was so exciting. But now Lin Jinghua has gone out to work and is nowhere to be seen. And his other relative, Zheng Lijun, lives a leisurely life every day. Yi Ziyuan is embarrassed to disturb him. Every weekend, Yi Ziyuan goes fishing, but every time he goes out with excitement, he returns with disappointment, and the fish basket is always empty. He knew in his heart that he was not fishing, he was just killing time. Now Ye's mother ordered him to go to the hot pot restaurant to help out on weekends, and he was very happy. Although the work might be a bit hard, when he thought about the increase in pocket money, that little hardship was nothing. This is a temptation that many married men can hardly resist. On the other side, Yi Yan had just finished his work and turned on his phone. Wow, there were more than 10 missed calls, all from his mother. Yi Yan was so scared that he called back. When his mother answered the call, she was relieved and started to blame him. "Why don't you answer the phone? Are you trying to drive me crazy?" Yi Yan hurriedly explained, "Mom, I'm really sorry, I was just chatting with someone else and didn't have time to check my phone. It's my fault. I apologize to you on the phone." After hearing what he said, Ye's mother calmed down a lot and said, "Okay, this matter is over. Let me tell you something serious. Your father is also going to the hot pot restaurant to help out today." When Yi Yan heard this, he wondered in his heart, "Doesn't my dad have to go to work?" But after counting on his fingers, he realized that today was Saturday, and then he realized. Yi Yan said excitedly, "Great! My dad is coming, so we must give him a warm welcome. I have to prepare well." Ye's mother said again, "Well, you don't have to send me to the hot pot restaurant. I will go with your father." Yi Yan replied, "Okay, then Mom and Dad, see you later." Not long after Yi Yan arrived at the hot pot restaurant, Ye's father and mother also arrived. As soon as Ye's father walked into the hot pot restaurant, his eyes were fixed on it. The decoration of this hot pot restaurant was so creative. The bright lights were like a layer of dreamy gauze covering the entire restaurant, creating a warm and pleasant atmosphere. There were all kinds of strange, exotic, and creative hot pot ingredients on the stands. Father Yi felt as if he had walked into a magical world of food. The surrounding area was filled with the tempting aroma of meat and spices, and he could hardly hold back his saliva. Father Yi couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised, "Son, your hot pot restaurant is so well decorated. You are really promising, and your father is impressed by you." When Yi Yan heard his father's praise, he felt so happy, as if he had eaten honey, and his face was almost smiling. Yi Yan took the opportunity to tease, "Dad, are you here today because you're thinking about the delicious hot pot at our restaurant?" Father Yi smiled and said, "Eating hot pot is no big deal. It's mainly because I don't have to go to work on the weekends, and it's a waste of time to stay idle at home, so I thought of coming to the store to help you out and lend a hand." At this time, Yan Hao in the store saw Ye's father coming, and hurried to greet him warmly, "Uncle, you are here." Zhang Yan and Ye's father had met once before. Although that was when he was in junior high school, he still remembers what Ye's father looked like clearly. Ye's father also responded politely, "Ah, Zhang Yan, long time no see. I remember the last time I saw you was when you were in junior high school. Seeing that you are in such good spirits now, you must be living a good life." Zhang Yan smiled and said, "Yes, working under Brother Yi, I feel at ease, and I am not in a hurry to fall in love now. I will focus on my career first." Father Yi patted Zhang Yan on the shoulder and encouraged him, "Come on, work hard, and you will definitely have a bright future." Zhou Qian heard the conversation between Zhang Yan and Yi's father and realized that the man in front of her was Yi Yan's father. She hurried forward and greeted him politely, "Hello, uncle." Yi Yan quickly introduced, "Dad, this is Zhou Qian, Lin Mo's, and my college classmate." After the introduction, Yi Yan stood in front, cleared his throat, his expression became very serious, and said loudly, "Everyone, I have an important announcement." When everyone heard this, they were confused by his sudden seriousness and turned their eyes to Yi Yan. Yi Yan was not afraid of the stage. He straightened his back and said excitedly, "I have found the ideal breakfast shop." After that, he paused for a moment, keeping the audience in suspense, and then added, "So, I plan to renovate this breakfast shop in the next few days and then officially open it. Who is willing to join me?" After hearing this, Ye's father was happier than if he had won the lottery. He said excitedly, "Okay, son, do a good job. No matter what difficulties you encounter, your dad will support you behind the scenes." After that, he added with some regret, "However, I may not be able to join. I am only free on weekends. The other 5 days I have to catch the damn rush hour. You have to understand my dad." Yi Yan quickly said, "Dad, don't worry, I understand, and your son will definitely understand you." Ye's mother and Zhang Hao agreed without hesitation. Zhang Hao shouted excitedly, "Brother Yi, I believe in you. If I follow you, there will definitely be something to eat." After saying that, he burst into laughter. After hearing this, Zhou Qian's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, I'll forget it, Yi Yan, you know I can't get up early." After hearing this, Yi Yan understood in his heart. He and Zhou Qian had been classmates for 4 years in college and knew her too well. Zhou Qian is a well-known person who has difficulty getting up early. It is already very good that she can barely accept the hot pot restaurant's opening hours in the morning. If the breakfast restaurant opens so early, she will definitely not be able to get up. The arrival of Ye's father instantly made the hot pot restaurant lively and prosperous. In addition, we have enough staff today and everyone is working together, so business is better than we can imagine and customers are pouring in like a tide. However, for Yi Yan, what made him happiest was that he successfully found the ideal breakfast shop, which was more exciting than making any money. It seems that the story of the Yi family is still going on, and there will definitely be more interesting and exciting things waiting for them in the future. Chapter 54, Leading the Two Little Princesses to Visit Other People's Homes. Yi Yan walked back to his cozy residence, feeling extremely happy and energetic, calling out expectantly, "Dear Lin Mo, I'm back." Lin Mo's eyes were filled with doubt. She looked at Yi Yan as if he had taken some exciting magic potion, and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "Husband, you were so happy to come home today, what happened?" Yi Yan couldn't wait to announce the good news to Lin Mo, saying, "Wife, your husband will soon be the manager of the breakfast shop." "Of course I'm very happy." After hearing the good news, Lin Mo was also happy for Yi Yan. What Yi Yan was concerned about was the breakfast shop. Ever since his mother mentioned it, Yi Yan had kept it in mind and always kept an eye on various shops. This really paid off. Lin Mo said, "That's great. What are you going to do next?" Yi Yan said humorously, "I plan to spend some money to renovate the breakfast shop. If possible, please ask Miss Lin to take the two princesses to have a look." Lin Mo twisted her charming and seductive body and whispered softly, "Okay, I'll take the two princesses to see it that day." The next morning, Yi Yan came to Fong Wei's breakfast shop, and it was still deserted like yesterday. "Uncle, I'm coming." "Okay, just sign the transfer agreement." After signing the store transfer contract with Fong Wei, Yi Yan directly scanned the QR code on the table and paid 20,000 yuan. Seeing this, Fong Wei sighed and said to Yi Yan, "Why are you doing this? I've already told you I don't want any money, you are so stubborn." Then Yi Yan and Fong Wei smiled at each other, and they left each other WeChat messages. Yi Yan will focus on the breakfast shop next weekend. This weekend, he invited workers to renovate the breakfast shop. With the rapid development of the urban economy, breakfast shops, as an indispensable part of urban life, have become an important gathering place in people's daily life. Therefore, Yi Yan decided to invest more effort and money to upgrade the breakfast shop comprehensively, improve the decoration style and comfort level of the shop, and better meet the needs of customers. This renovation not only includes the environment layout and furniture renewal, but also includes new tableware and a richer and more diverse breakfast menu. Through such changes, Yi Yan hopes to attract more customers to come and taste breakfast, enjoy a rich breakfast choice in a beautiful environment, and make the breakfast shop stand out in the fiercely competitive market. The decoration master worked very hard and conscientiously, and obeyed Yi Yan's arrangements completely. The decoration of the breakfast shop also complemented each other. For example, during the installation of the lamps, the master carefully adjusted the brightness and color temperature of the lights according to Yi Yan's requirements to ensure that customers can enjoy a comfortable environment while dining. In addition, they also carefully selected decoration materials that match the style of the breakfast shop. From the walls to the floors, every part shows the ingenuity of fine carving, adding a unique charm to the store. Under Yi Yan's renovation, the entire breakfast shop has become brand new, and Yi Yan retains the original name of the breakfast shop. The name Dawei Breakfast Shop is very friendly, and there is no need to come up with a high-sounding name. In Yi Yan's opinion, it is all in vain to make the store's reputation and popularity better. Yi Yan plans to officially open the breakfast shop tomorrow. Yi Yan looked around and was full of praise. He said, "The decoration inside this store is really beautiful. I really want to come here to eat every day." Yi Yan also invited Fong Wei to come and let him appreciate his masterpiece. Fong Wei saw him coming and said, "Yes, Xiaoye, you have done a great job in renovating my new breakfast shop." Fong Wei invited enthusiastically, "Yi Yan, come to my house and try the dishes made by my daughter. The taste is amazing." Yi Yan blurted out, "Okay." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he quickly covered his mouth, but the words were like spilled water and could not be taken back. Fong Wei smiled happily and said, "Ha, Xiaoye, you just agreed. Dinner will be served at 6 p.m., so come over at 5 p.m. and bring your wife and children. My little pudding loves playing with his brothers and sisters." Yi Yan had no choice but to agree. After all, he has always been an honest and trustworthy person. This is what his parents taught him since he was a child. He had heard the story of Xingzi killing a pig hundreds of times when he was a child. He has been busy with the hot pot restaurant recently and was afraid that he might not have enough manpower, so he hired an employee to help. After leaving the breakfast shop, he stayed in the hot pot restaurant for only a few hours before leaving. After returning home, Lin Mo practiced yoga in the living room as usual. Lin Mo was a little surprised, because Yi Yan came home much earlier than usual today, so he asked curiously, "Dear, why did you come back so early today? Is there something troubling you?" Yi Yan scratched his head and replied, "Nothing is bothering me. I just accepted Uncle Fong's invitation on impulse. I'm a man who keeps my word, so I have to go to Uncle Fong's house for dinner at 6 p.m. Lin Mo was very straightforward and said, "Okay, you promised them, so don't regret it." Yi Yan listened and continued, "Well, Uncle Fong's daughter is a chef and has a 2-year-old granddaughter. He wants to invite you and the children to go with him. How about having fun together?" Lin Mo smiled and replied, "Sure. Apple and Lemon are almost 2 months old, so let them play more with their brothers and sisters. Children like to be in a lively atmosphere." Lin Mo's attitude made Yi Yan feel relieved. The mother agreed, so what else could the father say? Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Apple and Lemon woke up one after another. Lin Mo fed the babies in turn, and then Yi Yan patiently changed their diapers. But now Yi Yan changes diapers much less often than before. Before the babies were 1 month old, he was the only one responsible for changing diapers. After he started working, Lin Mo was fully responsible for taking care of the 2 babies. Yi Yan really wanted to stay with the babies all the time, so it would be nice to take advantage of Uncle Fong's invitation and take them out to play. Yi Yan put the babies on the sofa, gently pinched Lemon's little face and said, "Lemon, be good when you go to someone else's house this time, or Daddy will spank you." Lemon was indifferent. To her, Yi Yan pinched her face because he loved her, and she didn't cry at all. Apple saw Lemon's face being pinched by her father and laughed happily, as if she was laughing at her sister being scolded by her father. Lin Mo noticed this, walked over to Apple, patted Apple's little butt gently, and said, "Little guy, you are gloating over someone else's misfortune." Apple also learned to be as heartless as her sister. Even after being spanked by her mother, she still kept a happy face. Afterwards, at 5 o'clock, Yi Yan and Lin Mo carried Erbao downstairs, and Yi Yan drove a little fairy and 2 little princesses to visit someone else's home. Chapter 55, Educate Your Children Early. Yi Yan arrived at Fong Wei's daughter's residential area according to the address given by Fong Wei. Xiangshuan is a first-tier residential area in this city. The public security management in this community is truly refreshing, and young security guards often roam around patrolling the area. Yi Yan held the big apple in his left hand and the second lemon in his right hand, and suddenly felt at a loss. He called out, "Honey, I'm in a mess, can you open the door for me?" But Lin Mo was a weak woman who was powerless, and the gate of Xiangshuan is only open to owners with access cards. Lin Mo tried to push it, but the door was like an indestructible Italian city wall, motionless, leaving her helpless. The patrolling security guard noticed something was wrong and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Lin Mo stuttered for a moment and said with difficulty, I am." The patrolling security guards were suspicious of Lin Mo and felt that she had ill intentions. The patrolling security guard said, "You are not a thief, I will report you to our security captain." The patrolling security guard immediately took out his walkie-talkie and reported the matter to the security captain. Lin Mo became even more nervous. He just opened the door, but how could he be mistaken for a thief or robber? He thought to himself that he was more wrong than Doi. "Yi Yan, what are you still doing over there? Come and help me explain it clearly." Lin Mo was very anxious now. Yi Yan was holding 2 babies and couldn't get away, so he said, "Wife, I can't even take out my phone when I hold one in each hand." Lin Mo walked up to Yi Yan, picked up Debao and Erbo in turn, and said, "You are so stupid, give the children to me." The patrolling security guard was even more excited when he saw this scene. He rushed directly to Lin Mo and Yi Yan and said, "Good fellows. It turns out that you 2 are human traffickers. I caught you red-handed. God really gave me this opportunity. This is the time to make merit and rise to a higher position." After saying that, the security guard took his baton and was about to shock Yi Yan and Lin Mo. Yi Yan stood in front of Lin Mo without hesitation and explained, "You misunderstood." The security guard said firmly, "What misunderstanding? The evidence is irrefutable. Don't try to deny it. You are human traffickers. I will arrest you." At this time, a familiar voice appeared in Yi Yan's ears. "Xiaomeng, stop it. They are my invited guests." It turned out to be Fong Wei. After Fong Wei finished speaking, Xiaomeng put down the baton in his hand. "Uncle Fong, it turns out that he was the guest you invited." Xiaomeng suddenly realized. Fong Wei affirmed, "Yes, I invite them to my home." Then Fong Wei walked from inside the door to outside and opened the door for Yi Yan and Lin Mo. Security guard Xiaomeng felt guilty towards Yi Yan and his wife, so he bowed and apologized to them, saying, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I would like to express my deepest apologies to both of you here, and hope you can forgive me." Yi Yan and Lin Mo are both magnanimous people. Yi Yan generously said, "It's okay. Ignorance is not a crime. Besides, we are indeed suspicious." Then Yi Yan and security guard Xiaomeng laughed and put aside their grudges. Lin Mo also said, "Yes, as my husband said, we were indeed suspicious just now, including my hesitant speech, which led to your suspicion." Security guard Xiaomeng shook hands with Yi Yan again and said, "Sir, can we get to know each other again?" Yi Yan said generously, "Of course. My name is Yi Yan." Meng Xianyang. Meng Xianyang said loudly. "Name." Yi Yan said, "Nice to meet you, let's make peace." Meng Xianyang also agreed and said, okay, if there is anything in the future. If you come to me, I, Meng Xianyang, will definitely help you to the end. After saying that, Meng Xianyang handed Yi Yanlin and Mo a business card with his name and phone number on it. Yi Yan also accepted it politely and said, okay, I'll go first. See you later. Meng Xianyang greeted Yi Yan with a smile. Yi Yan and Lin Mo came to Feng Wei's house, and Yi Yan looked at the decoration of Feng Wei's house. Everything in the room looked clean and bright, with high-quality wooden floors on the ground and colorful oil paintings hanging on the walls. The overall decoration of Feng Wei's home is modern and fashionable, but at the same time it has the quiet and distant literary temperament, is full of connotation, and is high-end. Yi Yan couldn't help but sigh, this decoration is simply first-class, Uncle Feng, your home is really magnificent. Feng Wei did not stay in the living room, but made a pot of the best Longjing tea for Yi Yan and Lin Mo. Yi Yan and Lin Mo were each holding a baby, making it a little inconvenient for them to move. After seeing this, Feng Wei said, Xiao Yi, just put the child on the sofa. It's so tiring to hold him all the time. After Feng Wei spoke, Yi Yan and Lin Mo placed the two babies on the sofa one after another. The two babies looked at each other and made babbling sounds. Yi Yan looked at the two little guys and said softly, babies, your sister will come to play with you later. Not long after, the doorbell rang, and Feng Wei said confidently, my daughter is here with her grandson. After Feng Wei rang the doorbell, his daughter Feng Na came with her granddaughter. Nana, Little Pudding. Little Pudding is very independent. When her grandfather gave her a pair of slippers, she put them on quickly. Feng Wei praised, Little Pudding, you are really good at taking care of yourself. Feng Na said, ha, Dad, that's inevitable. Children need to be nurtured from a young age. I implement an educational method that requires me to provide myself with food and clothing. I don't want to spoil my children too much. Feng Na saw Yi Yan and Lin Mo playing with their two babies on the sofa. Yi Yan was very considerate and said directly, hello, Uncle Feng invited me to dinner today. Lin Mo also introduced herself and said, I'm his wife, and Uncle Feng also invited me to dinner. Feng Na greeted them both in turn and asked, is this your child? Yi Yan replied to Feng Na, yes, twin daughters, almost 2 months old. Feng Na said, oh, my Pudding just turned 2 years old. He had his birthday a few days ago. Feng Na looked at Pudding and said, Pudding, say hello to Uncle and Auntie. Pudding said cutely, Uncle, ah. Feng Na explained, she can speak now, but she likes to use reduplication when she speaks. She can call Uncle Aunt but she can't, so she usually calls her ah. Lin Mo said generously, it's okay. When our child is 2 years old, he may not be as smart as your baby. He may only be able to say dad and mom. Feng Na said professionally, babies will start learning to speak when they are 1 year old, and can say some simple words around 2 years old. Because babies' language centers develop at different speeds, some babies may speak later, but 2-year-old babies have entered the language explosion period, and the sentences and songs they can say are gradually increasing and becoming richer. They can say the names of some objects and express their meanings accurately. Then she added, I have enrolled her in an early childhood education class, which is divided into many levels. One class is for children aged 3 months to 8 months, and another is for children aged 8 months to 1 year and 2 months. My Pudding is in the class between 1 year and 2 months and 2 years old. I think it is important to educate children as early as possible. Nowadays, there are basically many babies in each early childhood education class. Yi Yan and Lin Mo were enlightened after hearing Feng Na's words. Indeed, it is important to educate children as early as possible, so they all secretly set a goal to enroll their babies in early education classes when they are older. Chapter 56, Yi Yan. Pudding was very excited when he saw his two sisters, and said to Feng Na, Mom, baby. Feng Na said, you want to play with your sisters, but you have to ask your uncle and aunt for their opinions. Pudding looked at Yi Yan and Lin Mo, acting cute to them, as if begging them. Yi Yan said, let's play. Uncle and Auntie agree. Lin Mo also said to Pudding, sure, you kids will have the most fun playing with each other. Pudding began to amuse the two babies. She picked up a toy and shook it, making the babies laugh. Then she drew circles with her fingers, and the babies followed her. It was very interesting. The three treasures get along very happily with each other, and the adults really envy their carefree life. Feng Wei asked Feng Na, Nana, is Qiu Ming still not back from his business trip? Feng Na confirmed, yes, Qiu Ming is still out of town. He told me in a video call last night that this was a good job given to him by his boss, and that his boss gave him a bonus when he came back this time. After hearing this, Fong Wei smiled with relief and said, "That's great. I was optimistic about Xiu Ming from the beginning. You will have a hard time with him." Fong Na said, "Well, it's time for me to show off my skills. Please wait for 40 to 50 minutes, and my delicious dishes will be on the table soon." Seeing Fong Na's confidence, Yi Yan felt that her cooking skills must be better than those of ordinary people. "Ah, pinch your face." Pudding said this to Lin Mo, who was sitting on the sofa, but Lin Mo was confused. He really couldn't understand the child's way of expression. Then Pudding gently poked Lemon's cheek with his hand and said to Lin Mo, "Ah, let me pinch her." This time, Lin Mo seemed to understand what Pudding meant, which was that he just wanted to pinch Lemon's face. Lin Mo agreed with Pudding's behavior and said, "Okay." Auntie agrees. Anyway, Lemon is heartless and the type who only remembers food but not beatings. Besides, Pudding plays well with her, so it will be fine if Pudding just pinches her face lightly. If it were an apple, she might refuse, because apples cry more easily than lemons and are also very fragile inside. Pudding gently pinched Lemon's cheek, and Lemon was very happy and grinned at Pudding. After Pudding was done pinching Lemon's face, he stretched out his little paw to touch the apple. Apple now had a dull expression. Watching Pudding stretch out his devil-like claws to pinch her face, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Although she had been with Pudding for a short time, they were still strangers after all, so after Pudding pinched her face for a few seconds, she screamed and began to howl like a ghost. Fong Na, who was cooking in the kitchen, could hear the sound clearly, but she didn't understand what was going on, so she just focused on cooking. When Pudding saw Apple crying, he was stunned at first. Then Apple started crying too. Pudding was suddenly at a loss and just stood there in a daze. Lemon was also confused. Lin Mo and Yi Yan both went to coax Apple, and she was left aside. She was always jealous of her sister, and tears gradually fell from her eyes. That's right, Lemon cried too. This made Yi Yan go to coax Lemon again. Fong Na couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so she said to Fong Wei, "Dad, can you help watch the pot? I'll go to the sofa and see what's going on." Fong Na stepped forward and blamed Pudding, saying, "Why are all the sisters crying? Is it you who caused it?" Pudding said in a baby voice, "I'll pinch them, and then they'll cry." After Pudding's brief narration, Fong Na understood what was going on. She realized that all the responsibility for Erbo's crying lay with Pudding. Although Yi Yan and Lin Mo said in unison while coaxing Erbo, "It's okay, our child cries often, I'm used to it." But Fong Na still looked like a loving mother and picked up Pudding and spanked her on the butt. After being beaten by Fong Na, Pudding felt extremely aggrieved, but he just stood firm and didn't cry. Fong Na said to Pudding, "Pudding, you made your sisters cry, so mommy must punish you. I also hope you can learn a lesson from this incident. Do you understand?" After Fong Na finished teaching Pudding a lesson, she went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Fong Wei felt very sorry for his granddaughter. Pudding also turned around and threw herself into her grandfather's arms, saying, "Mommy is spanking my butt. It hurts. Rub it." Then, Pudding turned around and asked Fong Wei to rub her buttocks, but he was a man after all, so Fong Wei was a little embarrassed. Although it was his granddaughter who took the initiative to ask, it was still difficult for Fong Wei to do it. Lin Mo and the others had just finished coaxing Apple Lemon. Seeing that Grandpa didn't express his opinion, Pudding resolutely put Grandpa aside, looked at Lin Mo next to him, and said, "Ah, rub it." Lin Mo looked at Fong Wei's expression and knew that she could probably help, so she said softly, "Okay. Pudding, turn around and let Auntie rub your butt. Mommy hit you because she was angry just now. As long as you don't make Mommy angry, Mommy won't hit you, don't you agree, Pudding?" After listening to this, Pudding nodded slightly and said, Yes, Mama's angry, so she hit me." After Lin Mo comforted Pudding, Pudding politely said to Lin Mo, "Thank you, Auntie." Pudding actually miraculously said the word auntie, which was a huge breakthrough and even surprised Fong Na in the kitchen. Lin Mo was also overjoyed and said to Pudding, "You're welcome, Pudding." At this moment, Pudding was in a gentle mood like a spring breeze, and had already forgotten the punishment from her mother. Fong Wei made her smile, and she happily floated away and ran to her grandfather's side. Lin Mo also contributed partly to this, and it seemed that Pudding listened to Lin Mo's words. "Yi Yan just finished coaxing the babies," he sighed and said, "Oh. They finally stopped crying." The delicious dishes that Fong Na prepared for everyone were served. Everyone praised her cooking skills, and one of her signature dishes, braised pork, was praised by everyone. Yi Yan said with emotion, "This braised pork is cooked to perfection. The meat is tender and melts in your mouth. The aroma is fragrant. It feels like being at a family dinner in childhood. Every bite is the taste of happiness. Fong Na was delighted after hearing Yi Yan's praise. Pudding, who was sitting next to him, sat obediently on the sofa. Having learned from what happened just now, he didn't dare to poke Debao and Erbao too much. Lin Mo asked with concern, "Where's Pudding? Isn't she going to come and have some?" Fong Na said seriously, "I read on the internet that experts say that 2-year-old babies have an incomplete digestive system and it's best not to eat meat. If they want to eat now, you can feed them 2 or 3 slices of meat, but my Pudding doesn't want to eat meat at all, so I don't force her." Fong Na said, "She now eats omnivorous food or vegetables every day, eating them can keep her nutritious." Yi Yan flattered, "That's great. Your Pudding will definitely be able to maintain a slim figure in the future. She has a good foundation and will become a big star in the future." After hearing what Yi Yan said, Fong Na was delighted and said, "Yi Yan, you are such a live treasure. Lin Mo must be very happy living with you." Lin Mo affirmed, "Yes, he teases me and the baby in different ways every day." Yi Yan often amused his wife and the 1 to 2-month-old baby at home, often making Lin Mo laugh. He liked to tell stories to the children. For example, when he told the story of the 3 little pigs, he would imitate the conversation between the big bad wolf and the piglets in different voices, making the children laugh. Once, he even told Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet to the babies in simple language, and the whole family was delighted. Yi Yan always plays the role of the funny guy at home. In Lin Mo's heart, Yi Yan is really a great living treasure.